Attention grid, will all non-essential personnel leave the grid now.
that easily, maybe, because the pace at the start of the race would be so hard as we have a flag on sector, yellow flag on sector 3, to say, oh, these kind of situations at the early on of the race, you have to count down the laps as well on these 6 hours. So it is just a little bit tricky for you to navigate. So you have to be patient. You have to work your strategy out. Don't panic in these first few laps, and see where it will take you with the 6-hour race.
Yeah, well, hello everyone. We are here now. Apologies, of course, for the delay. Of course, we will be resolving the issues. We'll be tweaking them, and we'll be back in just a second. Well, here we are. We are here for Season 16 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. Once again, we take the 6 hours of Monza. Again, huge apologies for the technical difficulties at the start, but we are glad to have them resolved. It's myself, Zach Sweeney, the man himself, Lorenzo Bonda, alongside me in the commentary booth. We'll have the likes of Ewan O'Leary and Vida Heatley to call upon in terms of commentary action a little bit later on in the race. But for now, it's Tom Larson that leads the way for the reigning champions of Race Clutch. And behind that, you can see Patrick Schindler, Michi Hoyer moving his way up onto the podium as well in the LMH class. Darius Andre, Timotei Andonovski leading the way for the LMP2s, and also Miranda Seastar, Yimin Nusler leading the way in the GT3s, followed, of course, by Mikhail Sedlacek. Mark V rounds off the top 3 in that particular category as well. Lorenzo, before the viewers could hear us, we were mentioning how you really don't have a moment to breathe here at Monza. You need to immediately be on it, thinking about your strategy and thinking about the longevity of this race.
No, absolutely. And like I said before, everything, it's kind of like first hour, maybe first few stints, push all the way through while still thinking about fuel, still thinking about tires, what is going to be really important. So it's not like a make it or break it race at the very start where you can open 0.002 of a second in terms of gaps and you still think you would be safe at the end of things. No, not quite, because they haven't still gone through traffic whenever that happens in a few laps time. So that is going to be a little bit more interesting for us to deal with, and for everybody just saying good luck at the track, because Monza is not the easiest one for you to handle with tricky categories.
It is not. It's it looks simple on paper, a few straights, few chicanes, simple right now. Absolutely not. Monza is a beast. It's so difficult to conquer because there are so many different dynamics all coming at you at once. You've got to be consistent as they make up the first. That BMW there making up the first of the first GT3s to be lapped. We watch this battle for third though. Michi Hoyer from Burst Esport. Next view, of course, season 14 champions in the DPIs, but losing that title. Only 4th place last season in the top flight category. They're back once again trying to prove why they are one of the best teams on rFactor 2 eSport. Of course, recently winning in the Formula E Accelerate, winning both the London Overall and the Influencer Championships. All 3 of those drivers, Davin Rojek, Janis Simic and Michi Hoyer, will be fielding that car here today. So a lot of expectations on the shoulders for Best Esports next view. But right now they've got Martin Marguli closing them down for 3rd.
No, absolutely, and it's a very, very good team. It's amazing. The speed of Simic, Hoyer, and everybody else in the team is probably one of the premier teams inside the rFactor 2 simulator. So it's a team that we should not be trifled with. Just because to say they're in 3rd place, about a 1.5 seconds back to the 2nd place in this race, is to say they're out of the contention not so far. We still have a long race to go, but this is a team that surely, and after, I think they would say 4th place last season might be very underwhelming for them. They will try to bounce back for a stronger result in this year, maybe contend for a championship, because last year I know for a fact they had a few misfortunes here and there that could have prevented them from fighting into the top 3.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they had their run of bad luck and things. A couple of issues. I remember back when Cam Roger was actually trusted to handle the car. This time last season, the 6 hours of Monza. It wasn't fun. Same to Michi Hoyer. A couple of skill issues in the way, but we won't touch on that too much because Cam Roger isn't here. He's having a nice little family birthday party in London, so we can't slate him too much. But we will. We'll throw a couple of little sly marks in over the course of the next few hours that we're in the booth together, Lorenzo. But yeah, Bursty spot next week. Very, very quick. Lovely livery. Keeping to their same colour scheme. Essentially a copy-paste of last season, but still looks very, very snazzy indeed. And, well, that's the thing, isn't it? About getting used to these different liveries. We spoke about it while we couldn't be heard, about getting used to all these new liveries. And also, Martin Maguli just in behind, you can see he is a part of the Winchick Racing team. He's moved over and, well, they look very striking and very threatening in the rearview mirror of Michi Hoyer.
No, it does, and I like a black and gold-esque livery of sorts, if we're talking about liveries, As I haven't picked my favorite one, it's going to take some time for me to get used with the new liveries in this championship. But so far, I like what I'm seeing from fourth place and try to chase down Michi and keeping me honest, like I said before. First few stints, maybe for first and second stints of push, don't rest easy. And see if the opponent's gonna fold. But I think for fourth place so far, I would say just hang it back, but no.
They're not hanging back at all. Michi Hoyer forcing Maguli to the inside of the circuit into the Rettifilio, and Hoyer very aggressively hanging on to that third place already. Not even 10 minutes into the season and already we're getting some more banging moments. Fight for the podium, of course, but they've got to be careful because the more they fight, the more time they lose in front, and also the more time they lose behind. The Go Team car of Zoltan Varkonyi is going to be looking at this and saying, cheers boys, have some more, reel me in as much as you can, but showing that these guys, they really like their track position, Lorenzo.
Oh yeah, no. Track position here is very valuable. The one thing, if you really want to go for an overtake about Monza, I think it has to be well timed, and you cannot afford to lose a fraction of a second. Because if you don't negotiate your overtakes well, see what happens just because they went fighting into the Rettifilio chicane. It was about 3.5, half a second lost in one sector, maybe, or one section of curve, so it's less than ideal for Michi Hoyer and Martin Maguli. So to be battling like this early on, especially even the fact that two guys in front are pushing hard as they can to break away and try to build up the largest gap available to these first two laps.
Yeah, that is the quite an important thing, especially here at Monza. We talk about fuel saving and things like that. Having a couple really, I think, is maybe one of the best ways to go about things. Someone to slipstream off, but look at this, one of the first runs through traffic. We cut to what is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 car fight for the podium in the LMP2s. Head the way, of course, by Martin Hemmingsen for Team Iris, followed very closely by UC Nirola, Patrick Sviakovsky, just in behind it as well, Nicholas Lenoir, Stavros Musadis, Tobias Blumstein, Stan Vlietstra, and also just in behind that, Andreas Asian as well. Not too far back in the background, but already getting the lap traffics through. The first of the GT3s being lapped by some of the prototypes, but we are looking very, very good indeed for what could be a very interesting race. Interesting though, also Lorenzo, Team Iris, only about 1 and a bit seconds off that Scuderia Ferrari esports machine. However, the start that we've seen from Darius Andre for Visceral has been absolutely insane, extending the gap by about 4 seconds in the opening 11 minutes.
Are we sure that Darius Andre car is actually an LMP2?
I don't know, it might not be.
No, we need to get like a part firme or something like that to get evaluated on what is going on to that
it's a
car.
DPI in disguise, I think.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if it is something like that. It's kind of like this. We could say like jokingly of sorts. It's like the Scuderia looking house, LMDH disguised as LMP2.
Maybe so. Maybe he's an imposter. But yeah, 4 seconds is the gap. And well, Martin Hemmingsen is stuck behind a GT3 going through Ascari. Not the most ideal thing in the world, but it has put him on the back foot, as we now could well see. UC Nirola maybe forces initiative into the Parabolic. It is tucked up quite nicely, but again, how interested is he going to be in making this move, Lorenzo? Because again, coming back to fuel saving and longevity and things like that, surely it's better to stay behind in this pack, lift and coast as much as you can, and make the driver in front do all the work.
No, you hit the nail on the head. You know, just don't be aggressive. Of course, there will be some side by side. I think there will be a switching up the positions right behind them, as there will be some negotiation going to turn number 1. Will they yield? It's 5 with establishment CIDs on the Y course at 36 bar, so that didn't happen really much of an end. Now, I'll defer a question to you, especially let's just say you are in traffic like this. How does, in terms of, you know, being frustrated you get, you know, getting traffic in spots where you lose a lot of time?
Well, it's difficult. You just have to, I suppose, I think that's where experience comes in more than anything. You know, just the more you do it, the better you get at it, and also doing it in different categories, because then you can sort of put yourself in their shoes and say, hang on, this is what's going on. However, we've got a supreme fight for 7th place to Blumstein for Visceral Esports. This, of course, is the actual Visceral Esports car. It's the Gold Racing Esports leading the way, but Valet Esports fighting them very hard. Outside line going to the Ascari chicane. They go side by side in the opening 13 minutes of a 6-hour race, and it's around the outside for Stavros Mercedes to catapult himself into 7th place in this race. Beautiful bit of action, great respect given, and now this is exactly what traffic can do. It can open the door for battles like this. We've also got cars in the background queuing up, waiting for their chance to pass Blumstein, now going the outside line through at the Parabolica.
Yeah, a little bit RG again between Visceral and Valet. Now that opens up the door for Visceral to get overtaken. He gets overtaken by the on-off racing, and Netrex nearly wanted to go for something, but they had to go defensive on the Parabolica. But good racing so far within like the first 15 minutes of this race. But in my opinion, and this takes from a former LMP2 driver, I don't like to race this aggressively early on. You know, you want to try to be as conservative as possible. You know, just if you can still stick within the trap, take it the best as you can, because right now all you're doing is losing time to the guys ahead of you, like the Sean Clark and Hyperion and Iris cars, and they're breaking away despite the infighting that you guys are having.
Yeah, that is true. And you know, we talk about, you know, track position and things like this at Monza, but being in the fight itself, because it is so slipstream orientated, it is, you know, you gain a lot by being in a pack. So by allowing them to break away, it's going to make it just that little bit harder to actually then reclose that gap, because there's less corners here at Monza, therefore less opportunities to make up time. But then again, I suppose it's an endurance race they're in, so you can't always depend solely on your pace alone in order to win races. It's the pit lane, it's the consistency, it's the experience, carving your way through traffic, as we're seeing a very busy racetrack right now. Those are the ways that you can bit by bit close the gaps over the course of the race.
Absolutely, and this is one of those tracks, like we said before, Trent, that it's not the easiest for you to, you know, get not one of the hardest for you to get the groove on the track, because it is basically straights and chicanes. There's only three proper turns in this track, which would be the Lesbos and the Parabolica, and they're also right-hand turns. You still see a little bit of an argy-bargy between what it looks like between Netrex and Geeks, and but it's hard for you to master, you know, not to master the flow. And if you know how to master the entry of the streets, the exit out of the corners, keep the traction of the car going out of those corners, then you can have a pretty good day. But it's not for the faint of heart.
It is not. Cutting to this fight though for second, the Team Iris car, Martin Hemmingson, has been able to close the gap to Timotei Andonovski. Scuderia Ferrari, been a long time since we've seen the Virtual Endurance Championship, definitely not since I've been here. They've got Andonovski, Siebel and Dennis Jordan all at the wheel of that LMP2 machine, which definitely is a very strong force to be reckoned with. Themselves and Team Iris carving their way through a little bit of traffic. Iris looking for the inside going into the Ascari chicane, but at least for now, Timotei Andonovski, who has himself been around the Virtual Endurance Championship for quite some years, I think even a couple of seasons ago was a championship winner in the LMP2s, showcasing exactly why he's able to do that in the opening stint here. But that's the problem, I suppose, being the LMP2s. You're lapping, you're being lapped, and there are so many things in between that you have to focus on. It's not only the driving that you have to be good at here in the Virtual Endurance Championship.
No, absolutely, yeah. And I'm trying to remember. I think Antonovsky was a winner for Nitrovella, if I remember correctly, like a few seasons back. Like the boys at Nitro can actually correct me later, like Dennis Lynn and everybody else. They can correct me later. But yeah, it's quite interesting to see Ferrari back, And of course, they don't have the Ferrari DPI or LMP8, whatever you want to call it, in this champion in rFactor 2. I hope that actually comes soon. But delivery, this throwback S delivery, especially with the number 39 in front, which kind of like brings it back to the 60s or something like that with that car, and so far doing his best to break away from Hamilton.
Yeah, but again, easier said than done, especially when Darius Andre for God Racing Esports has got a rocket ship in the back of his LMP2 in the opening moments of this race. Maybe using a little bit more fuel than the others, maybe pushing too hard. Could this potentially come back to bite them later on?
Maybe. I think for average, if I remember correctly, the LMP2s go around 42 minutes, 44 minutes in terms of fuel, unless you do some miraculous, God unknowing save, for you to go about 15 minutes in this car. But this is one of those cars you cannot go over the hour, so it's quite complicated for you to stretch out as much as you can. But if you do that and still be fast, it's a very big hit, especially in a race like this.
Indeed so. Well, of course, it is good to touch on that we've swapped out the DPIs for the Le Mans Hypercar Van Wall car here for season 16 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. And usually the DPIs and the LMP2s, as they were in season 15, could go around about 40, 45-ish minutes on a stint. But we're being told that the Van Walls can, they can stretch to about 55 minutes on a tank.
Really?
And, well, yeah, they can stretch. Even here at Monza, Cam Roger, again, him and fuel, as anyone that's been watching the Formula Sim Racing Pro Championship would know, not exactly the most reliable source, but he kind of knows what he's talking about. Yeah, and they can do some funny stuff with the tyres as well. They can do like triple quad stints in terms of their tyres. They've got a lot of snazzy things to call upon in terms of their run in the top flight of the prototypes, and then obviously the GT3s, as we usually expect, will just about be able to go to the hour. I'm sure it's going to be normal business for the LMP2s, about 40-45 minutes on strategy, but still. That means it's a learning curve for the teams that have carried over from the DPIs into the Van Walls, and also those that have gone from the GTEs into the GT3s, sort of that new adaptation, those changes you have to make, and it makes it for a very nice new learning curve for everyone.
It is, and especially given the fact that, I know last season there has been an LMP2 boost to make sure it isn't, what we would call the dentist LMP3 land. Like you would be stuck with the straight line speed, and then manage something within the corners itself. So it has more buff. You can actually do overtakes more safely, which is always a good thing for us to take a look at and notice. But it's like, I think the hardest challenge is to try to downgrade the GT3s, because the GT3s kind of like navigate differently from anything else that you probably knew. Still can be aggressive, yeah, you can, but it's like GT3s, ABSs, got the traction control as well. Of course, the stretching of the fuel also going over the hour, depending where we go into one of those tracks like Imola. Imola can go 1 hour and 10 easily. If you try to stretch it out long distance, it makes this challenge much more enticing for us to take a look at as we go on.
Absolutely. Following on, once again, this very heated battle for third place between Michi Hoyer and Martin Maguli in their fight for third in the Van Wall class. The Versailles Sport next week are doing a really good job again in the opening moments of this season. The top four in the top flight, of course, only separated by 5 seconds. Tom Lansley flying the flag really nicely for the reigning champions of Race Clutch. Again, they are the team that are going to set the standard, be the ones to beat over the course of our brilliant calendar. But you can see another run through a couple more GT3 cars, and Michi Hoyer actually getting the better of Maguli going into the Roger there, getting himself ahead of that McLaren, and again going into the first of the 2 Lesmos. Whereas unfortunately for Maguli, he's been stuck behind both cars going into 2 consecutive corners, which again has put him on the back foot there and opened a nice little bit of breathing room for Michi Hoyer.
Yeah, but it's like even though you have that opening up the gap, you're not still relaxed because that gap can easily close. For example, let's just say Michi not being able to overtake this car, this Porsche right in front of him, going through the Asmari chicane is going to close down the gap. So traffic gives, traffic takes it in Monza. Like I said before, it can be one of those most brutal tracks for you to try to negotiate traffic lap by lap.
Oh yeah, it's a really difficult one, and again, has been sort of a couple of turning points in previous Virtual Endurance Championship races. There's been a number of occasions where the traffic has both given and has taken quite heavily, and I suppose that's just one of the beauties of endurance racing really is that there's this added dynamic. You've got to carve your way through slower traffic and things, not just slower cars in your own category, but the other categories themselves, where sometimes it can get a little bit spicy. And going back to our point a little bit earlier on about the experience and knowing how and when to go for moves, where you can get away with it, where you can't, how to best deal with busy situations, because it can get quite frantic, quite hectic, and it's easy to panic and get overwhelmed when you're in situations like that.
Especially at crunch time. So I think, and also I was looking at the calendar, we have a very, very stacked calendar. I like this calendar, to be very honest with you. We have Bahrain, we have Atlanta next round, you have Spa, you have Road America. So you have all kinds of tracks for you to negotiate with. But in my opinion, I would say this is probably the second hardest track in terms of traffic management. I think it only loses to Imola in terms of, getting away from medians, getting the traffic itself, and gaining a lot of time in the process, especially if you are in the faster cars, like I said before, time and time again.
Yeah, again, looking at our Season 16 calendar, by the way, because it's stacked, we have got 9 races in total over the course of our Season 16. Of course, we start here in Monza in a month's time, the 7th of October. We'll go to Road Atlanta. The 4 Hours of Bahrain makes a return after its success last season. Then we go to our first of 2 24-hour races. To mark the halfway point of the season, race 5, we head to Daytona. Then, of course, race 6, it's the 6 Hours of Road America as we know and love it. 1,000 miles of Sebring once more for race 7. Imola and Le Mans to round off the 9-race calendar all the way to June next year. It's always frantic, and well, we take each race as they come. But of course, some returns of tracks, the likes of Daytona, Road America, Spa, Monza, Bahrain, etc. And of course, Le Mans and things. But I do like the addition of Imola and the fact that we go to Road Atlanta as well. There are some good picks on the Season 16 calendar.
Yeah, even though some drivers might not like the idea of having Van Walls and MB2s and GT3s going around a very tight track like Imola, it's not, like I said, it's not easy. The groove of the track is very hard for you. It's harder, much harder than any other track in the season, in my opinion, for you to master it appropriately. It's not the easiest one for you to get the grooves of the track as well, but it is very rewarding if you can actually do that thing of mastering everything appropriately and then navigate a circumvent around the track. I like the fact that you have Daytona though, because I think I haven't commentated last season fully. I think I only done 1 round, but and I'm gonna apologize in advance to the viewers for me saying my personal favorite race of 24 hours is Daytona.
Ooh.
I apologize. Yeah, this is quite bold for me, but it's because I've been there.
Okay. Controversial, I'm sure, considering sort of one of the staples of the calendar is the Virtual Endurance Championship.
Yeah, I know.
Lorenzo Bonda won't be returning for the rest of the season. No, he's fine. He'll be here. But I have to say, like, last season, the Daytona 12-hour that we had sort of really did rejuvenate my love for endurance racing. It was such a good battle. We had Race Clutch and Simfree battling away pretty much race long. We had all 3 category leaders at some point have issues in the later moments, and it was just essentially just a 12-hour sprint race, and I love that. Obviously, it was only me, you, and Nvidia that were the 3 that tackled the commentary because Cam, yourself, and Hugo weren't available. We all had quite a decent chunk of hours on that race. And oh my word, it was a lot of fun to commentate on. So again, really looking forward to seeing how the season itself develops. But right now, we've got an interesting battle for 3rd developing between Michi Hoyer still and Martin Marguli. These 2 not really interested in leaving each other alone around it.
No, Marguli just saying, no, I had enough.
Oh, Michihori trying to go the long way round as well. Maguli is getting sick and tired of seeing the rear end of that Burst Esport next few car. Michihori is still able to go around the outside of the Ascari chicane. Amazing battling though, great respect given from Brave cars, and that's exactly what you need in a battle this high tension. Michihori looking to go to the inside of the Parabolica just as a deterrence to Martin Maguli. The slipstream is paramount here, and well, I'm sure that is not going to be the last attempt we see from Maguli.
No. I think this has only just begun. So we're going to definitely see Margulli maybe not do the overtake attempt here on turn number 1, as it is already blocked top 5 Hoyer, and even though he's going to try for the outside, a little bit of a lock for Hoyer, and the tire squiggling towards the rear. Hoyer still keeps that car on the track, which is good car control from the Burst Esport driver, and still retains some gap for him to drive on Margulli, but still not over yet, and I think this is not going to be over for quite a while.
I don't think so either. I'm looking forward to the pit stop window though, which should be in about 20 minutes time for the Van Wals, 10-15 minutes maybe for the LMP2s, and then obviously on the hour hopefully for the GT3. So we have got some interesting strategical development still to have, and that's the thing, isn't it, Lorenzo? We have a really excitable, frantic opening stint, and then we get to the pit stop window, and that's where things start to space out, but that doesn't necessarily make it not interesting. In fact, it's quite the opposite. This is really then when we start to get a picture of where the different teams and drivers are going to be sat, and then we can start, putting together this puzzle of the pit stops where, we think, okay, this team's doing this strategy, this team's trying to go for that, they're trying to fuel save, they're trying to save their tires, all these different things, all these different assumptions that we can make just from the first pit stop alone. So even if the gaps maybe do start to grow a little bit larger as the race develops, that definitely does not mean teams are out of the race as well. Right now, we're enjoying this amazing on-track battle for third.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Hoyer's lost some ground because he had to try to overtake the car of the Visceral Esports GT3 as now Margulli. He forged his way into third place. So well done by Margulli. Persistence is key. Patience is key. He persisted, he was patient, waited for the right opportunity for him to make that overtake, worked out for him, worked the traffic to his perfect opportunity, and I'd like to see now how does the hunter become hunted.
Yeah, Michihori is a very, very good driver, tons of experience in sim racing, but that's a mistake, not showcasing said experience. A little bit wide through the first Lesmo over the gravel, not obviously doing his tyres very good, but also not doing his fight for third any good. I think this shows that Martin Maguli had a lot of pace left in pocket relative to Michihori.
Absolutely, he's already opening up more than nearly a full second in between them. So, of course, the mistake capitalized on the fact that that's why the gap opened up a little bit, but I think maybe Mitchie cracked under the pressure a little bit over there. Can we say there? That, Zach, could be also a factor.
Potentially, yeah, absolutely. I think, again, so many different factors aren't there when it comes to endurance racing. You can't really name them all, can you?
No.
You've got pace, consistency, pit stops, traffic, setups, teammates, like all these different things. It's not plain and simple, and that's why I think maybe endurance racing is a little bit more difficult to grasp, maybe for someone that's trying to get into it, because you don't really picture all these different ingredients thrown into one big batch. You just sort of maybe see it as like, oh well, that driver's not as quick, so he's not going to win. Not necessarily. Like there's so many more things at play.
No, so many more things in play. Like I remember when I used to drive. Wow, it's been years. It's been nearly 10 years now. Yeah, I know, insane. I think it was like back in 2016, 2017. It was like season 9 or 10 or something. When I was still doing GTEs. So you notice, GTEs, not even GT3s back then. For us to do, negotiation of when should we stop, what tires should we place, how many fuels to go for each and every stint, and try to hit those marks appropriately whenever we were practicing is not easy. That's why I think for a sim like rFactor 2, where you can manage so many different factors of the car, the not only pace, like I said, takes a factor, but every single small detail that makes pit strategy interesting makes this a very enticing race for you to go on and negotiate a full year of going around tracks around the world.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that, you know, you are dedicating a lot of time to each season of the Virtual Endurance Championship. I mean, last season we started, to be fair, similar time to this, I think mid-September. And then obviously with the more virtual things making all the teams busy, it wasn't really until I think sort of November, December time that we had race. Oh no, it was October, then we had a gap until December, and then we had around every 4 weeks or so, all the way to June for the Virtual Endurance training, 24 hours of Le Mans. This year, thankfully, we have got a little bit more of an impact calendar, but still it does span all the way to June next year, and we're still in September of 2023. It's a huge undertaking and a huge commitment for these teams, and it shows that these guys are serious about it.
No, absolutely, and if we notice, the preparations already started before even the season began. Whenever the season ended, I think you'd say in June, some of the teams already been planning to try to make it work for this upcoming season. Whenever the lineup was actually reviewed and the changes between the drivers was actually done, and the preparation, of doing the preview, which was already at Monza, like 2 hours at Monza, so they had an idea how this race would pan out and prepared the cars for what would be this first round. Already made everything more, smooth sailing for some of these teams, unless they came in very, very late and had to adjust to fine tunings of the Virtual Endurance Championship.
Yeah, it's again when me and Cam Roger went to London for the Formula Accelerate Championship, we talked a lot with Davin Ricciardo and Simic, of course, because they're Best Esport, Cam Roger part of Best Esport as well, and it was good to get a lot of insight about the sheer amount of preparation that goes into it. Getting all the teams and drivers up to pace, setting up the car, and making sure that people are available. Because again, this is the virtual world. A lot of people, a couple of people are able to do full time and things like that, but a lot of people still have outside commitments. They've still essentially got a life. They've got to go and touch grass at some point. They've got to go to work. They've got a family to feed. I know, sim racers have lives, Lorenzo. This is an amazing revelation. I didn't know about this. And they actually have to plan around that. Obviously, I say actually as if it's a surprise, they have to plan around their real life sometimes. Those that can't quite commit 100% of it to sim racing. And that's another thing that makes it really difficult, is the scheduling side of things. Time zones and things like this, and planning the race around this, stint times and all of that, emergencies as well. There are so many outside factors as well, not just the internal ones that are actually fundamental to racing, but also your actual life plays a factor in the results of the races.
Yeah, which is insane to me, but of course I'm joking about a lot in life. Trust me, I have my fair share of endurance races as nearly 3 wide. Whenever I see 3 wide going into the parabolica, normally that never works. And it didn't this time around. So that's why I go to last one spot. Not even surprised that happened, but I thought for a margin of a second, this would have been the big one. Even though it would have been like 3 cars maybe many off the track, off into parabolic, which is not the ideal look you want to have. Yeah, we're not even done with one.
We are not. We're only 35 minutes into this race. To be fair, it's gone quick. Nice 35-minute start to the season. I can't complain at all. We have got a fight for the 7th spot in the GT3 field. You can see Diogo Silva for Visual Esports has had a bit of a slow start, but still fighting quite hard, and has now got a good little battle with Giancarlo Rossi just ahead. You can see Antonelli ERT at Mercedes AMG. They are getting that, of course, by the Van Wall cars, and it's getting very hectic because we've got the overlap of the 3 classes, Lorenzo, and that's really where things can go very wrong, because you've got 3 classes, 3 different speeds, sometimes different experience levels and things like that, and usually it's a recipe for disaster. Hopefully they can get through clean.
Yeah, let's give it a pray. I saw, I think, like 3 cars of the 3 different classes, going around the exit of Lasmo to just behind, just at the back of the frame. Fortunately, nothing happened, as Diogo Silva having a little bit of a moment at the exit of the Scottish chicane on that visceral M4 GT3, but at the end of things, everybody got away unscathed, and now there will be a little bit of a separation of the classes until I think maybe 30 more minutes. We would see the next approaching of the classes altogether.
Yeah, you know, obviously it does take a little bit of time. Monza, I'd say, is one of the better circuits for having the. Better, is it better? I don't know. But it promotes the three classes more often because it's slightly shorter and things, so you get that overlap maybe more times throughout the race. Nicholas Lemoine, of course, for on-off racing in 5th place. Again, a good start to the season for them if they're able to carry it through all the way to the end of the race. But they are being chased down by the Sean Clark racing car, UC Narola. This one is Tobias Blumstein Valet as well, not too far back in a very hefty fight for what is 5th place in the LMP2s. Also, fight for the top 10 in the GT3s, and also even more in the fight for 17th. George Weiss looking to the inside for Seawolf Net Race, flattening their way for 17th in the LMP2s. Seawolf Net Race, anyone that can remember a couple of seasons ago, might even have been last season in the DPIs, had a huge off. You know, before the race had even got started, so hopefully looking for some redemption. But in the LMP2s and Seawolf Net Race, flattening their way quite nicely. Of course, we've got quite an extensive LMP2 field, to be fair. We've got cars, we've got a 20 car field for the LMP2s. Not bad.
I approve. I'm an LMP2 driver, so I always approve.
It's good, yeah. I like it. I like having a big field because, you know, sometimes there's more to fight for. Again, not necessarily saying that quantity and quality are sort of the same thing. You know, you can very much have one without the other, and sort of vice versa. But sometimes it does make for good racing because it gives you more to fight for relative to your skill level. We are seeing a couple of the LMP2s come into the pit lane. I did see the Visceral car make their way down pit lane. We have got Tobias Blumstein, we've got Stan Beach for Geeks Energy, the Arm Cyber car in as well. So many cars in the LMP2 field now making their first stop, but a couple of them able to go a lap later, Lorenzo.
Yeah, and that surprises me. Well, it doesn't surprise me a whole lot, but like we said before, we are barely 40 minutes in. But I think these ones that are coming in now, I think they're going to have to try something different to try to work out the strategy and see where it takes them further on into this race. But the thing is, it's that thing of, you know, maybe counting with code 80 or something like that for them to come closer, because stopping at barely 40 minutes in, you know, even before 40 minutes, for me, slightly concerning, unless you have like something that you really want to, you know, take a proper approach or have to repair cars or something like that.
Yeah, it's an interesting time. I don't think we've got many cars repairing any damage, thankfully. It's been a relatively clean start for Monza standards here for the show. To be fair, I say Monza standards, for any standards, it's been a nice clean start, nice clean getaway for a lot of these teams and drivers, which is good, nice to see, but a very frantic pit lane nonetheless. We're now seeing some of the other drivers make their way into the pit lane as well. I think we have just recently seen our race leader, or previous race leaders, of course. Actually, no, we haven't. Darius Andre still leading the way quite nicely, or was. Actually, no, he is in the pit lane. I'm having a bad moment, all right? It's the start of the season. Do forgive us for our please excuse us for just being commentators, essentially, because some of us are significantly more and less intelligent than others. Sometimes, anyway. We all have our moments that we're going to say. Anyway, the pit lane is very frantic, and that's why it's very difficult to sort of wrap our head around it. Quite some sort of interesting developments already in terms of the pit lane strategy, though, of course, and still waiting for Hemmingsen and Andonovski to work their way into the pit lane. The top two still yet to pit, and the more they stretch this advantage, Lorenzo, sort of the better off they're going to be as the race develops. As long as they can maintain a decent pace, if they can stretch 1 or 2 laps a stint, when they get to their final pit stop, they're going to be taking significantly less fuel, as Weiss has a huge snap at the first Esmo.
Cool tires, most likely associated with the wiggling of the car, obviously, but kept it on the track. That's why we want to see, you know, still race on, lose a little bit of time, of course, but kept it on the track. That's what we want to see. Good. Stay there. Good boy.
Right. Training. The the drivers. I like that. Yeah, nice.
No, it's because it's like it's still early on for us to curse cars. Like I was gonna say, you know, like we have our moments, right? We have our moment of commentators. Imagine me like at Road America. You know, Zach, my history with Road America in other sims. So imagine I translate this if I ever get to commentate on Road America for VEC, and that happens in VEC as well. It's kind of like I don't know what to say, you know.
Lorenzo, you were doing so well until you said you believe in the commentator's curse.
I do believe in the commentator's curse. I'm not like Lewis McGlade. I'm
not. Lorenzo, why would you take responsibility for skill issues? Why is that your problem?
No. Here's the thing. There's one thing about skill issue, which is 99% of the time. There's that 1% of commentary issue. Like they say, oh, that team's doing very good, but they have a technical issue. It's kind of like I cannot say good things about them, but they do not have a skill issue. It's something like that. I think like I say good things and they die in the process.
The thing, Lewis McGlade, obviously, he's a fantastic commentator. The thing I will always respect him for is the fact that he says there is no such thing as context curse, only bad luck or bad driving, usually both. And that's just so true. It's not our problem. We don't have some magic voodoo powers. Anyway, I won't get myself worked up because I can't physically get my hands around Lorenzo's neck. That's fine because he's loads of miles away from me. And that's the good thing about virtual commentary is that when things go wrong, we still fight to live another day. And also, I probably would scratch Lorenzo anyway because he would probably lay me out anyway. Anyway, the LMP2 field has spread itself out a little bit. You're a goofball. That's good to know. Awesome. So you're a target. No, it's fine. We have settled our way out. The LMP2s have finished their run through pit lane. Darius Andre for Gold Racing Esports has been able to extend the gap by about 9.5 seconds now after the pit lane. It was hovering around 4.5 seconds, which means that Gold Racing Esports, despite coming in maybe a lap or two earlier, have actually been able to benefit quite nicely from the pit lane stops.
Yeah, which surprised me a little bit, you know. But then again, we still have all the rounding of the LMP2s to do their pit stops and the other cars as well. So only then you will see like who's gonna have an aggressive strategy. And Monza is one of those tracks that you can double stint the tires, even if you are like on the softs, for example. So you can, if you didn't overdrive the car a little bit and you still have that grip for you to go a second stint and still be able to push and have the same performance going on, that can be tremendous. So, but as long as you manage the second stint, of course. But this is now the time where we're gonna see which teams are now gonna go more aggressive or on an all-out situation to try to, you know, grow up in this race before a potential yellow flag or full course yellow, or if they keep it like that towards the end.
Picking up some dirt, of course, this fight for 5th. Stavros Mizelis for Valet have worked their way up into 5th place. They are being chased down by Nicolas Lemois, of course, in that fight for 6th, and battling their way through some GT3 traffic. You can see making their way past the Ferrari, but very close indeed. And also just in behind Lemois is Lucien Moreira for Sean Park Racing, picking their way forward as well, bit by bit. And that's the thing, is it's not done and dusted by the first stop. Again, that very obviously goes without saying, doesn't take Sherlock Holmes to figure that one out, but you can still have battles no matter where you are, no matter how far into this race you've gone, no matter how bad or well it's gone. You know, things can always change at the drop of a pin, you know, a blink of an eye, and things can, you know, go on the up or very much go on the down. It's a very unexpected thing, and motorsport does like to throw us some curveballs sometimes. You see Narola again through Parabolica. Again, it's that way up, isn't it, Lorenzo? Track position versus slipstream. How much do you want to capitalise in the second stint versus how much do you want to save in that longevity? Because at some point you've got to say, you know what, I need to go.
Yeah, I would say maybe in the second half of the stint. This is where you want to do something.
Something is going to happen. Potentially a slow run from Le Mans could potentially see Narola just ahead, but good enough run at the Curva Grande at the moment. Trying to maybe go for a move into the rush is going to be a bit difficult. Riding on board, you can see just how far back he is. Looking at the TV cam, he looks close, but looking on board, you can definitely see he's not quite close enough to effectively go for that move. But yes, mistakes and things like that can definitely play a huge factor, especially at a circuit like Monza, because it's so momentum orientated with loads of straights and things like that. It's picking their way past the actually drivers by TX3 machine, the black and the green, looking very fabulous in full force, but unfortunately not the start to the race that they would have wanted.
No, it's quite odd for us to see, you know, that the TX3 team, you know, not having this good performance early on. You know, it's a team that is very traditional with endurance racing, regardless of the team they're running on, and struggling hard. I don't know if they had issues on the first few laps. Most likely they did, because it's, for me, it's very unusual to see be last in the LMP2 field. Normally we would see them into the top 10, working themselves into the top 10 at some point in this race.
Yeah, again, it's a long race. Plenty more action still to come, because that's just what the Virtual Endurance Championship offers. More action, more excitement. Again, purple's thrown at any moment. Just because a team's doing well now doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be doing well in 5 hours and 12 minutes time. Just because they're doing bad now doesn't necessarily mean they will be doing bad in 5 hours and 12 minutes time. Still,
I'll tell you one thing,
so much to come. Go on.
For me, even though we haven't still gone into a full hour, of course, pit stops here and there, still paying for some of the classes. Especially in GT3, I'm slightly surprised to see such a big gap between P1 right into the leaders, especially in P3 and 4. More than 10 seconds between third place and fourth place. I'm just trying to grab over here, which would be Blackhawk and Scooter Leone. For me, it's slightly surprising. Very, very surprising.
Yeah, again, I suppose maybe the shift from GTEs to GT3s could have a play in that. Obviously, they're kind of similar cars, you know, especially to sort of maybe the naked eye. It is kind of hard to tell the difference between a GT and a GT3, but fundamentally, they can be driven very differently. Strategically, setup-wise, just the driving style you need can be vastly different between the two.
GTEs are more aerodynamic, despite the fact they don't have the ABS. They have traction control, if I remember correctly, but they don't have ABS because they have high-performance brakes, ceramic brakes on the GTEs. But GT3s, you have still high-performance brakes, but you have GT3 the ABS to counterspell the fact of the locking of the brakes that you can have in the GTEs. It makes them more driver-friendly, but nevertheless, less aerodynamic, as now probably we're going to see the move. 8th, 9th place as Armed made the overtake on that race at the end of the rectification.
Yeah, good little move there from the arm side of the car. Luca Martino picks his way past Andreas Asian for Netrex down to 10th place now on the LMP2 field. Fortunately, got a little bit of a gap back to Stan Beach, drew about 2.5 seconds, going to then maybe see them outside of the top 10. So still running quite well. Netrex GP, of course, there's a bit of a slide there from Andreas Asian. Not the best way to go through the Roger, but one of the cooler looking, I suppose. Definitely getting some start points. Unfortunately, their tyres are not going to be liking that one a lot. Of course, the LMP2s, if knowledge serves me correctly, no traction control either, going into the rear wheels of the LMP2 chassis, which obviously isn't great because that's a lot of torque going to be laid down, especially when you're trying to put the power down as quickly as you possibly can in these LMP2 cars. It is easy to overstep the car.
It is. They have traction control for slip in throttle, if I remember correctly, but I don't know if that amount of traction is going to save them to go over the curbs, and whenever the car bounces back, the traction control is going to do the job of keeping the car on rails. You know, it doesn't work like that. So not even surprised to see that, as now the leader in race clutch does the overlap on the next Rex, the GP LMP2, and close one more lap, and we're still due to see, I think, the pit stops for all the vent walls around the track. By the way, have you ever listened to the vent wall in real life?
I have not.
I'm going to tell you, for me, is the second best roaring car in the entirety of the WEC.
Nice. Okay, cool.
Only loses to the Cadillac.
Okay, that's fair. The Cadillac, I haven't had it in real life, but I've obviously heard it on live streams and things like that. Does sound pretty good. I'll give it that. A fight for third, however, in the GT3s is now we're starting to see them make their way into the pit lane. Adam Pictures for
Interesting.
Arnage. 9 minutes off the hour, Lorenzo. I'm sure this is going to be something they're going to be fighting for over the next few stints. If they can save a couple of minutes, as that's huge. Pincher's missing his pit box, having to then realise he's missed it, reverse, get himself stopped. That's going to be a huge time loss.
About a 1.5 second time loss, or two, up to
Maybe
2
more.
seconds. But the entirety of the GT3 fuel comes in. I think except for one car. Okay. Okay. I thought they would go over the hour.
So did I. Honestly, so did I. Because that's what I've become so used to with GT3 racing is that,
Same.
the GTs are easy strategy-wise because you just come in on the hour. But nah, not really, because sometimes fuel strategy and things get in the way. However, 8 minutes, not 9 minutes it was when they came into the pit lane. That is, I have to say that's a little bit interesting. And again, as I say, they're going to have to try and sort of save a couple minutes each stint in order to bring it to the sort of, if they can get it back to the hour, because obviously there's been a couple of changes to the GT3s to make it so they can't have an easier run. They're actually being sort of drawn back a little bit to spice things up strategy-wise.
Yeah. I know they had to do a formation lap of sorts, and something like that. But I'm still slightly surprised they didn't make the hour. Very surprised. Well, there's a comment on our YouTube broadcast that says GT struggled for the hour in the Le Mans Virtual Series from Leonard Krippner. Similar things apply for GT3. So yeah, I'm okay. I'll take the experts, saying that to us and giving us the feedback.
Leonard Krippner knows what he's talking about. Trust me, he's an
Yeah.
alright guy. I met him in a lift in a hotel in London, and I looked at him. I was like, "Are you Leonard?" And he was like, "Yeah, I am." I was like, "Oh, cool. I'm Zach." It was a very interesting way to meet, and then of course he's actually a sound guy. Awesome stuff. Anyway,
Nice.
He does know what he's talking about.
Okay.
And it would be, it's tricky because, as you say, Monza, you're spending far too much of this track flat out, and you can't really afford to lift off, because to lift off would cost you way too much time versus the amount of fuel that you would end up saving.
Yeah. I'm still, I've been hearing that there's a smaller tank on VEC, so this is why might be a factor as well. But nevertheless, that makes the race much more enticing for me, because now it is like it's the same situation as you would go into the LMP2 class. Even the one lap you stretch out at the end for a splash and go will make the difference. And of course, track position and everything.
Yeah. The thing is that the knock-on effect this is going to have. So they're 9 minutes off the hour this one, which means they'll be coming in 50 minutes, which means they'll be it's 18 minutes off the hour for the next one, and then sort of 27, 36-ish. That means their final stint is going to be it's going to be close to maybe 35, 40 minutes long, which isn't a splash and dash like we might usually see. It's nearly a full stint in of itself. So these GT cars, they're going to have their work cut out for them. As we now see, obviously, the contingent of the Van Wolf making their way into the pit lane. Also, we've got GoTeamLeadRacing.com and the Best Esport Netview cars still, have now come in. Tom Lashley for Race Coach as well, I think, has also made his way down pit lane, losing the lead to the 17 Go Team car of Moritz Mel. So we're seeing the Van Wolves pretty much on cue, coming in about 55 minutes into this race.
No, I'll just say splash and dash because it's always that final pit stop. You really want to have the final pit stop where you put fuel, of course, still more than half the stint. It's something considerable for us to take care for us to actually just even put into our minds and strategize. But nevertheless, even the slightest amount of time that you can save on the pit stops is going to be important. Now the question is, for that final pit stop, do you risk, if necessary, to put up a tire or two so you can have their extra rubber for you to push towards the end?
Because this is the thing, the van wheels themselves can change an axle at a time, whether that's the front or the rears, or obviously they can change all four. So that makes things a little bit interesting. Obviously rear-wheel drive, so it would make sense to whack on the rears to have some fresh grip and not be sliding all over the place, but also that imbalance then to have the front more worn. You're going to be understeery, and when you've got corners like Curva Grande and Ascari and Parabolica, you're going to want that front end grip and that truss in the front end. So it does make it difficult because you want to save as much time as possible in the pit lane. What axle do you end up changing?
And not only that, of course, I think you don't change the side specifically here, if I remember correctly, right? You just change the axle itself, only the front and the back. Oh yeah, so you'd have to be concerned, for example, in just kind of like doing the NASCAR style, if you put 2 tires only on the left-hand side, because this track only has right-hand turns, so only if we consider, there's a left-hand turn in Rectifilia. There's a left-hand turn in Della Raggia, and a left turn in Ascari. But even then, majorly it's right-hand side curves. So you'd be wasting the left sides more. So you want to have that grip towards the left side more than the right side. So it's interesting.
It is. The tyre strategy and things like that does play a huge factor, as you would expect, like it will in most motorsports. Mikhail Sedlacek for Thomas saying sim racing, finding his way to the inside, trying to pick his way up in a second in the GT3. Is the Aston Martin giving a good fight, but not quite good enough for Mark Vite to keep second place. The Ferrari picked his way up into second place and now has made it a satellite racing, and then obviously just in behind the Thomas car in second place. It's a McLaren from a Ferrari from an Aston Martin, showing that the balance of performance between all the cars is working pretty well. 3 different cars inside the top 3.
It's very decent. It's very decent, and that's always the topic of conversation. I think you and I, we know quite a lot. The topic of conversations when we go into Discords. Oh, this car is super OP. Oh god, dude, this car is so OP. You need to put like 20 kilos on this car and also put 20,000% of fuel less on that one. Oh, this one needs to have like a ton of ballast and reduce the fuel for him to be, okay on the same level as the other teams. BOP is always going to be the topic of conversation everybody's going to have.
Yes, and the lovely thing about sim races is that they're never happy. It's either the balance of performance is fantastic, or get rid of it. Whoever decided it needs to rethink their career. There is no in between.
Think of it this way: we are replicating real life, because even in real life, they're not going to be satisfied.
Oh yeah, no one's happy unless it's benefiting them. Like that is it.
Precisely.
Unless they're on the better end of it, they're not going to be happy. It's, why is the Ferrari quicker? Oh, why is the Beamer quicker? It's no matter what platform you're on, no matter what racing series you're on, if there's balanced performance involved, if there's different chassis involved, it's going to be difficult. There you can see the car choices. We've got McLaren, Ferrari, Aston Martin in the top 3. We've also got a Porsche inside the top 5, a Beamer also inside the top 10. So plenty of different cars doing well, which is exactly what we like to see. So at least for now, the balanced performance does look good. But also, Lorenzo, something to touch on. They're not just choosing their car for Monza. They're choosing their car. We're also getting a question about the calendar. So we can segue the 2 points into this quite nicely. They're choosing it for the whole season. So we've got a variety of different circuits. Yes, we've got the straight line speeds of Monza and Spa and Le Mans, but we also have the tight and the twisty. We've got Bahrain and Road Atlanta. We've got Road America, which, can be debated as a bit of both. Sebring as well, tight and twisty, especially Imola as well. It's not just one track car combo. It is a whole season worth of chassis being stronger and weaker, and you've got to choose the car that works for you across all 9 events.
And if you don't have a car that can be working out, for example, for this one, you might have the Porsche that might be good on the straight line speed, or for example, let's just take the satellite racing, which is leading GT3 class. They have a 720 McLaren. Might be really good for straight line speed, really good for reacceleration out of the corner, especially through the slow corners. Give you that aero drag that you probably want to have for high speed, for example, like Le Mans, Road America of sorts, because it is high speed. You're always pedal to the metal, especially except for a few corners here and there. but they go into Imola, they might struggle because Imola is more twisty. Bahrain into the second half of the track, it is also twisty, and you have the elevation changes and all, and heavy braking zones where you might not favor the car a little bit more like it does in Monza. So you have to go for an aggressive set that can actually, countermeasure these disadvantages you're gonna have naturally throughout the season. So it is on the engineers and drivers to adapt to the car they have and make sure they have the best package every single race they move forward, regardless if the track benefits them or not throughout the season, and get the most solid results possible.
That is the thing, again, is that being in the quickest car is not necessarily going to craft a champion. Being quickest when you're not in the quickest car is, or not necessarily being the quickest, but being in the top 5, right? You're not always going to have a good day. Things happen. It's motorsport. No one ever has had a perfect season, right? Unless you're, I saw a thing on Twitter about this person in motocross who's won every race this season. Unless you're that guy, right? You're not going to be having a perfect season.
I think I know who you're talking about.
I think we might have saw the same post. However, I can't remember his name. But it's not supporting the point I'm going to make, so I'm just going to ignore it. You're not going to have a perfect season. Things are going to happen. You're going to have a spin. You're going to make a blunder in terms of the strategy. Something at some point is going to go wrong. Whether your setup doesn't work as well on the tyres, all of your teammates don't necessarily work with the car, or they're not having a good day on the track. Something is not going to work that's going to hold you back. How do you deal with it? Do you feel sorry for yourself? Oh, we're not the quickest on track. We're going to cry and finish in last place. Nah. That's not how you win a championship. You win a championship by saying, right, cool, things aren't great. What are we going to do? We're going to do our best. We're going to drive the car as quickly as we possibly can within the confines of the limits. Get ourselves in the top 10, top 5. If you can scrape a podium, that's brilliant, right? But you still have to deliver, even when it's not your day. Even if things go wrong, it's how you pick yourself up and how you get back going.
And just to go on the topic of the motocross, I think you're talking about Jeffrey Hurdles. Which he's the most driver with most wins in MXGP history. I have to look it up on Google, on Wikipedia. So I had to go for my sources, but I remember who you're talking about. But anyway, coming back to the track, yeah, you don't have a perfect car all season. You might have an all-round car that is going to be good at everything that it does, but it's not going to be good. Mm-hmm. And you can extract the most out of the car. It's not going to be, the fastest car around this track, but it's going to be good enough for you to get a solid result. But if you can extract something and make that car work, it's going to be great. But it takes a special driver for you to have the symbiosis relationship with the car and do something like that. Regardless if it is here in VEC or other platforms on LMVS, you don't have a car that is going to be perfect all shapes and sizes. You have to. That's why most of the teams have engineers, and they have to craft out with the drivers the best setup as they go, and they are doing their hours and their servers to ensure that the car is performing at its best in race time.
And sort of with the team manager and engineer side of things, obviously with Race Clutch and their association with Alpine Esports, Jürgen Berg and the team manager of that, he is so well involved with his teams and drivers, making sure that that all the drivers are comfortable, that they're up to speed, that everything is nice and set up. I remember, obviously, for Formula Accelerate Finals, Petter Balak, part of Alpine Esports, was there. Jürgen Van Bergen accompanied it, and they had their sheet of all their wheel settings and things like that, and he was there around Petter Balak for the entire event, making sure he's set up, making sure he's comfortable, making sure he's ready to go. And that is obviously a really good thing, because when it comes to esports teams, again, you've got varying levels of professionalism and seriousness and competitiveness. But at the top end, like we have got for the vast majority of the Virtual Endurance Championship, you have got the drivers, the engineers, the strategists, all these different things that come into play. It's not just the drivers that make a say in terms of the overall outlook of the session. It's also the people you don't necessarily see on circuit.
Yeah. I remember, like, for example, the VS competition team. Of course, they're not here, but for example, whenever Ibrahim Khan, Alan Terzic, and everybody else used to do, they had Felix and Delp. which is their engineer. And he used to drive for the cars as well. He used to drive here in VEC a long time ago, but he now majorly works as their engineer. Like I said, for regardless if it is VEC or other events. But he's always working closely with drivers to try to extract the best, looking at telemetry and doing every single thing. And even in my team of sorts, we have people that look at telemetry to try to maximize every single tenth of a second possible with the setup that we have in the track to ensure the performance that we have is the best one available at all times.
For sure, and you know, sim racing is serious business, and I know fundamentally, yes, it's pretend race cars on pretend racetracks. Like, cool, what are you doing? But it's not that deep, but it is, right? There is some big money in sim racing. So many people do it full time. So many people are able to, you know, call it their career and things. They spend 6, 7, 8 hours a day practicing, making sure they're ready for the next event. So many things are, you know, coming into this to make it a big, serious thing. And you know, we've got those huge championships, you know, across all different platforms, big organizations coming in, making, you know, these things happen. You have to take it seriously. You can't just turn up and say, "It'll do." Oh yeah, we're rocking up on a default setup and 10 laps of practice, and we're just going to hope for the best.
10 laps?
10 laps. Honestly, that's generous. That's actually a decent amount of practice for me when I was actually sim racing. But you can't. That's why this is where I'm going. That's why you're not going to be very successful, because you need that level of preparation. Yes, sometimes you might get lucky, but you know, you need to prepare. You need to feel ready. Just to compete, because everyone else has risen to that standard that you have to do 6, 7, 8 hours a day just to be able to match what your competitors are doing.
Yeah, that is true, especially at the high level. Of course, I say I'm a casual driver. I do events here and there, but it's like you were saying. That's why I was joking about the 10 laps. Like Lorenzo, yo, dude, how many laps have you done? Me, 4 laps.
It'll do.
It'll do. Because it's like casual racing, but we're racing fun. And if you understand the car and how it works, with 4 laps, great. You're a racing genius, but I'm not a racing genius. I'm a pleb. So I try to get the opportunities of doing the pleb racing the best way I can. I try to do the best of myself, because I've already had my aneurysms. Fair share of aneurysms, try to break down the setup of the car. Things like that. For example, whenever I was doing VC a long time ago and trying to help out my team, I'm gonna try to give you the best feedback available. Make sure, oh no, we might have to put up something on the rake, or the anti-roll bars may need some tweaking. And even then, we still didn't get the best setup whenever we were doing races on our cars.
Yeah. And honestly, it's so easy to get overwhelmed sort of with setup pages and things, because you look at it and you think, what? Like you just think you've got so many numbers and changes in front of you, and you can't. It's difficult to comprehend what's going on, especially for people that are a little bit new. That is sideways for the McLaren just ahead of the shot, going into the Sky chicane. So people the rear brakes, maybe so as well. You may do so as well when going a little bit sideways. But honestly, setups and things is massive, especially on like bigger platforms, say like rFactor and things, because there are so many fine intricacies. You can change the anti-roll bar, you can change the toe, the camber, the caster, all the anti-roll bar stuff, the ride height, the brake bias, the brake ducts, how much cooling you're going to get, and that's just sort of the tip of the iceberg. You know, there are so many fine little tunings that you have to do, and you can't neglect any of them, because they all make a difference in their own way. And you know, a couple of clicks to the left, a couple of clicks to the right does make a huge difference.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we're not even counting, let's just say, with the in-car tools, of course, right? So with the fact that you can change the ABS level, you can change the traction control level, you can change the throttle level. Change. If I remember, I'm trying to remember. I think it was the Ferrari that had like 3 traction controls. You can switch them back and forth.
Maybe.
So it's not just that those setup things that you can do pre-race to ensure the car drives very well, but it's also the in-car setups that also can help the stability of the car and still ensure that it can be fast rather than, maybe switch back the brake bias a little bit more to try to make the car more weird as the stint goes on to avoid the front end to lock up more and more or have more grip or have less wear before you go into the pit stop and then you maybe do a double stint. It's those tiny things that make racing for me compelling, especially in endurance racing, even though we kind of sometimes say that a 6-hour race, 24-hour race, 12-hour races are always a sprint at a certain perspective.
Yeah, in some cases you have to have sort of dynamics of all areas of racing, as that is the virtual drivers by TX3 LMP2 in the barrier facing the wrong way at the Roger. That's interesting. Maybe just having a bit of a mistake there, running their way through. Not entirely sure who is at the wheel at the moment. It's definitely not going to be Danielle Kanishaki for Sim3 Esports. It might be, yeah, Alessandro Tognin. Unfortunately, still yet to get himself back onto the circuit.
Okay, here we go. Okay, the car is about to move. He wants to move the car.
That's the thing with endurance racing as well. There's so many cars on track. It's so busy. It's like trying to turn your way off a motorway, but you can't because all the different cars are just flying past you. You can't wait for a gap. There is one. He shoots his way forward over the anti-cut curbs, back onto the circuit. One small incident there cost him 25, 30 seconds.
Easily.
That's essentially, half a pit stop, just from one small mistake.
Yeah, it doesn't help the fact that he's also a lap down on P19 as well.
Yeah, not great. And not what we would usually expect for that drivers by TX3.
Suboptimal.
Suboptimal. Boom. Channeling our Ines Lewis because he is always here in spirit, always uplifted in the commentary, I suppose. He's an alright guy, I suppose. He does well.
His shadow lurks
everywhere. He's omnipresent in sim racing. And unfortunately for virtual drivers by TX3, easy spin, right? That happens. We've seen that way too many times. It's an easy mistake to make.
Especially with heavy braking, because you want to try to, go heavily into those corners, try to carry as much speed as you can, but sometimes the car will not collaborate with you, especially on the turn end, and eventually it will spin you out like that.
Yeah, it's, so again, come back to, I guess, setups and things like that, being comfortable in your car, because you're trying to accommodate two, I'd say for a 6-hour, maybe 2, 3 drivers maximum. But when we get to maybe the 12, 24-hour races, you've got 3, 4 drivers you've all got to accommodate into one single car. And those 4 drivers, as good as they might be, will have different driving styles, right? They'll have different ways of tackling the car. And you've got to make compromises in that setup. Maybe that could be part of the reason that we see a couple of mistakes coming in, because it's difficult to become accustomed to a setup where there's compromises being made.
Yeah, it kind of remembers me as there is a little bit of an overlap, or maybe battle for position behind Mitch Blair. I'm not sure. From what it looked like, it was the Need Racing in Turka Hakkinen overtaking what it looks like. I think, I was going to say Sim Racing for Holland, but I don't think that's the case. But coming back, it resembles a little bit like me and my team whenever we were trying to get setups for the IndyCar Championship. I was saying, okay, this setup is a little bit understeered. My teammate says, no, this is just perfect. My other teammate, no, this is way too oversteered. I cannot get the grips of the car into the track. Oh, this one says, oh, I cannot do left-hand turns properly. Or which is odd for me to say left-hand turns in the IndyCar because they can actually do left-hand turns. But anyway, it's hard for you to find the proper balance for the different driving styles, especially in teams that you have so many aggressive drivers, and even though they are aggressive, they want to be aggressive in so many different fashions, as now P2 is going to block the oncoming LMP2 car right behind him. That's P15. the LMP2 class, which is basically the title sponsor from what it looks like the Ramada LMP2 that got blocked off and lost time in the press off 3 wide over Grande. And somehow, some way they made it work, and I did gestures in Italian.
Yeah,
While they were doing this.
the flashbacks to last season, because there was a very similar incident. It was Michi Hoyer in LMP2 and one of the GTEs. That exact thing going into Curva Grande did not end pretty for anyone that was there last year at the 6 hours of Monza. Thankfully it has. We have got an interesting fight developing though. Yimi Lusa versus Mikhail Sedlacek. Satellite Racing versus Tom again, Sim Racing, fighting over the top spot as we've ticked over in very well into the second hour of racing action here at Monza. 4 hours and 43 minutes left to go. And, well, a fight for the lead is exactly what we want. Also with Mark V not a million miles away either for Blackhawk Racing. There you can see in the Aston Martin fielding a slightly different livery as well. Quite a close fight a little bit further down as well. But a quarter of a second separating the lead. Can't complain, Lorenzo.
How dare you actually complain about this?
Yeah, that's true. You've got no reason to complain. It's beautiful. It's what we like to see. And again, showing the competitiveness of the Virtual Endurance Championship, because in other formats, you'd have, you know, a 30-second gap at this stage in a race, and yet there's nothing bigger than 12 and a half.
Yeah, and the worst thing for us is kind of like having those 30 seconds of gaps. And for us in the broadcast, we probably would be snoring, because we don't want boring races where you have like the full lap basically of dominance by on the field itself, already on the first pit stop or the first stint. We want to see drama, we want to see some action in the track, and that's what we're getting. That's why these guys are putting maximum effort to try to, like I said before, close out the first race of the season with a very good start and lead them off into this nearly year-long championship with solid results going forward.
Indeed. So, well, to sort of sum up this race so far, the Vanwall Le Mans Hypercar, as it stands, Tom Lartley for Race Clutch has a firm lead over Martin Marguli for Winchit Racing Team, with Simfreem Esports second place in the championship last season, round off the podium. Michi Hoyer, Tucker Hacken of the top 5. Then we look to the LMP2s, Darius Andre for Gold Racing Esports having a good run on their debut in Division 1 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. Martin Hemerson and Timotei Andonovski for Scuderia Ferrari Esports, the podium. Vale Corsa and Hyperion Esports, the top 5. And then we make our way into GT3. This is the battle we're seeing right now. The fight for the lead is still carrying on. We've got Yimi Lusa for Satellite, Mikhail Sedlacek for Thomas Eng with Blackhawk Racing, Scuderia Lone and Wanako rounding off the top 5. And well, we say that the lead is as it is very, very loosely, because it can very much change in a couple of moments time. It could change into pretty much any corner that we find our way into. It all depends on if/when Mikhail Sedlacek wants to push the button.
Yeah, but I think at this point of the race, if I'm Sedlacek, knowing that they don't go 50 barely the hour, they struggle to get over the hour, I think there is no need for him to be aggressive early on and try to save that extra lap of fuel. You know, and they're still fast. They are breaking away a little bit from P4, even though P3 their class is just as close. And Blackhawk Racing, but Scuderia Leone, Monaco or Taco team, they're not aware as close as them at this point of the race so far. So they can really let go off the gas a little bit and relax. Just work the fuel, see if we can get an extra lap, and I think they're going to be good for the remainder of the race, even though they still going to have to put, like you said before, maybe 2/3 of a full stint whenever they go into the box for the final pit stop.
Yeah, another round of pit stops for the LMP2s as well, by the way. We are up to the next 40-minute mark in this race. We've got, well, pretty much half of the LMP2 field. We've got On-Off Racing, Netrec, Shaw Clark, Valley Corsa, Go Team, Gold Racing, our race leaders, Seawolf Net Racing, Undercover Rajan as well, a little bit further down in the field. So once again, will be interesting to see how this develops with them and how they're going to be doing in terms of their tyre strategy and things, whether they're double stinting or something or other. I remember last season, Colin Spork started the Race Clutch car, triple stinted a set of soft compound tyres, which he struggled to do, but he did manage to do it. I think perfect conditions, you can get away with a good bit of tyre saving here at Monza, because out and out, you know, the tyres aren't over under, you know, excessive wear. I mean, yes, there's some heavy braking zones in fast corners, but compare it to maybe the likes of Silverstone or something, you know, in that vein. You know, a lot of high-speed, twisty corners. You can save quite a good chunk of tyre around Monza and get away with, you know, stretching them quite far into a race.
I'm trying to wonder how much of tire threat can you actually keep on a car like this, the GT3s in Monza. Like I said before, it's majorly flat, so you only have mainly right-hand corners where the front and the rear lefts are going to be more, you know, wasted than usual. But how much you spend in terms of tire wear, whatever you're coming into pit lane, let's say maybe off the top of my head 30-40% of the tire tread on the left side only in comparison to the right side.
Maybe. Again, I've never driven competitively on rFactor 2. I've just never really gotten into it as much, so I'm probably the wrong person to ask in that vein. But Cam Roger definitely would give you that insight. He's an all right guy, is Cam. He's obviously not with us here today because of other commitments, but he will be returning to the commentary booth later on in the season for plenty more appearances, and he'll be the one to ask because he does actually drive on rFactor 2 quite well sometimes. And yeah, he knows a lot more about the tyre deg and things. He's always the go-to when it comes to talking about strategies. And Undercover Rajan is going to be looking to pick his way past Leon Davies, looking to pick his way past George Weiss, the Seawolf Net Race machine, just ahead for 16th in class, going to the outside, going into the Roger. Not quite able to find his way up an extra place, but again, with the pit stops and things closing the gaps or even expanding the gaps a little bit, you've got to capitalise on chances like this. And Davies finds his way to the inside and 16th.
Yeah, I think he capitalized well on Weiss just making a little bit of a fumble, finding the middle lane, going through De La Raja, and then Davies, you know, just explore the full length of De La Raja chicane and get a really strong exit and then power out of the corner and do that overtake. But that was well worth as he now tries to make work of the 72 car. And there you go. There would be 3 wide. I expected it to be, but not so far. As now we're seeing more pit stops for the LMP2 as P2 and 3 are in the box, and Marty Hemmingsen coming out first. I think the other car might be the Rex GP car, which I think just went into the lane for their pit stop.
Indeed. So Timothy Andonovski there for Scuderia Ferrari. Interesting strategies at play because they're being able to stretch this car a couple laps longer than the rest of the field, which, to be fair, Ferrari are really good at. In the virtual world, their strategies are really, really good. Thinking to sort of the Formula Sim Racing World Championship with Alex Siebel and Dennis Jordan. Yes, vastly different open wheels compared to hypercars, but the strategies do help them out quite often in terms of securing some good results and have sort of put them in quite a good stead in terms of the championship, and I'm sure that's translating into the Virtual Endurance Championship with just being able to save the car as much as they can. Of course, Alex Siebel, Dennis Jordan, both incredibly quick drivers. Think back to season 14 where they won the GTE Championship with Red Bull Racing Esports. They definitely know what they're doing, and now sort of made the step into the LMP2s and looking to succeed with Ferrari and Andonovski as well alongside them in the cockpit. Into the pit lane though for Andonovski as he pulls his way quite nicely into his pit box. He'll fuel up the car and go again. The knock-on effect of being able to go a lap longer, it's a nice luxury to have because it gives you a lot more control in what you do with your strategy.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember now, what is the time that you have from the entry of the pits, the total pit time, you know, like not just fuel and things counting, because I think fuel for these cars is about 30 something seconds. So counting the entry of the pit lane might be about 60 kilometers ish. Yeah, I think they're still going to come out on top of Hemmingsen. So the question is how large that will be. No, actually Hemmingsen coming out on top gives the jump on the Andonovski's car. And the question is now how large of a gap that will be.
Good question. Curious, to say the least. I think when it settles down, we'll obviously have a look when it... well, there we go on the live time. About 8.5 seconds is the gap between Team Iris and Timotei Andonovski. I have to say, a little bit surprised to see Gold Racing Esports down to the top to 5th place. Maybe taking tiles on that last stint. Maybe they're only able to do a double stint, whereas others are potentially going for triples.
Yeah, because I'm thinking here, if I remember, fuel might be over 30 seconds. Tires might be around 16 seconds-ish. And they don't do it at the same time like the Van Walt does, so it makes sense for them to lose around 40-something seconds on the pit stall. Just like that.
Easily done. Well, with the triple stint, they'll do 40 minutes on this stint. They'll come in at 4 hours, which is nice because then they can do 3 triple stints, which works out quite nicely in terms of the tyres as compared to the Gold Racing Esports car. Is going to be what? So they're going to do double stints, which makes it a little bit more awkward for them. At some point, surely they've got to squeeze in a triple.
Yeah. Something like it, yeah. I'll be very honest, if they're saving that towards the end is a risky strategy in my opinion.
Yeah, that's true because they're going to be slower at the end of the race, which is not what you want. You want to be in control at that stage of the race and want to be charging forward. I don't know, maybe for a couple of these teams it's going to be triple stints for the opening moments and then doubles to the end. And maybe Gold Racing are just doing the reverse, or they're going to stick with doubles to the end. But I don't understand that because that surely does. If you can stretch the tyres to a triple stint, then do that and sort of maintain that good pace because 30 to 35 seconds for a tyre change is a long time. Obviously, it's going to be quite difficult for them to close back up again. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see because their raw pace and raw consistency looks really good. So let's hope they've got the strategy to match it.
Yeah, let's hope so. But so far, it's working out for them. They managed to get a second off on Hemmingsen, so apparently they are working that car to the very extreme limits of it and also breaking away from the Valle Corsa car, which is in 3rd place, to try to give him chase.
Yeah, and working together a little bit, I suppose. I mean, that's definitely what I'd be doing, especially with the Team Iris car working their way about 7 seconds in front. To be fair to Andonovski, he has picked his way up about 1.5 seconds, but that might be because of this onslaught of GT3s and traffic in general to negotiate their way through, because that's probably what slowed down Hemmingsen by about 1.5 seconds. Andonovski, I think, has actually caught them at a perfect point going into the Parabolica, because one of the biggest differences between the GT3s and the LMP2s is their straight line speed. Andonovski is just going to put his foot to the floor, say cheers boys in a bit, and not lose too much time, which has actually allowed him to gain that 1.5 seconds on the Team Iris car, Martin Hemmingsen. Same too for the Valle car, which is now flirting on the edge of a 1 second gap to Scuderia Ferrari. This is looking like a spicy fight in the LMP2s. Oh, no! The GT3s have sent each other off as well. That is huge, and they've actually collected the Valle car in it as well. The McLaren jumps across the circuit. Who is that involved? Oh my goodness me. What has happened in the GT3s going into the Rettifilo chicane? Huge off, and thankfully not had too big of an impact on those LMP2s.
Yeah, that could have gone wrong so badly. So badly on turn number 1. Luckily, I think for everyone, especially through the Valle car involved, looks like got away unscathed. Even though the time loss for the Valle car was actually quite big, as we're seeing more issues, and I think that looks like to be the Deuce's car that is having issues on the first last run.
Yeah, I think so. Having a bit of a spin in the Porsche. Of course, the Juice's car fielding a new livery and a new car for season 15. I mean, they're all fielding a new car, but a different manufacturer in the form of the Porsche as opposed to the Ferrari they fielded for last season. Not quite getting to grips with it just yet. Liam Wright's under a lot of pressure from the Arnage car of Adam Pinches, just in behind, as you can see, in that very striking white and pink Mercedes. Not a lot of pink on the Arnage car, which is a little bit underwhelming, but anyway, they're having a brilliant fight for the 8th place as it is. Satellite Racing on the inside, you can see that baby blue and white McLaren 720S versus the Mercedes AMG GT3 machine going to the outside through Parabolica. It's quite a nice line to be on, actually, because you can carry quite a decent amount of speed through. Pinches finds his way up into 8th place, and once again, Arnage showing why they're very good in the Virtual Endurance Championship. This is what happened for the GT3s.
Oh.
That's
Oh.
rough. Ouch. That is
At the very least.
that's a Monza moment right there. It just seemed like under braking, they just sort of merged into each other. Small bit of contact. I mean, where do you sort of attribute the blame as well? Liam Grant's trying to unlap himself relative to the armed cybercar, which made a mistake, trying his best to stay as close to the Arnage car as possible. And, well, the armed cybercar, of course, picks his way back through anyway through Curva Grande just by taking the outside line. But, a little bit of action there going into the rFactor chicane on the last couple of laps of the GT3s.
Yeah, Liam Rand's getting his fair share of emotions in 2 laps.
Yeah, he's been through the trial by fire, I suppose. But I suppose, where do you attribute the blame? Because obviously Liam Rance had a say in that incident with the Porsche. Did he move left, or did the Porsche, did the Porsche move to the right?
And I really want to look at the replay again. From what it looks like, that might have been on Rand's. Let's look at it again.
Let's dissect it. So the Juice's car, obviously the one we were following, Chase Cam. For all the sim racing elite, it's making you sick, but it's a replay, so we can get away with it. He's going to go to the left. You can see the valet car lapping as well, going through. That's, of course, that fight with the Scuderia Ferrari. The Juice's car goes to the left, which he's entitled to do so. The gap is there. He holds his line fairly straight. Look at the gap, obviously, to the white line on the left-hand side. There is Liam Rance ever so slightly drifting over under brakes. Same too with the Juice's car. They just sort of merge together. There's the pinch. It's front left to rear right, which is never a good recipe. Sends the Juice's car sideways. Obviously, this is their quickest, the highest amount of speed they're going to be carrying into a corner, the heaviest braking zone on the circuit. And unfortunately, just sent sideways into the side of the valet car, which thankfully hasn't been disrupted too much. I mean, the gap to Scuderia Ferrari has grown by about 2.5 seconds, but I don't think it's done an extensive amount of damage there. You can see it in full time and just backwards into the side of the LMP2.
Yeah, luckily somehow, some way for Liam, it wasn't that much of an impact. You can see there's some dents on the front left side of the car. Like you can see right above the wheel rim, that tire rim, there is some dents on the car, but mechanically I don't think there's major damage on it. Of course, Deuces, I think, had to retire the car, but for me the most impressive is the Valle Corsa car, who got actually shunted on the side, still being able to go on.
Yeah, that is very impressive. I think the angle in which he was hit made it so that it's not a massive issue. Obviously, usually what you see is steering geometry, the toe and the camber getting massively affected, and you get track ends bent and things like that force toe, which obviously leaves you with your left hand down, stuck to crab and things like that. Those are the things you don't want. But
yeah,
a tap to the sides, yeah, it might cause a bit of a dent, could maybe induce some unpredictability in the car's handling or something like that. But it's definitely not going to be anywhere near as bad as taking a rear wing off or bending a trackward end or anything like that. I think they've gotten away all right with it. Obviously not ideal. They might still be sort of a little bit shaken mentally, and also their car could have a little bit more drag or whatever is going to be the case with a dented side point. But out and out, I'd say they got pretty lucky with where they got hit.
Yeah, absolutely. What could have been a potential first full course yellow didn't become that, because luckily they were in the braking zone, so the impact could have been much worse. And Nisla having some issues with this mid-pace or second half of the stint in the GT3s, up to the point that now the Black Hawk car is right behind.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's keep an eye on this. Obviously, Mikhail Sedlacek was able to find his way through while we were probably dissecting that incident further down in the GT3s. But yes, Mark Viet has closed his way in to what could well turn this into a 3-car fight for the GT3 lead. Of course, Mikhail Sedlacek wants absolutely no part in that whatsoever, and is going to be trying to extend the gap while he can. But that satellite racing car has dropped down in terms of its pace recently, and now the BlackRock car is saying, all right, cheers boys, I'm gonna try and get myself involved now. Mark Viet looking very menacing in the black and red BlackRock car, I must say, looking very, very good indeed. Defensive goes Nuslo though to the right hand side of the circuit. Which way is Viet going to decide to go when they get to the braking zone of the Rettifilio? The track narrows up, of course, which does invite Mark Viet to go to the left hand side, gives him the outside under braking. He has got the LMP2 car there to be mindful of. Outside line turns to the inside, and Yuminus's turn around, not quite able to give him the space on the apex. They continue their run side by side as the Ferrari LMP2 works his way to the inside. They're now going to go too wide through Curva Grande.
Scrappy, real scrappy from Veet coming around the corner. He's going to have the advantage coming into the next corner again, nearly a Hamilton battle situation right there as they go into Della Raja, but that was very, very, very scrappy in between them as they have the Vale Corsa car going around the Lasmos. If you're Nisla, how pissed off are you to get like some pit maneuver done? Turn number one, lose the momentum, even though you still kept the car on the track, but lose the position in the process. And if you're actually, would you submit a protest to race control because like he from what it looked like didn't have the gap, even though he was like quarter panel out into the second half of the rectificator chicane.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not overly sure. I mean, I mean, I think it's quite similar to sort of the Verstappen-Hamilton incident at Monza.
Yeah.
Quite
We're
sort of
gonna
in
get
that
a replay
vein.
of that.
Hopefully we can. We can dissect it a little bit more. The slow-mos always help because at first glance you can never really tell too much.
Yeah.
So we'll have a look. We'll dissect it properly. It seemed to me that V did get was come across on a little bit. I'd say not necessarily. You know, maybe Nisler was right to take the space away from him or whatever, but if he had given the space, he wouldn't have been turned around. And that's the thing. It's about trying to avoid an incident before it starts. It's all good being right. If you are involved in an incident, you can say, oh yeah, there was an incident, but I was the one in the right. I'd just rather not be in an incident full stop and do my best to avoid it.
No, absolutely. And this is what makes racing at this point, you know, difficult and hard. I don't know if Nisla is on more worn-out tires than the Black Hawk racing car is, or if the compound that the Black Hawk car is in is much better than Nisla's compound is at this point in the race. But really looking forward to see that replay to check out if Nisla actually turned on Veet on the second half of the rectificator chicane and then break this down. Okay, here we go.
Well, side by side, I'd say, well, if Veet, let's put it this way, if Veet wasn't alongside, Nisla wouldn't have been spun, right? There's no two ways about that. He is there, he is alongside, and he does deserve some space. So again, at the apex, where is he's not necessarily half a car, but he's nose ahead of the rear wheel arch, which to me says, give me some space. And it just seems that Nisla comes over to the left, tries to take the apex away from him. Yeah, I don't know. Thankfully, there wasn't too much time lost because they both ended up side by side anyway. But yeah, I'd probably put that more on Nisla than Veet.
No, I agree. Like I'm trying to use my Mexican accent from Bulbito. Racing incidente.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Nice. I like that. Beautiful. Nice. All right. That's the Lorenzo Bondo treatment, ladies and gentlemen. That is the quality that we get. Is that he channels.
From whenever you actually get some commentary, the broadcasting quality goes up. For me, it's always down. It's always at its slowest.
Well, thankfully, in about 20 minutes' time, I say that, that's really hard. We are going to get Ewan in the booth. We are going to say goodbye to Lorenzo Bondo at some point. Yes, he has joined us for the opening 2 hours of Thrift Race. It'll be me and Ewan for an hour, and then he and Vida Heatley will take you through the final 2 hours of this race. So, yeah, we've got some nice commentary ahead of us, and we have had the luscious sounds of Lorenzo Bondo's voice for the last hour and 40 minutes. Now the final 20 minutes of his time in the Veteran Endurance Championship booth, and then of course I'm sure we're going to see him throughout the season also, because it's Lorenzo Bondo. We can't say goodbye to him too soon.
No, you're not going to get rid of me that easily this season.
We tried so hard. We're joking. It's fine because
yet so far. Yeah,
I know. We can only get so far before you keep coming back. You're like, oh,
I'm like a weed.
Exactly, you're just always there. Can never quite get rid of you, no matter how hard we try. You're always going to be growing back, just a sore thumb. No matter how.
Oh, don't tell me about thumbs, Zach. All right, let me tell you a story. Now we're gonna see the GT3 spitting. I actually slammed my thumb into the Uber door while I was actually dropping off my girlfriend at the airport yesterday. Not yesterday, on Thursday. Not the deepest sight to see on my thumb.
I can imagine. I've also got a story. My thumb is still pretty sore. I've started an apprenticeship at a local dealership in the workshop, and to empty, obviously you take the sun plug out, you empty the oil out of a car.
Okay.
The oil drainer that we use, we've got these massive tanks. It's got an adjustable arm, and then it's got a nice big pan that you catch. Obviously, oil is slippery. Oil is also quite hot. So as I picked up the thing, I've still not been able to tighten it in order to hold it in place. So it slipped out of my hand, dropped, and crushed my thumb, which really hurt.
Mate. Oh no.
Really hurt. But it's fine because I trucked on and I got the job done and I didn't cry that night. It's fine. I'm all good. Anyway, Jimmy Nussler and quite a heavy contingent of the GT3s are into the pit lane. As you can see, Diogo Silva, Chibin Balau as well for Visser Esports jumping into the car and, well, taking the wheel of the BMW. And of course, we're still waiting on the Le Mans Hypercars, the Van Wals, to come in probably about 10 minutes time as well. 20 minutes off the hour for their second stop. The GT3s, again, the changes made have been made, you know, pretty. They're working. Let's put it that way. They're going to make for a spicy end to this race.
Oh, it will. We're not going to say this is done and dusted. If we say this is done and dusted on a 6-hour race already, 2 hours in, we would be surprised. By the way, did I just see a penalty from Nissan?
I think he's been given a couple of seconds of a time penalty for that incident with Mark Veet for coming across, even though he actually lost time by doing it. I suppose so did Mark Veet, and they're punishing the incident, not the consequence, which is the right thing to do.
Fair, it's very fair.
Nussler, a couple of seconds. Again, it's not going to be overly harsh. It's not race ruining. It's just a slap on the wrist. Don't do that again.
Okay. It's kind of like that motherly punishment or something. I don't know what you're saying.
Put him in timeout.
Okay. Like it's kind of like the teacher sending you that bad student to the corner.
Yes, I would say so. Go to the naughty corner.
And put up the hat.
Oh yeah. Unless Jimmy Allison has just told us that he's not actually assigned any penalties from race control, so potentially could be just a coincidence that it's Nussler. Maybe he's exceeded the track limit. So obviously we've got it all wrong, and we're wrong. Track limits, because the original theory was speeding in the pit lane. He's not been in the pit lane for some time, so it's not going to be that. Track limits, however, have already played a factor in terms of giving penalties out to some of the drivers out here today.
How easily is... Okay, let me rephrase the question. English, such a complicated language for Brazilian. But anyway, coming back. How easy is for you to get a track limits penalty on a track limits?
Fairly. I'd say fairly. Again, Monza, it doesn't have an extensive amount of runoff, like a couple of circuits. You know, it does... You know, it's basically you've got track or you've got grass, but you can still cut. I suppose the exit of Ascari is one. The exit of Parabolica could be one. Here at the Roger, maybe you take too much curb and you get yourself a track limits penalty. The exit maybe of the Lesmos. I suppose it depends where the track limit line is. I'd say it's probably on the end of the curb where that white line is, but you don't really have a lot of room to play with. Because if you extend too much, you're in the gravel. But I suppose in that fine little grey area between track and gravel, you have got a track limits incursion. But they have got 24 points allowances, so they can exceed the track. I say can. They have that allowance up to 24 in order to extend. So already, not even 2 hours into this race, they've exceeded 24. We have, yes.
We have more answers. Jim Zuba actually just confirmed it on our YouTube chat.
Nice. Okay, cool. Speeding in the pit lane. Again, easily done. track limits, contact penalties, you know, they come easy because especially here at Monza, it's a straight line into the pit lane. It hasn't got a corner or anything, so you're not
Right at the corner.
Yeah, and you know you're accelerating out of Parabolica, and then you're coming into a straight entry pit lane, which for me, you know, sometimes can be seen as quite an easy pit lane, but I think it's actually quite the opposite because you haven't got many references. If you go to a track like maybe Spa or the Nürburgring or something like that, you've got a corner going into the pit lane, so you treat it as any other corner on the track. You slow down, you bring it in, and then you're already at that speed. Whereas with a straight line entry, it's like, okay, well, I just need to brake and hope I slow down in time because you're carrying more speed in. So yeah, I'd say, you know, when we go to Daytona and things like that, where, you know, it is a straight line into the pit lane, I'd say you're actually more susceptible to a speeding penalty.
Yeah, and we have to also take into consideration that whenever they go to Daytona, it's a 24-hour race, and the entry is still the NASCAR-like entry. So you brake like you never braked in your life. It's kind of like braking to avoid the rush hour traffic and hit a car in the back of a car, like on the M4 or something like that. Whatever, if you are in Britain, of course. I'm in Portugal, so I would say like the A1 or something like it. So it is not easy at all. And then keep that speed consistent to the pit lane if you're using a pit limiter or not. I would be surprised if people would not be using the pit limiter here.
Oh, of course they are. I mean, it's a tool there to help. I'd suppose, like we've seen in other endurance races, maybe they're disabling it to clutch in and get as close as possible to the limiter. Because the thing with the limiter, obviously, it flashes between, you know, say if it's at 60, it'll go 59.60, 59.60. Whereas if you disable the limiter, because obviously the limiter itself runs off the engine, so if you sort of disengage the drivetrain by pressing in the clutch, you then disengage the limiter and control your speed at your own rate. But of course, you have got to be very careful with that because you could very easily speed. Even just 1 kilometer of an hour over could see you at speed in the pit lane, and that's a pretty hefty penalty, all for the sake of 1 kilometer an hour. So I personally wouldn't say it's worth it, but obviously these guys are high-level racing drivers, and every fraction of a second they can get will go a long way. A couple of drivers from the Van Wals heading their way into the pit lane as well for their second stop, about 11 minutes off the hour. So again, pretty interesting run of form for the Van Wals. Going to make for a very interesting final stop because this time it's going to be 3 hours and 15, 2 hours and 20, an hour and 25, which means they're going to have a 25? No, that will be a 30-minute smash and dash to the end. So similar to the E3s, the Van Wals are going to have a decent chunk of a full stint as their final run to the line.
Yeah, and what surprises me, for example, in the Van Wals is the gap that Race Clutch has to everybody else, keeping them very, very, very honest on their intentions, you know. Pushed on early on, maximize the traffic usage, and that's why they had 9 seconds to the pit lane. But that was well brought up that the Andonovski somehow, some way struggling on the second stint. No. Lowered the gap to about 7 seconds, 6.5 seconds, but out of the blue, caught up by P3, you know, and now re-engages on a battle for podium spots on the LMP2 class.
Yes, well, we have got this very intriguing fight. We've got the gold racing car of Thomas Imborg, obviously taking the wheel away from Darius Andre, who did a double stint start. Have now found themselves onto some fresh hard compound tyres and are chasing after the leaders. We saw they lost about 25-30 seconds or so changing the tyres initially, but on the triple stinting leaders of Martin Emerson and Tim Sandonovski, who have triple stinted their set of hards, they are losing a ton of time, and now Imborg is making some inroads on the top two. He's now got the Scuderia Ferrari Esports car in front of him. He's going to want to make quick, light work of Andonovski as soon as he possibly can. He's going to go to the inside off the road, giving the squeeze. Is he just about able to keep his nose ahead? They've got also, the race car leaving the pit lane. That was so close to contact, and now Imborg's going to go late on the brakes into the Reticilio chicane. He's locked the rears. There's contact as Andonovski is set wide. He's over the sausage curve, and Imborg still able to find a way through until Andonovski gives the position up. Oh, that was carnage.
That was right in front of the leader. He nearly ended the life of the race clutch.
Very, very easily so. Leaving the pit lane, and yeah, Nick De Silva probably wasn't having a fun time. He's now obviously taken the wheel away from Tom Lartalou. Breathe. Everyone settle down. Let's bring the heart rates back down to a normal level. Peace. Let's just have a moment.
Wait. Okay, I really want to look at the replay because my point of view, he has to give the position back.
Inboard.
Yeah.
Why?
You basically sent, because you skidded off the car into the track, you sent Andonovski outside into the service area of the rFactor chicane.
Yeah. It was, well, yeah, thinking back on it, it was quite an aggressive move, locked the rears, tapped the side of the Ferrari, it didn't really give much space. Maybe it does constitute giving the position back, which if it does, if he needs to, he needs to give it back now, while it's only half a second and not 5. Maybe he's going to do it now.
Okay,
he's going to do it. Nice, that's good. That's good. They're also allowing one of the other LMP2s to find their way through, and well, Inboard's going to lose the place also to the Team Iris car, which isn't the one that's leading the way, I don't think, because they're 11.5 seconds clear. But yeah, Tom Inborg has now got to find his way back past the Ferrari, and that's put him 2 laps essentially behind schedule.
Yeah, because I was wondering, he went that aggressive on turn 1 and expect to come out on the top of the Ferrari. It's not going to work like that, you know. Of course, they're probably going to get away of receiving a penalty, you know, maybe, you know, cause a collision or something like that. Maybe like it would be a small penalty, but nevertheless, Inborg is showing that he has the speed. He can already cut up once again. He's in the draft of the 39, and Andonovski is going to be in a world of trouble moving forward. The question if there is any floor damage for Andonovski since he went over the sausage curbs of the service area.
Yeah, that is. There's an interesting display of action, let's put it that way, but Andonovski, yeah, not too ideal. Got that game-induced slowdown as well, which forced him behind Thomas Inborg. So it was just an awkward affair for everyone involved. You know, quite a close call, it must be said, is nearly chopping his nose off there as Thomas Inborg and a well with Timotei Andonovski getting really close to the Wincheck racing car just in front as they battle their way now. The lap Team Iris car is battling away with Thomas Inborg as well. Side by side they're going to run, and now he's robbing him with the slipstream. The Team Iris car there is stopping Inborg from getting in behind Andonovski and stopping him from going for the move. He's late on the brakes into the rFactor, but no changes in this fight for second. Inborg at some point he's got to find a way through, right? Because this is a stint that he cannot waste. This is his quick stint. This is the stint that he burst his way to the front. He cannot waste this, spending 5 laps getting past Andonovski.
And plus, he cannot get bothered by the fact that there's a Team Iris car, despite being a back marker, that is battling with them of sorts. And kind of like stealing track position out of Inborg, coming out of the corners, where he cannot overtake, and thus the gap only widens between both of these cars to Hemmingsen and the other Team Iris car that is actually leading this race.
Yeah, they're having an up and down day, but at the moment, Team Iris starting the season off fairly well. Thomas Inborg now very close to the rear end of Andonovski. Is he going to go for the move into Ascari? He's going to think about it, pulls out to the left-hand side. Is he going to be brave enough on the brakes? Yes, he is. They're going to go too wide. Andonovski the long way round. Quickly gives him the inside for the second part, but Inborg keeps his foot and takes second place in spectacular fashion. And the Gold Racing Esports car gets himself up now into that chase for the lead. Scuderia Ferrari under a bit of pressure from the lap Team Iris car. Thomas Inborg, now it's crunch time, and now he cannot be susceptible to a counter-attack from Andonovski, and this is pivotal. If Andonovski wants to continue to fight with Inborg, he needs to get the move done into the rFactor. I don't think he is. Thomas Inborg now home free, 11.5 seconds he needs to close the race lead.
And I think Andonovski would need to, you know, chill. I'm going to say chill the nerves. Maybe I think he's going to be slightly frustrated with Inborg doing that dive on the Ascari chicane. You can even see that he slowed down to the Team Iris car, so I think he let the Team Iris car go too. But the question is, does that car have problems of going over the curves aggressively like that on the Ascari chicane? Wow.
It was brave. It was brave, but
to say the very least.
It was audacious as well, very and ambitious. So many different words you can throw at that one, but fair play to Imborg. And again, takes two to tango. Great respect given from both of them. They knew the stakes in that battle, but both of them sort of gave their respect. Go on.
No,
yeah.
It is explained
why.
Oh,
it's fresh mediums, not even fresh hards.
So he explained that the was going to be much faster on the second, or moving forward to Imborg's fresh mediums.
Yeah, I expected this to be fresh hards, trying to go for maybe a quick double or even say for a triple. But now they're on the mediums. I suppose they're going to have to really make the most of this. This has got to be a double. The way they're pushing, there's no way this is more than a double stint.
No, not at all. No, not at all. This is going to basically be a full push. Maybe come into the pit stop and just do something that is going to be quite interesting in terms of strategy. But he's already breaking away quite considerably to Indanovsky, as now he's going to push turn number 1, and that performance looks like it is to be very well done from the car. I just wonder if there's still a protest done by the Ferrari team on that overtake into the Ascari chicane, despite the aggressiveness coming out on both drivers, defending and attacking on each side.
I'd say it's harsh but fair. It was hard racing, but I don't think either of them overstepped the mark. I think it was fair, as that's why from Imborg getting a little bit of gravel kicked up, as the Simfrim car picks their way past McLaren and is fighting quite hard. I have to say, not the best of days for that number 2 machine in the van. As you can see, Christopher Konek in 5th place. There he is, working his way through Ascari. So could be better for Simfrim after their 2nd place in the championship last season, but still, again, Race Clutch didn't have the best of starts at this race last season and still came forward to win the championship at the end of it. So not a lot of pictures that we can piece together this early on in the season. Still plenty to unpack. But yeah, in terms of that racing between Ferrari and Gold, there's nothing in it. Again, it was hard, it was fair, it was aggressive. Both of them wanted that position. Only one of them could have it. No one went off. No one was pushed wide. Fair, and I'd be surprised if there's any race control involvement.
No, I would be surprised as well looking at it again. But it is just that thing, high heat or high heated moments during the race where you want to analyze and overanalyze things. And now Imborg defense from the LMDH. There's a little bit of a lock over Simfrim.
Oh, and he's tagged round.
Oh no.
And he's tagged round and he rejoins the circuit over the sausage curbs, and that's huge for Imborg as it's gone from bad to worse. He now takes to the slalom. He's going to completely ignore it as much as he can, and that's rough. That is very, very rough for Thomas Imborg, and that's cost him what, 7.5 seconds to Valle, and then a further 3.5, so 11 seconds to the Ferrari car. That's that. Oh, that is basically put a massive shadow over the rest of the stint, and potentially even the rest of this race.
Yeah, definitely, and that basically puts a downlight on what is the end of my commentary stint, as we're getting to up the level of the broadcasting with Ewan O'Leary in a few seconds.
Good old Ewan O'Leary, yes, absolutely. We are going to say goodbye to Lorenzo Bonda. He's very much enjoyed his stint. I've enjoyed being alongside him. It's been a lot of fun to kickstart season 16 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. But to talk you through the next hour of racing action, myself, Zach Sweeney, and Ewan O'Leary. Ewan, what a chaotic start this has been.
Yeah, it's been a fun one to watch so far. A couple of hours gone now of a new season, and it's been enjoyable. But yeah, there's been incidents sprinkled among that as well. Not least the one that we've just seen for this car on our screens. Gold Racing Esports getting involved at the first chicane, unfortunately, with the Simfrim van wall hypercar there. Yeah, difficult one really to call. As Race Clutch, by the way, make their way up to 2nd place. But yeah, we've seen a lot of those incidents so far, really, and it's to be expected around here at Monza. We're just pleased that throughout the first chicane, at least at the front, on the very first start of the race, that they got through nicely, because Monza is famous for first chicane incidents.
Yeah, honestly, fair play to these guys, because the last couple of seasons we've seen a number of problems going into turn 1, but everyone kept it nice and clean. Everyone was on their best behaviour to kickstart season 16, so nice job. There's Michi Hoyer leading the way for the Van Wall, but very quickly being chased down by the race clutch car of Nick De Silva. Plenty of action still to come, and well, yeah, Tucker Hackman as well for NeedRacing.com making a step up to the Van Walls after NeedRacing.com taking second in the GTEs in season 15. A big jump to make, but they're handling pretty well so far.
Yeah, it's still it is a new season for everybody, and new challenges among that as well. By the way, I want to do a bit of an overall rundown in a few moments' time, because we've just gone past 2 hours. However, we are in the middle of a pit stop phase in LMP2 right now, so maybe now is not the ideal time, but in a moment we will give you a proper rundown of the top 10 in each class, just to kind of bring you up to speed with where we are in the race so far. But overall, Michi Hoyer is leading, and this is down to pit strategy a little bit. The race clutch car was leading by quite some distance, of course, early on. Well, I say quite some distance. It was not a huge gap, but it was a gap that they were running with at the time. And now Tom Lodsley has gotten out of that car. Nick De Silva has gotten into the reigning champions number 1. And he's chasing down Michi Hoyer, and he's already done it really, barely, 10 minutes into this stint, maybe less.
Yeah, he's really done a good job and has just been flying in terms of his pace. Michi Hoyer, of course, driving the car really nicely for Best Esport Next View, which are trying to obviously kickstart their season for season 16 and maybe run their way back to championship winning form. But Nick Silva straight away onto the back of Michi Hoyer, who does seem to be sliding a little bit of a snap there from Nick Silva, but not enough to see him spearing off into the barrier. I think that might be time for him to rein it in a little bit and slowly close onto the back of Hoyer.
Adam Taylor, by the way, in the YouTube chat reminded me that turn 1 was a bit of a mess. Well, I think my point is it could have been worse. Is the only thing. The only thing I can take from that. This is the incident we saw not so long ago. This is on board with the Simfreen Van Wall that has Thomas Inbold just in front. He's defending on the inside here in the LMP2. There you can see him on the inside. So the Simfreen car goes to the outside because they're trying to put a lap on Gold Racing, and then there's contact. Can't really stop it from that point, and Inborg ends up going around. It was a decent stint up until that point for Gold Racing, though. They were on the new tyres, they were chasing down the others. Some thought they could even get into the lead by the end of that stint. That wasn't never going to quite happen, as it became clear towards the end, and that incident certainly confirmed that.
It did. It was tough up until that point. Obviously, they did fight hard for every position that they were, gaining and things like that. A hard-fought fight for Scuderia Ferrari, and maybe they could have been in the lead, but now they've got a lot more work ahead of them in order to get themselves back into that form. But still plenty of positives to take, like their pace and consistency being pretty good. Just a couple of mishaps along the way to maybe iron out a little bit. Same too for Simfreen as well, to be fair. That was an unfortunate incident for them to be involved in. But regardless, we still have a brilliant fight here for the lead, just over 2 hours of the way into this race, and two drivers that are very much pushing the limits in order to potentially come out on top for 6 hours of Monza here for the first round of the Dutch Endurance Championship. But still a long way to go, and I doubt this battle is going to decide the win.
It may well not, of course, but I think these two teams will be in contention for the win by the end. Let's see where they are, of course, by that point, because there's still a long way to go. Oh dear, and probably 6 stops to make as well over the course of the day. They've already made 2. And so got quite a few more to come just yet. Michi Hoyer makes his way down the inside of the Gold Racing LMP2 then, and that's going to be fairly orderly in towards turn 1 on this occasion. And by the way, just in the background there, you can see the LMH of
We've just had an incident
NeedRacing.com in the background.
where a slower class blocks faster class. Stop blocking, guys. It will be a penalty for next race. Stop blocking.
Of course, Jimmy Allison with the job of race director, directing everybody to behave out on the circuit. But yeah, NeedRacing.com are not too far away either. They're in 3rd right now, making a big jump up, I think it's fair to say, from the GTE class, which they were so good in during last season, taking 2 race wins in the first 2 races, and then a few more podiums across the season as well. Unfortunately, a poor final round lost them the title in the end. But they've made a big jump up, and they're doing well in the highest class now after being in the slowest last season.
Yeah, honestly, I'm quite surprised at that. Obviously, NewRacing.com, very, very quick car over the course of season 15, as you say, with their race wins and podiums consistently up there. And yeah, unfortunate to have the title slip away from them, but it was a very hard-fought fight between themselves and the 70 for Juice's car as well. So again, it went back and forth, but they've decided, you know what, yeah, let's go for the jump. They're not, stepping up the ladder. They've not gone to LMP2 first. Straight into the van walls, and it is so far working out really well for them. Maybe doing in a lot of practice, getting used to that car as much as possible, but I'm sure going to be quite a learning curve for them, because again, the drivability between the GTEs to the van wall obviously going to be a lot. Strategy, the driving style, the setups, they're all going to be very vastly different. How to handle traffic as well, getting that experience, being the quickest class in a bunch of traffic as opposed to the slowest. All these different things that they're going to have to learn over the course of the season. But if it stays as it is and they bag a podium in their debut round in the van walls, that'd be pretty successful. Not a bad start at all if they to make that jump and then immediately sort of be on the pace. Yeah, so far going quite well for NewRacing.com.
It is, they did end up second in the championship last season, but of course not far in front of Moran and Z Stars, who are affiliated with Satellite Racing, of course, who are returning once again, and Black Hawk Racing as well, who still haven't won a title in the Virtual Endurance Championship, but they got close as they have for a while last season with that 4th position. And I think, for what it's worth in this race, they are holding the fastest lap in the GT3 category as it is now. At least they were earlier, and I think they still are. Camille Marie set that one earlier on in the day, and I believe still holds on to that fastest lap so far. Oh no, I don't think so. Maybe not. But anyway, they're still doing rather well on Satellite. Unfortunately, Jimmy Nissler's mistake earlier on has sent them quite a long way back, and that was speeding in the pit lane, of course, earlier on. Nissler is back to 4th again at least, but it's not quite the heights that he was earlier on, and he'll be frustrated with that mistake really, because they were leading earlier on, of course. It's now Mark Vater who's leading by quite some distance. We're well over 2 hours into this race. We've had 2 stops from the GT3. It's quite a long time ago now, but it's Black Hawk Racing who are leading by well over 20 seconds at this point.
Yeah, looking really strong at Black Hawk. Obviously, Mark Vater had that incident with Jimmy Nissler, but has not let it faze him at all. He's been trooping along as best as possible, but we have, as we've been touching on a couple of times, a very interesting development in terms of the GT3 strategies, because reduced fuel tanks and things like that have meant that it's not going to be as easy for GT3s, or near on impossible here at Monza, to save all the way to the hour mark. Typically, for the GTs in previous seasons, it was do an hour, have a stop, do an hour, have a stop. Simple as you could like. However, as we've seen over the course of the first stops, it's about 7, 8, 9 minutes or so off the hour that these guys are pitting, which means by the time they get to their final stop, it'll be about 35, 40 minutes or so till the end, which is nearly a full stint worth of time that they're going to have to factor in. So really making it a little bit spicy in terms of the GT3 pit strategy, and another learning curve to add to the adjustment going from GTEs to GT3s, because they're not as similar as you might think.
No, they are a little bit different. It's the first time we've had GT3s in Virtual Endurance Championship, by the way. We've had LMGT in the past, but that was basically GTE, even when it was called that. By the way, the Corvette won both times we had LMGT when we moved away from the GT Pro, GT Am format that we had when we had 4 classes back in season 7 and 8. But you'd have to go a very long way back to find anything similar to a GT3. I guess season 6 maybe is the most recent similar season, but that was 10 years ago now, so it's a very, very different prospect for everybody. I think the thing that's helped with most is, the thing that I've enjoyed most about this is the difference in manufacturers that we have now. We've got McLaren on the grid going for their first championship in a category that has more than one class. I know that the McLaren Senna was the only hypercar back in season 12, but I'm not really counting that as a McLaren manufacturer win, because it was the only manufacturer. We've got Aston Martin there, we've got Mercedes as well, Ferrari returning once again, which is not new, but some new manufacturers on the grid in the form of McLaren, Mercedes and some others as well is fantastic to see. A little bit more variety on the grid. where we have needed it in some seasons of the VEC. There's been some dominant seasons from some manufacturers, not so much recently, but this is great diversity this season in the GT3 class.
And it's not just diversity as well. Diversity is also competitiveness. You know, we touched on earlier that we had 3 different cars all making up the top 3 places, and then, you know, all sort of 5 of them inside the top 10, which definitely does demonstrate the success of the balance of performance. Again, me and Lorenzo say they're not ever going to be happy. It's a very close fight for the race leads here between rFactor and Michi Hoyer for the best eSport Next Few car. They go either side of the virtual drivers by TX3, LMP2. I don't quite think Nick De Silva is going to be close enough to go for the move on this particular occasion, but just something to note that they are very, very close indeed. And there's wide for Michi Hoyer as well. And this is really going to spark the move for the lead because Nick De Silva on the way, but he's sideways after taking.
Well, he just tried to get the run off the corner there, and the McLaren with the traction control, of course, and the little bit of a better punch off the corner makes a bit of contact with Nick De Silva, and very nearly a disastrous moment for Race Nuts there. LeadRacing.com will close in as a result as well, and Winchip Racing, I think, as well, with Saba Kiss are closing in as well. That's the number 8 car. In the black and yellow, you might be able to see in the background, just coming round Lesmo 1 now. There they are, just in the background of that shot. But that was quite a moment in towards the first chicane. It was actually started by Michi Hoyer getting it a little bit wrong. These Van Wall hypercars are not particularly strong at low speed, and that's a characteristic of both prototypes really. In these slower, really slow corners, they haven't got that aerodynamic downforce quite working for them as well at that kind of speed, and Hoyer was really struggling to get it stopped towards turn 1 on that lap.
Yeah, obviously the faster you go, the more downforce you generate, and vice versa, the slower you go, the less you generate, and the more you rely on the mechanical work of the tyres and things like that. And unfortunately not quite working as well for the Van Wals to get the rotation that they need, or even the grip that they need on corner exit, under braking and all these different things. Put them through, you know, back to backs and things like that, they'll go flying and be very, very quick. But yeah, sometimes the easy corners may be a little bit more difficult for the Van Wals, but still doing really well. And also the LeadRacing.com car making it a straight three-way fight for the lead. Burst from Race Clutch from LeadRacing.com, all separated by less than a second apiece in this fight for the lead. Looking very, very spicy, very, very interesting. And well, again, the learning curve going from the DPIs into the Van Wall, again, still hypercars and, you know, fundamentally maybe a bit similar, but a couple of tweaks here and there is making for quite an interesting opening moment for the season, and is going to make for sort of the development as the season goes on, waiting to see sort of who makes the biggest difference, who finds that breakthrough to really make these Van Wals work.
Yeah, we'll have our first answer to that in about 3 hours and 3/4 time. Let's just run through the rest of the top 10 in hypercar, well, top 9, because we're watching the leading battle right now with Burston and then Race Clutch. Just behind that is LeadRacing.com and Winchip Racing, as we spoke about earlier. The number 2 of Simframe are in 5th position at the moment. Then it's Go Team Racing in 6th, the 17 car currently being driven by Guillaume Mas. Then it's Sim Racing for Holland in 7th, ahead of Fabian Barler's virtual drivers by TX3 entry, and then it's the other Go Team Racing car in 9th. Seawolf Net Race a DNS at the start of this one, unfortunately, after having problems before the green flag ever flew here today. So that's a shame for a team that did quite well during season 15 in the DPI category. Even though they didn't get a race win, they were up there on the podium about 4 or 5 times over the course of the 8 rounds. So a shame for Seawolf. But that's your running order in hypercar in the LMH top category. And it's still very close for the lead. Still about half an hour left of this leading battle as well before they'll have to come in, which is fantastic news.
Yeah, great for us. We get plenty of action to watch. We're going to take a look back. This is something that's happened. The Porsche just trying to turn in. That's the Seawolf Net Race LMP2 and the Monaco GT3. Just an awkward affair, really. I think the GT3 had committed to the line, and then Seawolf was like, leave that open for a little bit longer because I want to find my way through. Once again, a bit of an issue in terms of the traffic.
Yes, it certainly was. And as a result, a penalty is dished out as well to the Seawolf Net Race LMP2. Yeah, I was speaking on the Seawolf Van Wall earlier, by the way, when I said they didn't start. They did start their LMP2, but they've just received a penalty for that very incident you saw on your screen there with the Monaco Porsche GT3. It doesn't look like a very Monaco livery this season, does it really? For them. Nico Barkley's currently at the wheel. I think Adam Taylor started that car, which feels like a bit of a throwback. I can't remember the last time Adam Taylor was driving in the VEC, but it was a while ago. And Nico Barkley is now at the wheel. He's just in front of the leaders. In fact, there's a lot of blue on the Monaco this season, and not a lot of black and orange, which we're used to seeing from them, which is going to get a bit of getting used to, but I don't mind the livery at all, really. It's not a bad one.
It's all right. I quite like it. Yeah, it looks nice. Again, it's a bit of a change of scenery, which is not always a bad thing. And I do like, the new fleet of liveries that we've seen. I sort of scrolled through the entry list on the simracing.club website and was just like, that one looks all right. A couple of, obviously, maybe not necessarily copy paste, but similar liveries, the likes of the best XP car, the race clutch car, and things like that. The sim frame looks nice, but again, same colour scheme and things. But it's nice to have that breath of fresh air for a new season, and Monaco have taken that. And at least it's a decent livery, I suppose. It looks quite nice, but yeah, it's going to take a little bit of getting used to, because we've had the whole of season 15 to get used to those liveries, and now we go again. Same teams for the most part, same drivers as well for the most part, but some different colour schemes and things, which, yeah, going to take maybe a round or two to get used to.
Yes, but there are a lot of rounds on this season of the Virtual Endurance Championship. Of course, we have had 9 rounds in the past. Back in season 13, we had 9 rounds, but that's the only other time that it's happened. Season 13 was the season where we started throughout the first half of the season with the McLaren Senna hypercar, and then switched to a 2-class format. That was Vargas Sim Racing who came out on top in that particular season, just ahead of Burst Edge Esports as they were at the time, in that little collaboration that they had. I think it was an engine failure for Burst just before the halfway mark. It was certainly as night was falling at Le Mans in the final round that really sort of ended the charge there. But it's a new season, and Dennis Jordan and Alex Siebel from that team, anyway, are back again for Scuderia Ferrari, as we'll talk about in a few moments' time, because there's a battle for the lead going on right now. Richie Hoyer just ahead of Nick De Silva, and just behind it's Turka Hakkinen who's got the best view in the house of this one.
He does indeed, and he's having a good old look at it and wanting to get involved in it, I'm sure, as well. It's all good having a front row seat, but I'm sure he's going to want to get in on the action as much as he can. Nick De Silva darting lane to the left-hand side, going away for the lead. They come to blows. Mitchie Hoyer sent off the road. Nick De Silva over the sausage cubs as well, and this could well be Turka Hakkinen's opportunity to get himself involved. He's to the inside of Nick De Silva going into the Lesmos, which of course De Silva's not going to want anything to do with. He saws his way around the outside. Huge moment in the fight for the lead.
Well, I think that's going to end up a racing incident, really, because it was a big lock-up from Nick De Silva. He slid straight into Mitchie Hoyer, very nearly didn't make the corner himself, but oh dear, smoke up in front as well. What's happened here? I think it's Nick De Silva who's got smoke coming from the rear of that van wall. Is it the engine? Well, we're only 2 hours 20 into this race, surely not, you wouldn't imagine, and it has abated already.
Well, again, unless he's downshifted too quickly or something like that, popped it, but he wouldn't still be going if that was the case. I think he's fine, maybe just a slight bit of overheating or something or other. Not entirely sure what's happened there. He seems fine, he's continued on, but a very scary moment, it must be said, in that fight. Timothy Antonovsky as well for Scuderia Ferrari, running fairly nice in this in second, just a bit of a buffer zone.
We've had a change for the lead here. Gold Racing Esport, we're not far behind Antonovsky here, and all of a sudden he's now 8 seconds adrift. So I think there's been an incident in the fight for the lead in LMP2. Just wanted to check in with Antonovsky to make sure there's no damage, and there isn't any obvious damage. Let's just see if there's anything suspension-wise. We're not going to be able to see from this angle, obviously, but I'm not entirely.
Straight on the front right?
Yes, maybe. I'm not sure whether that's related or not, but there has been a change for the lead. Thomas Emborg is now leading for Gold Racing Esport. Scuderia Ferrari clearly able to continue on, but there may have been an incident for them there.
Yeah, potentially so, and obviously it does change the tide in that LMP2 fight. Gold Racing still running pretty well. Back to the fight for the lead in the Van Walls though, because we've now got 4 cars. As Shaba Kiss says, cheers boys, I'm back in on the action as well for Winchit Racing Team, which is looking really, really good. And the competitiveness in the Van Walls looking very nice as we approach the halfway mark of the 6 hours of Monza. Again, still plenty of pit stops left to decipher our way through, and still plenty of strategy to play, but at the moment the out-and-out hard-fought fighting is looking very, very spicy indeed. Nick De Silva, maybe a bit of overheating to play with as well, so the longevity really getting to these drivers.
So we're hearing that the Scuderia Ferrari Esports car spun on its own after being overtaken by Gold Racing Esports. So apparently there was no contact between them, which is fair enough, and not good news for Scuderia Ferrari. But I was expecting there to have been a clash between them, to be honest, because that's what normally happens in battles for the lead. Or at least when one comes off worse than the other. So anyway, Scuderia Ferrari now 8 seconds further back, and that's not great news for them at all, really, since they did have a fairly nice lead at the time. Gold Racing were always going to threaten them over the course of this stint, but we're going to hope to not have an incident like that. That's a shame for Andonovski, but he has been driving now for nearly 2.5 hours. You would imagine there's a driver change coming up there soon.
I would assume so, yeah. Obviously, Alex Siebel, Dennis Jordan, whichever one of them is going to be the one jumping into the car. So we will obviously wait and see which one of them it is. Both fantastic drivers, so I'm sure it's not really going to matter too much. And I have to say, I think that was a strong lineup, Scuderia Ferrari, for this season.
Yes, they do. Dennis Jordan is the one sat in the team speak at the moment. Not sure where Alex Siebel is, but I think it will be Dennis getting into that one at some point in the day. Nick De Silva still challenging Michi Hoyer at the front of the field. Then we're just over 2 hours 20 gone in this one, nearly at the halfway mark. 6 hours of Monza right now. Nick De Silva very much in behind Hoyer now, looking for a way through. Still, relentless amount of traffic. Apart from the DNS for Seawolf and their Van Wall earlier on, I think all 49 who actually did start the race are still in this one, which is quite staggering and making it very busy out there on the circuit. As Michi Hoyer pulled to the right so quickly there, thought he was coming in, but he is just on the defensive on the way towards turn 1.
Yeah, he's going to be trying to fight this one as hard as he possibly can. Michi Hoyer has been no stranger to defending and attacking, to be fair, in this race so far. He's had an interesting couple of battles, bit of a lock on the rears as they run their way through the Rettifilo. Also, a little bit of GT traffic to contend with also. I mean, they've caught them at a decent time. They can just put their foot down and find their way the long way around through Curva Grande. They've also got a bit of LMP2 traffic to deal with as well, so maybe just putting this fight on hold a little bit unless something dramatic happens. Going into the Raj, Michi Hoyer goes to the inside, and, well, that is going to hamper his run a little bit, but I'm sure is overall going to allow him to stretch the advantage to Nick De Silva ever so slightly. And yeah, I think it is, because Nick De Silva not able to find his way through going into the first Lesmo, which is allowing Michi Hoyer to get a little bit of breathing room, albeit probably not going to be breathing for very long.
No, probably not. Don't forget, the gap between the Van Wall and LMP2 on pace is actually not that large. It's 135s generally in traffic for the Van Walls, and then 138s, high 138s for the LMP2s, really. So there's not a big difference between them. It's mostly on the straights as well, so into those corners there, it is difficult. And you can start to get a bit of free track space between yourself and rival as well, if you're smart about this. And there's a few smarter in these kind of situations than Michi Hoyer. He's been in the Virtual Endurance Championship for quite some time now. He was part of the Bacones Burst Esport team that won the first DPI Championship that we had back in season 14 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. He knows what it takes to win. It was a little too late for Burst Esport really last season. They finished third in the standings as reigning champions, but they'd dearly like to take that title back once again. And so far, Michi Hoyer is doing a good job of ensuring that. Still leading at the end of another lap. Nick De Silva still can't find his way through.
Still not able to find a way through, of course, for the 6,000 Monza. Michi Hoyer, Damian Skovron will be taken to the wheel of that Burst Esport next few car. They've also got Davin Rocek and Jone Simincic to call upon over the course of the season. Scary lineup from Burst Esport, it must be said. All four of them are absolutely mega drivers, and on their day will shine. To be fair, even when it's not their day, they will shine. It's just going to be a case of trying to string up a couple of good results. Burst Esport may be a little bit unlucky over the course of season 15, so definitely look out for them. I think we're in, well, I mean, we're not even halfway through the first race, but from what we can already put together, which isn't much, I think this Van Wall is going to be a very, very hard-fought championship, because I mean, already we've got 4 teams all within sort of the occupying the same bit of tarmac out on circuit. If they can continue this run for the rest of the season, I think we're in for a good fight.
Yeah, it feels like an old school VEC in some ways, because I think this car in some ways feels the closest to the old LMP1s that we've had since those LMP1s departed back in season 10. That was, of course, 6 years ago now. when it departed at the end of 2018, in the summer of 2018. We saw the LMP1s finally do their final race in the Virtual Endurance Championship at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, of course, as we end every season with. But this car feels the most similar to that now. We've had a couple of seasons with just LMP2s as the top class. We've had the McLaren Senna hypercar, which doesn't feel like an LMP1 by any means. The GPI, I guess, a little bit closer, but this van really does feel like those days coming back all over again. And Nick De Silva right now still challenging Mick Hoyer. It's the battle that never ends right now. First Esports still leading the way, still under pressure from Nick De Silva. The last biggest challenge he had was into the second chicane. Nick De Silva has slid his way through into the second chicane on the inside and clattered into Mick Hoyer. That hasn't happened this time, but he also hasn't been able to really get alongside at all, and certainly hasn't been able to make his way through.
He was as close as he could possibly get to the rear end of Mick Hoyer going through the Roger. They have got a couple of GTs to negotiate once again, always busy with traffic management, especially here at Monza. They've got the Arnage Mercedes, a good bit of slipstream maybe for Nick De Silva, as he is pushing incredibly hard to find a way past Mick Hoyer. They dart their way through Hoyer, not making any mistake in finding his way past the traffic, as well as Nick De Silva, caught up behind maybe the Netrex LMP2, I believe, going through Ascari. So again, Hoyer able to grow the gap maybe a couple of car lengths, not an extensive amount, but as soon as they reach a straight again, Nick De Silva will find his way past and still home free really in that fight for the lead. Also very close, NeedRacing.com and Winship Racing. So we've got 2 fights of 2 for some pretty decent positions in the Vanwall class.
We do, and that is great news. Sinfreme even catching up, actually 8 seconds back to them in 5th, and then there's a bit of a larger gap then to the rest of the field in the Vanwall class. Let's not forget about last season's 6 Hours of Monza. It's becoming a bit traditional, actually, that we start off with the 6 Hours of Monza here, because it's happened in the last 2 seasons preceding this one. So it's getting quite common. Last season it was Sinfreme Esports who took the win eventually after 233 laps in the DPI, of course, but there was a fair amount of attrition throughout that race. It was Race Clutch and Valet Esports who were fighting for most of the first half of the race, in fact the first 4 hours, I think, before they both eventually had incidents and dropped back. We've seen nothing like the attrition here in Vanwall so far. I mean, all of them are still very much up there. In fact, all of the 9 Vanwalls that started this race are within a minute after nearly 2 hours and a half. That is quite remarkable, really.
It is. We've had a really nice start to the season, and everyone's been on their best behaviour. Obviously, for Monza standards, as we touched on, Turn 1 wasn't as manic as it could have been, and definitely not as manic as it has been in previous seasons. And also beyond that, everyone's just kept it nice and clean. We've had a couple of things to touch on, but apart from that, yeah, it's been really good. Everyone's been nice and clean, very aggressive, but still very clean. Not a lot of mistakes and things like that. Maybe the van was slightly easier to handle. And yeah, nice stuff from everyone involved. It's been a really fun ride to the start of the season, and hopefully they can continue this pace going forward.
Well, Tucker Hakkinen is still on the defensive here from Shabakis in 4th place right now, trying to get through for Winship Racing. He's tucked up in the slipstream now, and Hakkinen's got a bit of slipstream from the LMP2 there as well, but there could still be a challenge on the way towards Turn 1. This looks to the outside. It's not going to happen for him on that occasion. Just while we've got a moment, I want to go back to LMP2 and just give you a little bit of a rundown as to where everybody is in the order right now. Gold Racing Esports are leading the way ahead of Scuderia Ferrari Esports, who have got a challenge from Thomas Bach in the 44 so far. That is Hyperion Esports, who are rounding out the podium for the moment, along with Team Iris, who are looking to find their way in. On-Off Racing are 5th, ahead of Visceral Esports, and then in the 7th position, Visceral Esports, driven by Jelle Binsbergen, by the way, the 35 of Geeks Energy Sim Racing is then in 7th place, and in 8th, just behind, it is Valerio Ferraris in the 41 Arm Cyber car. Then there's the 34 LMP2, that's Sean Clark Racing in 9th place, and Harry Smith in the 27 for Netrex GP rounds out the top 10. The battles are not over yet. It's still going on here for 2nd place. Timothy Andonovsky firm in his defence of that 2nd position, and Thomas Bach will now have Felix Neuberger just alongside him. Hyperion Esports holding on to that 3rd position at the moment, as the clouds really do loom over the circuit at the moment. Not expecting any rain today, by the way. It should be another dry opening to a virtual endurance championship season. I don't believe it has rained in any of the 3 6,000 Monza races that we've had to start off the season in the last 3 seasons, including this one, of course. But that's your LMP2 rundown. It's Timothy Andonovski who's on the way backwards at the moment, though, Zach. He's still in second at least, but the gap to the lead has now grown to 12 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Andonovski and Scuderia Ferrari are on that triple stint, so the tyres are feeling a little bit worse for wear compared to Thomas Imborg, who has had a couple of spins and things to wear down his tyres, but apart from that, I mean, he's on fresh tyres relative to them, and obviously softer tyres as well, so the pace differential there is understandable. But Thomas Schwack for Hyperion Esports, who I have to say have a little bit come out of nowhere. They're now driven onto the back of Andonovski and will be eyeing up a move. Also, that Team Iris car, which was once leading this race about a stint and a half ago, also on to the back of this 3-car fight for second place. So plenty to happen as what are we about? Well, they came in on the hour for the 4-hour mark, so they're going to be coming in about 10 minutes time or so, the LMP2s, to kickstart the next round of pit stops. And now Thomas Schwack looking to go to the left-hand side. It's a drag race in towards turn number 1, and Timotej Andonovski continuing to defend quite harsh for these positions. Late on the brakes though, Thomas Schwack on the outside is going to go up into second place. Nicely done. And Andonovski losing yet another place. Could he even lose one more back to Nürburgring?
It's not impossible at all. Andonovski very close to the back of the Hyperion Esports car, though, around the Curva Grande in towards the second chicane. Will he try and come back at the car in front, or will he stay in line? I think it's smarter to just run in line at the moment, although Vac gets under a lot of pressure, slides on the way into the corner, and now will lose the place surely. But Nürburgring will get alongside Andonovski as well, who tried to take advantage, but it's not happened. Felix Nürburgring around the outside, very close. He's up on the curb, and Andonovski holds on. Oh, that was close between them, and there may have been a little bit of contact on the way in towards Lesmo 2. There maybe was. Nürburgring goes for the over and under, gets a better exit, and now he's got the outside for Ascari.
It's going to be a tricky one, but of course we've seen it done before. It's just going to take respect and commitment outside line for the Team Iris car. Andonovski's not quite got the grip to fight it, and Nürburgring goes the long way round up onto the podium places, and Andonovski losing 2 places in the span of a lap. It's a hard hit, but I'm sure they're going to bounce back when they get some fresh tyres on.
They certainly will. Sarmakis, by the way, is closing on the 2 in front. NeedRacing.com are now under a bit of pressure up front in the Van Wall class, the LMH category. I'm on hypercar, as it is, but for the moment still can't find his way through. Turk Hakkinen still holding on to that 3rd position for now, coming towards the end of another lap, but it's still so remarkable the way that these 4 have stayed so close. Simprim not quite catching anymore in the background. They're still 5th on their own, but nearly halfway into this one, and we're still really close in the top of the order. It's quite fantastic to see.
Yeah, it really is, and just going to show that just because it's a long race and sometimes gaps get spread doesn't mean you're going to lack any entertainment. It's been brilliant across all 3 categories. We've had racing, drama, excitement and action. Shabakis for Winchett Racing Team trying to promote themselves onto the podium, move their way ahead of Turk Hakkinen, who was a driver who has some nice steady improvements bit by bit through pretty much any sort of racing event that he's been able to take part in, and for NeedRacing.com has now sort of, is driving their way forwards. Obviously their debut in the van was, as we said a couple of times already, and driving really well, but it's going to be a hard-fought fight if they want to consolidate this, because 4 cars all within 4 seconds is absolutely mega to kickstart the season. It's just exactly what we could ask for, and well, the opening half at the very least has been very entertaining, and I'm sure hopefully it's going to continue going into the second.
Yeah, we've already had 2 iterations of this race under the EPI era, and the closest finish is going to be quite hard to topple, because back 2 years ago, Cetrix Nitovelix, as they were at the time, beat by Collins Burst Esport by just 2.2 seconds at the end of 290 laps. That was a bit more of an interrupted race and a little bit of a slower race. I think the DPI was increased in speed a little bit for its second season, and so that's how we set a new distance record by an absolute mile. And of course that year as well, we had a last lap pass by Dennis Jordan on the John Lacey Esports Academy car. I can't remember if it was Jordi Dries or Martin Darland driving. They shared the driving that day. I can't remember who was in at the end now. I'm feeling it might have been Darland, but it was a pass on the last lap, and it was a fantastic finish 2 seasons ago. As Cameron Naoui, unfortunately for Unsteer Racing, has gone with a penalty. I think that's them making their way out of the pit lane right now, actually, in the green Ferrari. You can just see in the foreground of that shot. Is it? Yes, it is. So he must have been speeding on the way in. That's the Scuderia Leone car having a big slide as well in their Ferrari. It's all going on here. Still nearly 50 cars on the grid and on the circuit, and it does show.
It does. It's very, very busy out there. 49 cars started, 49 cars still out there racing. Very busy. Nick Silva under a little bit of pressure from the new Racing.com car. So a big turnaround in that fight for the lead. Michihori able to branch away back about 3.5 seconds. And now Taka Hakkinen is saying, all right, let's have it. But I don't know, is it worth for Taka Hakkinen to fight this one too hard for second, or should they be pushing harder to reclose that gap to Michihori for first? 3.5 seconds is going to be a tough gap to beat. And, well, if they fight now, it's just going to get bigger and bigger.
It is going to get more difficult to close for those two. That's one of the armed cyber cars just in front of Nick De Silva here, which is not going to help him at all. Taka Hakkinen will close in slightly as a result, but and again, the downforce levels that the LMP2 and the LMH categories have are pretty similar. In all honesty, it's mainly on the straights where the van will gains quite so much time, but in towards the Parabolica, Nick De Silva makes up the place. Pit stops are commencing in GT3, by the way. We'll have a run down on the other side of these pit stops for them, but this race is turning into a comfortable 6-stop race for the GT3s, and the final stint is actually going to be a fairly long one.
Yeah, it is. Again, the way it's worked over their stints, they're basically adding 8 to 9 minutes per stint, because that's only how long they go. They're going to go about 51 minutes a stint. So their final stint, which usually would be maybe a splash and dash at worst, is going to end up being sort of 35, 40 minutes long, similar to the Van Wals as well. So plenty of interesting strategies to indulge in. And when you've got sort of not a full stint but quite a long one, it's those small differences, that fuel saving you have throughout the race, that if you can make that final stop, you know, a little bit shorter by, you know, having that knock-on effect going and maybe a lap later per cycle, you can then have that knock-on effect, that domino, where your final stop is then quite a lot shorter because you've saved fuel throughout the race, and then you can really benefit and maybe make that stint, either, to already have more fuel in the tank, so you've got less to top up for 40 minutes, or to actually go longer and only then have maybe a 30 or a 35 minute stint a little bit later on. So yeah, a lot of interesting strategy developments to be had, but right now I'm sure they're just trying to find their way through as quickly as they can.
Yes, certainly. Now further back in the GT3 category, Scuderia Leone are not far in front of one of the Ernemakio at the moment. I think it's Black Hawk Racing and Caspian Motorsport, excuse me, who make their way down the inside right now. Oh, that's awkward. And through they'll go. They'll both go off, I think. There, well, the Scuderia Leone car certainly did. It was Thomas Arendt who's at the wheel of the 93 at the moment, and was pushed out wide quite rudely there, and loses 7th place as a result as well.
Yeah. Well, we've had side-by-side moments through Ascari a number of times in this race between LMP2 and the Van Wals. Not seen it too much in the GT3s, and I'm sure that's probably why they're not quite capable aerodynamically, grip-wise, to give the tolerances to other cars in order to go through their very quick corner. And unfortunately for Arendt, has found himself off the road as we see another cycle in the GT3s. A couple of drivers coming into pit lane.
Yes, that's Arnaud, one of them in the pits at the moment. Trying to see in the left-hand side of shot, there's the Arnaud's Mercedes making its way out of pit lane right now, but nobody else really pitting there now. The times when they're coming in are becoming quite spaced out, actually, in the GT3 category, and all the categories, to be fair. It's that stage in the race where things are starting to get a little bit less uniform. We're not seeing everybody down on pit lane all at the same time so much anymore. Thomas Arendt getting dived here by everybody. That's one of the Van Wals down the inside, then another of the LMP2s making its way around the outside. A Go Team LMP2 through, and another one as well. It's so busy out there, and very difficult for the GTs to cope with sometimes, because there's a lot of prototypes trying to come through on them at the moment. Still 29 of them, those prototypes out there, as opposed to the 20 GT3s that we have.
Yeah, very, very busy. Monza is not the longest circuit in the world either, as we see a change here potentially for the podium. Shabakis looking to go to the inside of Turka Hakkinen, late on the brakes and up into third place. Not too hard fought really from the NeedRacing.com machine, as now the fight is on. Maybe Shabakis can close the gap to Race Clutch, who themselves are really nicely closing the gap to Burst Esport in that fight for the Van Wall lead. But yeah, Monza's not the longest circuit in the world, only about 5.7 kilometers in length, and also we've got 49 cars battling its way around. It's very busy, and having some clear air very much is going to be a luxury over the course of this race. You can't count on it. But also, I suppose, traffic can give, traffic can take. It's not necessarily a bad thing to have a busy track. It just depends which side of the coin you're on.
Yes. By the way, speaking of very short circuits, we've got Road Atlanta coming up in a month's time, so that's going to be even more difficult in terms of the shortness of the layout there, and hopefully we will actually be racing there as well, because I believe we were meant to be racing there last season, but we eventually replaced it with Sebring, a little bit more of a normal event, I suppose, a normal circuit to have those kind of races on. That race eventually being taken by Race Clutch, the 1,000 miles of Sebring. It'll be the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta coming up in 1 month's time, so make sure you join us for that one. We'll be racing on the first weekend of every month up until the end of 2023, with 4 rounds before we go into 2024 and the second half of season 16. Into the pit lane for NeedRacing.com. Shabakis very close, threading the needle through there. A 3-wide moment on the way towards turn 1, but it's an early stop this time from Turka Hakkinen, or earlier than the others anyway, leaving the rest of them out there to battle, but it won't be long until the others come in, surely.
Yeah, probably so. Yeah, the van was going about 55-ish minutes per stint. They've already done 2, so we'd expect them to be coming in sort of in the next 3 minutes or so, unless you're Turka Hakkinen, in which case you're coming in now. Burst Esport, I think, have been able to go a lap longer than the rest on all their stops so far, but they have got the fight with Silver and Race Clutch to be worrying about now. So yeah, very much is crunch time, and turning points in the race essentially for these teams and drivers as we approach the halfway mark. And there's so much to sort of touch on that one small mistake in the pit lane could definitely mean you either winning the race or even being off the podium with how competitive it is.
Yeah, it's a very fine line between winning and being off the podium entirely. A bit of a slide there for Nick De Silva. Oh, he got that a bit wrong into Ascari. He was close to Michi Hoyer there. Could have set himself up nicely, but it really didn't in the end. And Michi Hoyer will get away with another lap led here in the Burst Esport Next View Van Wall. He's into the Parabolica now, the Curva Alboreto, if you like, and will be making his way into the pit lane, will he? He carries on one more. So Turka Hakkinen has made a relatively early stop compared to the others. Not sure quite why. Maybe he was running out of fuel anyway, but it'll be interesting to see how that early stop changes things. Will he be able to jump all of them maybe if they get drawn into too big of a fight? Then he could do, as Nick De Silva slides and gets in contact with Shabakis, who goes around for winching racing. They certainly will be losing third place to Turka Hakkinen.
Wrong way round as well. I mean, I'm sure he didn't want to spurt himself into the line of fire in terms of the traffic, so now has to do a 4-point turn to get the car pointing the right way. Is even going to work. The turning circle is quite small in these vandals. Tackle the barrier for good measure, and a lot of time lost nonetheless. It could have been a lot easier to get himself back onto circuit if he went right hand down instead, but again, a lot of busy cars coming through at that point and didn't want to risk falling himself into another incident or ruining the race for someone else. So fair play to Shabakis, but that is a shame, and that I don't want to say it's put an end to their podium dreams, but it's going to be tough for them to fight back.
I think they might even lose out because they're 20 seconds behind Race Clutch now. I think they might even lose out on 4th place to Simfreem, who were only 10 seconds behind them previously. Simfreem into the pit lane right now, by the way, and so it's going to be difficult to tell for the moment, but we'll keep an eye on driver changes over the next couple of moments. Philip Trace has gotten into the 19 for Need Racing. Fabian Barlow still at the wheel for Virtual Drivers by TX3. Andreas Kirli, I think, is staying at the wheel for Sim Racing for Holland. And Christopher Kierneck is staying at the wheel for Simfree as well. As Michi Hoyer comes into the pit lane now. There is Philip Trace. He's coming around the final corner as well. It's going to be a long time until we find out whether Michi Hoyer holds on to this lead from NeedRacing.com or not, because it takes an entire lap to do a pit stop, apparently.
does take a while, and yeah, we're looking forward to seeing the changes in the because of the pit stop window, and I'm sure so are they. They've got a lot of time to crunch, but it's not just a case of, you know, an undercut or an overcut and having some clear air to work with, because you don't really ever have it. Philip Drace got to contend with a little bit of lap traffic and also get himself up to speed in terms of the car. That's one thing as well. The Van Wall, we've been saying, we've been seeing in the YouTube chat, actually a very difficult car to drive in of itself, very stiff suspension and chassis naturally, so it could be quite difficult for Drace to get up to speed quickly. And well, we'll see what Michi can do, because as it stands, still is in the Burst Esport next few TPI car, maybe himself and Damien Scroffron doing half the race each, I suppose, and then we will, that obviously is going to play to the advantage of Michi, because he's been doing half the race up until this point anyway, and is looking very quick, already settled into the car. But who knows what can happen with this NeedRacing.com machine. He's had a decent half a lap nice and clear, and yeah, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Could well help him in terms of this fight with Burst Esport. But where is Michi coming through Ascari now? I don't know, how close is it going to be? There he is, still stopped. He's still got the whole pit lane left to go.
He does, and this could be a chance for Philip Drace to get through. NeedRacing.com driver making his way in here. You obviously have to get warmed up to this car, because I believe Turk Hakkinen started the race in this car and did the first 3 stints. But Michi is going to have a real decision to make here, and unfortunately will lose the lead, I think. Down the pit lane he goes. Oh, he exits now. This is going to be close between the two, and Michi just about makes it out in front. In fact, it's Damien Scroffron who's now at the wheel. That does make sense. We're just about at the halfway mark, about to grace us with its presence, and now Damien Scroffron will lead the race, you would think, ahead of Race Clutch and then NeedRacing.com. However, Race Clutch are now in themselves. Where's Nick De Silva going to be in all of this? We just don't know for the moment.
Yeah, there's so much going on, so much involved, and Damien Scroffron's going to have to get himself up to speed as soon as he possibly can, because the pressure from Philip Drace is going to be relentless over the course of the next while. But also they can't fight too hard, because again, that Race Clutch car is a bit of a threat. Shabakis and Winchip Motorsport not as much, but still again looming, and something to be mindful of, as we are just 13 minutes off the third hour complete, the halfway mark of this race, and still plenty to indulge on. Damien Scroffron with a big chunk of traffic to negotiate, but he's gotten through a little bit of it. Nick De Silva and Race Clutch, that car's smoking, so battling some overheating issues still. Yeah,
that must have been the car that was smoking earlier on, because they're clearly still struggling with that, aren't they? And again, out of turn 1 and 2. Let's hope that engine doesn't give way entirely as a result of temperature problems, because it doesn't look good, does it? Whenever you see smoke these days. Normally modern mechanical failures are quite subtle in terms of smoke. We used to have some spectacular ones, but these days you don't often see that. You do with the Van Wall slightly, another bit of overheating there, but should be fine for Nick De Silva in the moment. Well, it does always make you a bit nervous, but I think they look fine. I think the more interesting thing to me here, Zach, is the fact that they've come out so far in front of Burst Esport. Damien Scroffron right now, he's only making his way around Kerber Grande. He's almost half a lap behind.
Yeah, he is. Tyres maybe for Scroffron and NeedRacing.com. That's the only really answer that I've got for it, is that Race Clutch have gone another stint on this set of tyres and haven't changed, because there's no way this is like due to the pace or anything like that. So maybe Race Clutch are going for an extra stint on these tyres. And we might well see Burst Esport next few, and NeedRacing.com reclose that gap very quickly over the course of the next sort of 20-30 minutes or so, and well, who knows what's to come. Again, tyre strategy a big thing, and especially on these Van Walls as well, being able to sort of change an axle at a time, and opens the door for a lot of different strategical avenues for these drivers to go through. But Nick De Silva might have a slow stint ahead of him.
And don't forget that Scroffron and Drace have recently gotten into those cars at this stop as well, and that driver change will have lost them a bit of time, I think, as well. So it could take quite some time to figure this one out just yet, as Drace dives to the outside into the final corner. It's going to be one of those races where you're just going to have to stay tuned until the very end here, because I think in 3 hours' time we're finally going to have a clear picture of where everybody is on corrected pit strategy order. But that's still a long way away. We're not even halfway through this one just yet, and we're absolutely none the wiser as to who's going to win this race. I mean, Guillaume Mas is leading for Go Team Racing at the moment with 3 hours 10 remaining. And I presume they haven't made their pit stop yet, and they're going to very soon. But it's a bizarre order at the moment and an unpredictable race.
It really is, and this is exactly what we like to see. I mean, the unpredictability of it is Guillaume Mas now comes into the pit lane for Go Team. Of course, was driving the LMP2 last season, makes the step up to the top category here for season 16. So far, not doing too bad, but again, we'll have that lead taken away from him. Damien Skovron, there he is in 5th place. A bit of a gap back to Philip Drees, but not a very big one. Half a second or so between the two of them. So yeah, topsy-turvy all over the place across, you know, both the prototype classes. VAML and LMP2 are a little bit, I suppose, just wishy-washy in terms of back and forth fights between pit stops and pit strategies and things like that. I don't think we're really going to be able to see who's winning this race until the final hour.
No, I don't think so. Now, there's a bit of discussion about what race clubs can really do about this overheating that they clearly are suffering with a little bit here in this race. I haven't seen it smoke for a little while now, but you know, we're kind of discussing about whether radiator settings make that much of a difference, and how much damage it is really affecting this car, if there is any, on this one at the moment. I mean, it's an interesting point, but it's the first race of a new season. What else do we expect, really? People are still learning here, and of course this is only a 6-hour race. We've got 2 24-hour races to come this season. They're going to have to be very careful with the engine over the course of those ones.
They're going to have to learn quickly as well how to manage it. Of course, as we say, it's a new car for all these teams' drivers, and something to get used to again in terms of the setups and how to have the ducts and this, that, and the other. So many things they're going to have to learn and get right. And thankfully, they've got the first half of the season before we have a 24-hour race, so they've got plenty of opportunities to learn before they have to really, you know, really struggle with it. And then obviously with the 24 Hours of Dutch Endurance Championship Le Mans at the in June of 2024. So yeah, interesting to have 2 24-hour races this season, and well, yeah, with the new car as well. It's just a recipe for intrigue, I suppose, with the learning curve and things like that. But well, they're going to have to do it if they want to compete.
That's a word for it. It's still discussion ongoing in the YouTube, by the way. Get your thoughts in if you want to educate us a little bit on the radiator situation.
We have no idea
of the race clutch car. Lauren Kiersmaker says that radiators should be fine in normal conditions, so not too much to worry about. It could, and Gianluca Scarpini kind of backing that up as well. Could be just because of the pit stop. Obviously, you're stationary, you're not getting any airflow, but your engine's still running, so it could get a little bit toasty. The only reason I find it so interesting, Zach, is because it's only happening to race clutch so far, which suggests a difference in what they're doing compared to the others. That's the only thing that really interests me at the moment.
Yeah, which is fairly interesting. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, because if it was a stationary issue, yeah, surely it would affect everyone, because that's a fundamental thing. Cars stopped, no airflow, cars are going to get hot. But yeah, interestingly, it is only race clutch, so maybe they've just been a bit more extreme with the cooling. I'm not overly sure. Only they will know, of course, and only they will be able to adapt from it. But they're still running quite fine. There's just maybe something they're going to have to keep an eye on and hope it doesn't get too bad. But yeah, if the cooling shouldn't be too bad under normal conditions, then yeah, it's understandable that, you know, not many of them have had issues, unless we're waiting for the rest of them to have issues, and it's only affecting race clutch now. Maybe it will affect people later on.
Maybe. We've still got a long way to find out. Of course, we'll try and get some more information from race clutch themselves about that. LMP2 pit stops, I think, are ongoing at the moment. Gold Racing Esport are leading again. Thomas Imborg is at the wheel there. It's got very dark all of a sudden, hasn't it? I'm not expecting rain today. I don't know if you've got any different information than that, Zach, but I wasn't expecting to see even a cloud in the sky today. It's summer in Italy, which I thought would be sunny, and judging by the forecast that I looked at yesterday, it was going to be quite a sunny race, and actually a bit of a warm race, which is the main concern, but it's very cloudy all of a sudden.
Yeah, yeah, looking at the weather for Monza, the highest percentage of chance of rain that we've got is 12%, and that's that's 4 a.m. tomorrow, so yeah, should absolutely be no chance. Should be nice and sunny, but well, clearly not. A little bit of overcast. Will we see some rain? Probably not. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Only time will tell, I suppose. But yeah, if we're going off a forecast, then should be nice, high, sunny, lovely temperatures, but it's pretty doom and gloom to me.
It does. But anyway, let's see what happens in the final 3 hours, because there's still potential for raid, I suppose, even if it is a very, very small chance. It is Gold Racing leading, by the way, as I mentioned. Then the 37 Team Iris car in second. Been a good run from them so far. Felix Neuberger at the wheel of that one at the moment. They're currently in second place. Valerio Ferraris in the Arm Cyber 41 is next, followed by Hyperion Racing and the 44. That's Patrick Svakovsky, who is at the wheel of that one now. Dennis Jordan is at the wheel of the 39. That's Scuderia Ferrari Esports car now as well, and that rounds out the top 5. But it was a pretty disappointing final stint there for Timothy Landonowski. Up until that point, he'd driven very well, but now he's out of the car at pretty much the halfway mark. Dennis Jordan, you'd imagine, will go to the end from here.
Yeah, probably will. Makes sense to only have 2 drivers for this race. Less compromises needed to be made in terms of setup, and less things to worry about, less PCs that can crash, less internets that can go wrong, I suppose. So keep it nice and straightforward for this first race. Obviously, we will then see the addition of Alex Siebel later on in the season, but Timothy Landonowski, Dennis Jordan fielding the Scuderia Ferrari Esports machine for this one. And yeah, it's been going all right. I mean, a tricky stint for them, obviously, last, because it was the back end of a triple stint. Tyres were worn, and obviously a couple of overtakes and things, maybe demoralising them ever so slightly, but now maybe they could be rejuvenated and on the fight back. I still wouldn't count this car out for, at the minimum, a podium.
They've just gone past the leaders in GT3. It's Black Hawk Racing with Mark Veit, who is currently at the front here. Now, what's gone on into the second chicane? I think someone was off there, but they're back going again quite nicely. Or are they? Let's find out if it is indeed at the second chicane here, as Mark Veit is on his way in. I think it's all fine, isn't it? Doesn't seem to be anybody off the road here. But it's Aston Martin leading the way in GT3. The encouraging thing, as we mentioned earlier on, with this class, Zach, is not only the amount of cars that are in this class, but also the fact that we've got 6 different manufacturers in the top 7.
We do. Honestly, we touched on the diversity earlier on. It's amazing. The balance of performance obviously working quite well, and keeping loads of different cars in the mix. Again, we love the variety that comes with GT3s and things like that, and the chassis, and making everything nice and competitive. Also, obviously, you know, different cars are going to have their different strengths and weaknesses, as myself and Lorenzo touched on. You know, some are going to be better in the straights, some are going to be better in the twisty bits, but nice. You know, thankfully, we have got a nice wide spectrum of those different characteristics needed over the course of the 9-race calendar. For now, it's Aston Martin and Black Hawk Racing that lead the way, but again, it could go anywhere. It could be, you know, a McLaren leading the way. It was a McLaren leading the way with Jimmy Nussler not too long ago, obviously after they sort of sped in the pit lane. And, well, back to the LMP2's Saracino for Visceral Esports tries to pick his way up into 7th place, but a very good thing nonetheless that we've got that diversity in the GT3s.
It is. It's side by side here for 7th place with the Giggs Energy car. Oh, that's Harry Smith, who just found himself stuck on the left-hand side there, and Giuseppe Saracino makes his way through into 7th for Visceral Esports now. Had a decent season last time around. A couple of decent races anyway. They end up 8th in the drivers' standings, the drivers' team standings, excuse me. But overall, it wasn't a bad season at all. And Visceral Esports looking to top 10 again in this race. I think LMP2 results are going to be a little bit harder to come by, because in previous seasons of the Virtual Endurance Championship, we've had roughly 40 entries for a season. We've had 10, maybe a little bit more in the top class, whichever that is. Maybe a little bit more than 10 in LMP2, and then 20 GTEs at the time. But this season, we've got 20 LMP2s in Division 1, which is going to make results harder to come by for everybody.
Yeah, you're going to have to fight for it a lot harder. It also seems to be nice and close. Obviously, quality and quantity don't always go hand in hand. You can have one without the other and vice versa and things. But I think we've got a mixture of both quality and quantity, and some good competitiveness. I mean, we've had Gold Racing, Scuderia Ferrari. We've had also, you know, Hyperion fighting at the front, Team Iris, loads of different people fighting towards the sharp end of that LMP2 field, and that's just in the first half of this race alone, let alone what's to come as the season develops. But yeah, hopefully we're in for a good fighting across all 3 categories, because obviously the Vandals, nice big learning curve, already looking really nice and competitive. The LMP2s, nice extensive grid. The GT3s, learning curve, different chassis, bot and things like that. all coming into play. So yeah, I think season 16 is going to be a very nice one indeed.
It is 9 rounds to come as well, of course. Continuing on with Road Atlanta as well at the end of this one, in the next round at least. But for now, it's Race Clutch who are leading the way with Nick De Silva at the front of this one. Still pretty gloomy as we enter the halfway mark here, and they are being caught right now by Simfreen. Christopher Kierneck in the number 2 is closing in a little bit for the lead here, but it's by no means the same that we saw in the last stint here, Zach, with the battle that we had between the top 4.
Well, not quite. A little bit more spaced out, of course, and well, it's so far been a really nice start to this race. Hopefully it does close up a little bit later on, but the strategical gap has opened up a little bit, but we've still got 3 hours left to go of this race. Very doom and gloom as well in terms of the weather, isn't it? Still very sideways, but plenty more action to come, I'm sure.
There certainly is. 3 hours to go in the 6 hours of Monza in the opening round of the Virtual Endurance Championship for Season 16. A big thank you to Zach Sweeney, who has been with us for the first half of this race. We'll hear more from him throughout the season, of course. But to end out the second half of this race, it will be myself, Ewan O'Leary, alongside Vidya Heatley for this one. Welcome in, Vidya. Good to have you with us once again towards another opening of another Virtual Endurance Championship season, and for the 3rd season in a row we're at Monza for 6 hours, and the first half of this race has been enthralling. We're still none the wiser as to who's going to win this race.
Indeed, it has been absolutely enthralling. As you said, I believe it was last season where they changed for lead in the last lap, or was that 2 seasons ago? I can't quite remember.
I think it was 2 seasons ago, because time is flying.
2 seasons ago. But yes, anything can happen here at Monza, especially the Colosseum of Speed, where we are having a look at the moment at Nick De Silva, as you were saying. This Race Clutch car, 5 seconds in the lead, which really, after 3 hours, isn't that much.
No, absolutely. And earlier on, we had the top 4 separated by about 3 seconds, so it's been a very close race so far. Likewise in LMP2, although it's a little bit more spaced out now, and pit strategy is really starting to spread the field apart here. It's Gold Racing Esport who are leading the way from Team Arias by 8.8 seconds currently, and then there's half a minute back to this fight between Arm Cyber, Valerio Ferraris, and Hyperion Racing and Patrick Strakowski, who's in the sort of orange and black car you can just see in the background. And then there's a lapped LMP2 just in the background there, ahead of the Virtual Drivers by TX3 lime green car. So there's cars everywhere here now in LMP2. Battles going on up and down the field. What's turned into a pretty overcast day. The Hyperion Racing car very much in the slipstream now of Arm Cyber, looking for this podium place. Valerio Ferraris has chosen not to defend in towards turn 1, then that could be a bit of an error. It's late on the brakes from Strakowski, who may have been too late. Well, that was very good racing between them, and in the end Strakowski makes his way through, just about having given space to Valerio Ferraris, just enough space given.
Yeah, just enough space, but when you get there, really, it almost seems like the track tightens up. Well, it does tighten up coming into that first chicane, so you've really got to be careful if you go side by side there. And as you can see, obviously because it's a right followed by a left, the outside becomes the inside, and you really have to find that inside car in the left-handed part of that chicane. Really needs to make sure they don't tip the car on the outside into a spin, because it is so easy for that car on the outside just to turn in a little bit early and almost turn across the nose of the car on the inside. But some very clean racing there. But as you said, that puts the Hyperion car, Patrick, up into 3rd position in class, and it's going to be a very good showing for them. They can get a podium on their first showing here.
Yes, we'll put the name on screen because that's too many consonants for those who speak English in one place. But yeah, apologies to him. Yes. We'll go with that, and
need to
maybe
get pronunciation, guys.
Yes, if he can correct us on anything slightly more accurate, then we'll be willing to take it. But he's on the podium at the moment anyway. 3rd place for Hyperion Esports, and I've been saying Hyperion Racing. It's not accurate, is it? Hyperion Esports, who are in the 3rd position. A new team, as you say, but made up of drivers who are not particularly new to the Virtual Endurance Championship, or at least Thomas Vac has done a little bit of driving anyway in this series. He's certainly done a lot of driving on rFactor 2, over the course of his career. And so it's good to see him in the Virtual Endurance Championship as well. Further back, it's all going on here for NetRex, who are not having a brilliant start to their season, unfortunately. This is Sandeep Singh, who's now inside the top 10 just about, and all sorts of battling going on just behind as well. But this is for positions on the fringes of the top 10 and then outside of the top 10 as well. Pedro Ramada is here for the 31 team. That's Ramada Motorsport, of course. And Stan Viletstra as well in the 35 Gigs Energy car, that is. Yeah, it is just outside the top 10 as well. Not a great showing for these guys so far. Some teams you'd expect to maybe see further inside the top 10 than this.
Indeed, that is entirely true, but it's exactly what yourself and Zach were saying not even, well, just over 5 minutes ago. The fact that results are going to be very, very difficult to come by here in LMP2 because it is a spec class, it's the only spec class that we've got here in the VEC this season. And the fact that there's 20 cars, 20 full-time entries is going to be incredibly competitive for these teams just to get a top 10, never mind going into the top 5 or even for those podium positions. It's going to be very, very difficult for a lot of these LMP2s this season in order to get results. And of course, as you were saying before, it is 9 races in the championship this season. So, you know, you can maybe have 1 or 2 bad races and still be in the hunt for the championship. But once you get that third bad result, that's probably you out of the running.
Yeah, it's very different to some of the seasons we've had in the past. I mean, we've had as little as 6 rounds in a season a couple of seasons ago.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago, you're right.
Yes, only 2 years ago. But then the year before that, we had 9 as well, like this season. So it does fluctuate in the Virtual Endurance Championship. It's normally 8, but we've gone for 9 this time. And 2 24-hour races. In terms of hours raced, I think this will be the most in a VEC season for quite some time, if not ever. I'll have to do a bit of research.
Yeah, our Lord and Saviour, Jimmy Allison, will be able to tell us.
He might well just know at the top of his head, to be fair.
No, there was 2 20, if memory serves me correctly, there might be 2 24 hours in the earlier times, because I think the second one might have been Spa as well.
Good. Yes.
Memory serves me correctly in the first cup, in the first few seasons.
Yes. You are correct. Season 8 was 2. Last time we had 2 24-hour races in a season, but that was only an 8-race season. So I wonder whether the extra race we could make up the hours. It might be quite similar anyway. And of course, we don't actually know how many hours this will be because next round is 1,000 miles at Road Atlanta, which we don't know how long it's going to take just yet.
But if I remember correctly, what might also need to be confirmed, but I think it might be 1,000 miles or 8 hours, whatever comes first. Memory serves me correctly. We've got a battle here side by side, for the 12th position in class. Oh, it's not quite, sorry. You can see Josef Frederick Suto in the Valcorsa car here in the foreground, and you've got the 2 LMP2s going side by side in the background, but it's in fact one being lapped by the other. No, sorry, that was for position, excuse me. The gap came down a lot since the last time I saw it. Christian Pedersen is now that car in the middle, in that Go Team racing car. And then just behind you've got, as we were saying before, Stan Viletstra. They're down in that number 35 car. Yeah, so Viletstra is a little bit further up in a battle, and Pallison is here in this battle as well. So by the left-hand side of the screen in LMP2, it doesn't look like there's a whole lot going on. But there is outside of the top 8. Villetstra's lost a lot of time here in the last couple of moments, actually. That's taken me off by surprise a bit. So he's down in 14th now. There may have been contact with himself and maybe Pedro Ramada and Sandeep Singh, because they were in a 3-car battle earlier. Now Villetstra's gone from 11th to 14th in a matter of laps there, and I think there may have been an incident. Would it have made sense they would have pit, or is it too close to the last time they did that?
No, I don't think they would have pitted. Also, they haven't lost enough time, I don't think, to have pitted. I think it's the right amount of time for an incident.
For a track limits as well?
Possibly.
Just thinking.
Although we did get word through earlier that there's a lot of... I'm not sure whether we're allowed to release to the world what the track limit is.
You can set a limit, yes, but you know every one of these drivers will use every single part available to them.
True,
You know
but we're still a long way from the end, which is my concern about that, because we're only just over the halfway mark. I'd be surprised if anyone's fallen foul of
But
track limits.
Vlistra's lost a lot of time though. It's now 3.1 seconds back on Pallison, so I'm wondering if there might be a problem with this number 35 car.
Yeah, there could
Was
be.
it damage or something like this, but I'm not exactly sure. So we're having a look at Pelson now, his blue team car is essentially right there on the rear wing of Suso coming out of that first chicane.
Yeah, so that's further down in LMP2. There is one for third in the Vanwall class as well, the hypercar class at the front of the field. Burst Esport and Damien Scrovon trying to hold on at the moment from Saba Kiss, who's still very much up here at the moment. He had a spin at the first chicane just as the pit stop phase that we've just been through about half an hour ago was commencing. He went around and we saw lots of people gaining places as a result. However, there's been different strategies employed now in these most recent stops. We saw driver changes for Scrovron and for Philip Drace as well in the NeebRacing.com car. They're both at third and fifth now, but there were no driver changes for the other three inside the top five, so they gained a bit of time. But I think Burst Esport are very much on the march, and Sabakis is going to have to do some defending from Philip Drace here pretty soon, who's also catching them both.
Oh, it's going to be very, very fun in this brand new hypercar class. Of course, we were saying before, is hypercars. These cars a little bit different from last season, because last season we used the DPIs. Of course, the GT class different as well. These are GT3s instead of GTEs. So a lot of these teams that have been in, for example, the GT class or in the hypercar stroke DPI, sorry, in the DPI stroke LMP1 class for a number of seasons now, it's a big learning curve for them, especially in this first race of the season. It will be pretty much throughout the entire season. And as you two were saying earlier, with these new GT3 cars, there's some marks here that we haven't seen for a while in VEC. I saw Mercedes not too long ago, and it really has been a long time since we've seen any Mercedes. Is that a car smoking coming out the pits? Is that the sim racing for Holland?
It is Andreas Kirili who's smoking. I think we're just seeing this as a result of the pit stops, and they're overheating a bit. I was speaking to Colin Spork actually a little bit earlier on. I don't want to release all the information because it's quite. He might not be very pleased with me if I do. But there was contact a little bit earlier on. They do believe they might have a bit of damage, and that could be affecting their radiator and their temperatures and all that kind of thing. So I think that's the reason why we've seen the race clutch car smoking earlier on. But now that we've seen the sim racer for Holland car smoking as well, as Kieran slides in a big way there. That kind of puts me at ease a little bit more about them, because I think all of the Van Walls by the end of the race will be smoking a little bit after pit stops, and Kirili now is going to be not pleased with himself because he's had a spin through Lesmo 2. We'll get back going again in quite a nice 360, but he's lost even more time, and there's quite some distance now between Sim Racing for Holland and the next car.
Indeed, and it's a big change for them as well, because they've been GT stalwarts for a long time now, up into the top class, and we don't get to see that checkerboard livery anymore.
No, it's a shame. They've gone for the all black for at least the first race of this season, probably all season, to be honest, and that is a shame for Sim Racing for Holland. They were celebrating some form of anniversary last season, so the anniversary of the team. I think it's been around for, is it 15 years or 20? I can't remember. It's a long time. And Kirili has been one of those drivers who's been at that team for so long. He's been, I think he did his first 24-hour race in sim race more than 15 years ago, back in the mid-2000s. So he has been a driver for sim racing for Holland.
He's from Bournemouth.
Yes, of course. But Zach, maybe not. Yes, he's been 24-hour racing for a very long time as Kirili, but unfortunately, yeah, Sim Racing for Holland not in their iconic livery this time, but they have gone for the all black, which is a little bit not very intricate, I suppose, design, but they do stand out among the rest of the field. It's quite a colourful Van Wall field we have actually with the other liveries, but not Sim Racing for Holland this year, unfortunately.
We are looking here at the battle for 9th position in the LMP2 class. We've got Simon Speth in the 34, Sean Clark Racing in 9th, Sandeep Singh, who were currently on the number 28 Netrix, and then Pedro Ramada just behind them in that Ramada Motorsports car. So these three essentially nose to tail coming out of the Parabolica on to the start-finish straight once again to begin lap 116, I think it is for them.
I'm wondering whether we're going to get a lap record this time around, but I don't think we are for the Van Wals. So it's going to be quite close. I think the pace between the Van Wals and the DPIs is actually quite similar, based on what we've had the previous 2 seasons. Well, the previous season, I should say. The DPIs in the first season weren't quite as quick on that occasion. Last season, pole was a 26.3 from the DPIs. I don't think we quite got that quick over the course of the race here today. Or over the qualifying earlier on, I should say. In the race, the fastest laps were in the high 27s, I think, and that's not where we are at all in the Van Wals. So I'd be surprised if we get any lap records at all this season, really, with the Van Wal. But it's nice to have it on the grid. Nice to have it in rFactor 2 as well, because I have to say it's looking very nice, and good to have it on the as the top class this season as we continue to look at this fight for 9th in LMP2. Sandeep Singh looking to gain a place on Simon Spaeth here in the 34. Sean Clark Racing at LMP2 is for 9th place in the class at the moment. Still a good 20 minutes, 30 minutes maybe from more pit stops in LMP2.
You were talking about rain as well earlier, and the nearest rain is in France, which, as you'll note, is not even Italy. So I don't think it is rain. I think it was just some clouds coming over. 31 degrees air temperature in real life there in Monza at the moment. So rather warm. Sandeep Singh here though, going to be getting all of that lovely slipstream from number 34 car coming from start finish straight. Of course, they're all getting the slipstream from that GT car. Pressure Ramada's just fallen back a little bit. And could this perhaps be the Netrix car going for a new? No, just showing the nose a little bit, coming there down in towards turn 1 and accelerating out. And it's so difficult coming out that first chicane to actually put the power on, because you're still turning quite a lot and you're in such a low gear as well. You really often see wheel spin happening there, as we've already seen several times throughout this race.
Yeah, Nick De Silva has been really struggling with that traction zone in the race judge car. Seen him on a few occasions just sliding a little bit. By the way, in terms of podium battles, we've got Satellite Racing closing on the Adam Polo car, currently driving for Thomas Enger Sim Racing. That's the number 70 that's currently in second at the moment in the sort of gold and black. And then there's the Sim Racing, the Satellite Racing car, excuse me. That's still Yemi Nisler at the wheel of that one now. Not far away from the 4th pit stop of the day for them, and surely he'll be getting out of the car at some point there, because he has been driving since the very start. It's quite a long stint for him now, and of course they will have to share that car around between at least the two of them. See who Nisler hands that one over to. Probably be James Zuber, who is with him at the moment in the team speak. So we'll see when that commences. But just makes you wonder where Nisler would be without a drive-through penalty that he got after the first pit stop phase for speeding in the pit lane. That's really set them back quite a long way.
Again, this is a very difficult pit lane because essentially it's just in the middle of a straight.
Yeah.
And you have to come down to pit speed. I presume this Thomas Enger Sim Racing is associated with the former F1 driver.
Yes, it certainly is. Not sure when they were formed actually, but they are a team on the who are expanding. They're now racing on loads of different simulators, and that's only being added to at the moment. But yeah, you are correct. Thomas Enger Sim Racing is indeed affiliated with the former F1 driver. But they are under pressure at the moment.
Other things.
Yes. Oh yes, many. Uncountable things. You would need more than your fingers, I think, to count count all the series he's been in. But anyway, Formula One's the one that everyone knows, of course. So we'll go with that. Still in front in second place, ahead of Satellite Racing just for now.
Indeed, sat there very nicely in second. So again, it'd be a very good result for them, essentially in their debut here in the VEC. This battle for second position between Christopher Kanick and Damien Skovron. Skovron there in the Burst Esport next few car, just 0.3 of a second, if that, behind second place.
Yeah, so having taken on a new driver and new tyres, Burst Esport are on the move. Inside line in towards Parabolica, and through they go on Simfree, who were in that second place. They were fifth before that last round of pit stops, but clearly no tyres taken on that last stop, and they will fall back. With just over 2.5 hours remaining, though, and we're not too far away from the next round of stops for the Van Walls, I wonder whether we're going to see a final tyre change for some of these teams at the next stops.
You do say they were in fifth, but you have to look at that timing column there on the left. There's still not that much between second and fifth.
Yeah.
Yes.
It doesn't take a lot.
Seconds, maybe, yeah.
It doesn't take a lot to gain those places, but even so, the gap was a lot larger earlier on. If you were with us earlier, Race Clutch came out about half a lap in front of Burst, and now that gap is down to just under 9 seconds. We'll continue to monitor that as we go back to Nisela now, who's still looking to find his way through, hasn't been able to yet in
Got a better
GT3.
run out of Parabolica that time round, I think. Coming
He's
down
too far back.
Well, not with that attitude. Coming down towards turn one, half a second back is that satellite racing car, and we'll just stay there on the racing line. Oh, boy! Oh, no, that's a commentator's car. Whoops. That's...
Well, Nisela's not going to be very happy with us now, but he's overshot in towards turn one, and well, he's lost a lot of time now. We'll have to regain all of that over the coming laps, and he might not even get there before the next pit stops.
No, just got to wait for that timing to refresh a little to see how much time he lost. They were a half a second back, now 2.5 seconds back, so a couple of seconds lost there by that mistake. And yes, not with that attitude, well, not with that one either, Jim.
No, it's still a bit too late on the brakes, and finds his way off the road quite quickly, unfortunately, there. So that battle is settled for the moment. Just want to run through the top order in GT3, because I know we don't do this very often, but there's a good chance to do it now while there are no battles in GT3 at the moment. Blackhawk Racing are still leading the way by just over 30 seconds ahead of Thomas Engerson Racing, and then Satellite Racing, who we've just been watching, of course. In fourth place, Nico Barkley is driving for Wanako at the moment. It was Adam Taylor who started that car. It's handed over to his only teammate, and presumably they're going to have to get someone in for Daytona and Le Mans for the two 24-hour races, because so far they're the only two drivers, and that will remain the case at least for the end of today. Scuderia Leonard in the top 5 now, ahead of Arnard's competition, who are in 6th. That's Lucas Verler driving there. Camille Naoui for Unsteer Racing is in 7th place, and then it is Andrea Gandosi in the number 69 GT3. That's Tomeli ERT, who are in one of the Mercedes, and they're in 8th place right now. Just to round off the top 10, Jan Curzon for RKT competition is in 9th place, and in rounding out the top 10, it's Caspian Motorsport in their Porsche. Sema Selic currently at the wheel of that one, having had Erden Akiol starting that car. So that's your top 10 in GT3. And it's all going to change again very soon, because they'll be in the pit lane, as will the LMP2s, you would imagine, pretty soon as well, because it's been about 40 minutes since they came into the pit lane. And over the course of this stint, we have seen the battle for the lead just close in slightly. Thomas Inborg was nearly 10 seconds in front at the start of this stint, and now that gap to Felix Neuberger for Team Iris is down to just 4 seconds.
Yes, not that much at all, really, especially after almost 3.5 hours racing here at Monza. Less than 4 seconds, that gap, as you rightly pointed out, but a gap that is a lot less, ever so slightly further down that LMP2 group, is this battle for, I believe this is 6th in class. Sandeep Singh in this Netrix car trying to chase down Simon Speth in that number 34 car, as the clouds are being turned on and off here at Monza. But yes, accelerating out of the first Lesmo, coming up towards the second, and certainly within that slipstream striking range.
He is. There is the full reach of the order on the left-hand side, by the way. In LMP2, Netrex now have 2 cars inside the top 10. But pit stops are very much underway right now, so hard to read too much into that for the moment. You can see a bit of a tyre difference between them as well on the left. We've been noticing differences between triple stinting, double stinting, and how often you're changing tyres over the course of the day. It's going to remain very, very close until the end here. I mean, we're speaking about the last lap pass a couple of seasons ago in GTE. On that particular day in LMP2 as well, it was very close. Back in season 14, it was John Lacey's. Was that season? No, that was last season. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. It was Racing Team and Go Team Racing who were very close at the end of that one. I believe it was less than 10 seconds since they came out the pit lane on that day, and so all three classes were very close because the overall gap was only 2.2 as well. It was all very close indeed. Yeah, the gap was just 6.3 at the end of the race in LMP2 that day as well. So very, very small gaps between everybody towards the end on that day. So LMP2 can provide that kind of racing as well, and it's still remaining a difficult one to call. And there's a lot more options for LMP2s as well. There's 20 of them on the grid here this season, which is the most we've had for quite some time.
Yeah, and a bumper grid overall. It's almost, I think there's 49 cars in this not this LMP1, this Division 1 field. Indeed, we've also yet to have a retirement as well, which I find quite interesting. But yes, this battle for 12th position in LMP2 is still Suto, it is still Speth, and it is, it's Suto, Pallison and Ramada, these three cars. Ramada being at the tail end of this straight and almost going into the back of that number 47 car coming through that first chicane.
That's the Scuderia Ferrari Esports car just behind as well. They're not on the same lap. And I don't believe the Virtual Drivers by TX3 car is either, but I could be wrong there. So Dennis Jordan will look to find his way through, and this is not ideal at all. 4 lapped cars in front of him to have to negotiate as he's trying to chase down. Of course, he's trying to fight for the race win today, and he's going to find this very difficult. Flashes the lights towards Lesmo 1. Very tricky moments for him here. There's a Simfree and Ferrari just in front of them as well. Going to have a terrible time here, trying to let through everybody. There goes Jordan. It'll be 3 wide off of Lesmo 2, and that's one of them done, but still a few more to go. A really terrible time to catch all of these cars, and he will get through on the Virtual Drivers by TX3 team as well on the way towards Ascari.
Oh, it's so fun watching these three teams nose to tail, but Ramada falling perhaps a little bit further back as we have a look now at this battle for 4th position in this hypercar class. Less than half a second between the two of them. Having a look here at Philip Drayson, that racing.com car, and almost getting held up a little bit by that GT car, but I think they both managed to go unimpeded past that as they just caught it at the correct time. Trace having a look up the inside. Oh, not quite an overlap there though.
Got to be careful with stuff like that. He's got more grip though, you can see, able to hold a tighter line on the way out of the Parabolica. And Philip Drace will go through here, surely. Sharbakish will be back in the slipstream again, pulled back to the outside, side by side over the line they will go. But he could get trapped in behind this Porsche. It will be the Monaco Porsche, I think, or maybe one of the others, I think maybe.
Yeah.
But Philip Drace doesn't even need to do that. He just brakes later on the way towards turn 1, gets the place, and in the end it wasn't so difficult for him. He's now into 4th place as Burst Esport are also on the move. Don't forget that DeepRacing.com and Burst are both on the new tyres throughout this stint.
Yeah, and you say about getting caught up behind that Porsche, that first chicane is actually so slow, all the cars go at the same speed through there. Really. Because it's so slow, there aren't any aerodynamic advantages, and you don't really put your throttle on between the right and the left. So really, the hypercars, the LMP2s and the GTs kind of got the same speed through there. Having a look here at a potential battle for the lead of this race. Nick De Silva there trying to, in that number 1 race clutch, trying to hold off the number 4 Burst Esport next few car. Skovron, as you were saying, on these new tyres has been incredibly fast over this last stint.
And he's right on the back of the leader now. Oh dear, off the road for one of the armed Cyber cars at the back of the back end of the lap, the Parabolica. Now, race cooks looking like they might have gone into pit lane there, but don't quite do it. And now Damien Scrovron's going to have the chance to go to the outside. A lot of LMP2 traffic in front, but Scrovron's going to look to get through before they have to go through on all of those. It's very late on the brakes there from the Raceclutch car and Nick De Silva, who desperately wanted to hold on to the lead, and Scrovron was almost forced to back out of that.
Yeah, you really have to force out, because again, you can't go side by side through there, but you need a lot of communication, a lot of, well, I would say teamwork. Obviously they're not in the same team, but you need a lot of reliance on the other car. And yes, Scotland just almost had to be forced out of that move, but Scotland appears to be incredibly quick as they are making their sets of pit stop. This number 4 car appears to be incredibly quick, so no doubt there'll be another move soon. Almost having a look there into the second Lesmo, which would have been rather brave, but coming up through all of this traffic.
So much of it, especially LMP2 as well. It's part of that battle we were seeing earlier on with the likes of Pedro Ramada and Christian Pallison and others. And now the overall leaders are having to fight their way through it. Scotland hasn't been able to stay quite as close to Nick De Silva as maybe he would have liked there as a result of all of that. Now he's in the slipstream again on the way down the inside of the Go Team Racing car in towards the Parabolica. But there you can see the difference between the Van Wall and the LMP2. In terms of actual downforce, there really isn't a lot in it. The Van Wall is strong in a straight line, but it's not many seconds a lap faster.
Well, we might have another look here. Scotland having to do the same thing again. Go around the outside to still be defending the inside. And there's a little bit more overlap now going across the sausage strip on the inside, but Scotland almost being gravelly on the outside of the silver. They're going to be going side by side through curve with Durante, but they've got traffic coming up ahead. They're doing a little bit of touching there as well. They've got to go around the outside, but there's more contact coming down towards the braking zone for the second straight, and they're still side by side, and Scotland loses out.
Oh, and there's more contact as Christian Pallison gets onto the case and goes straight into the back of Damien Scotland. What a battle that was between them. Nick De Silva in the end defending very, very sternly, it has to be said, but he has held on to the place. His objective has been achieved, I suppose, but at what cost there? It was quite a physical battle between them, and now the tensions between these two teams are only going to rise further here once again. Raceclutch, of course, the reigning champions who took that title away from First Esport, who were champions the season before. The title winners of the last 2 seasons in the DPI category, now going to battle in the Van Wall, and it's a fantastic battle to see with 2.5 hours to go.
Coming round Parabolica, second separating to now 9/10 of a second or so, as we've got more LMP2 traffic right there. Moving to the right hand side of the circuit is Scotland, and then using as much of the slipstream of De Silva as possible in order to reclose that gap. But look at that, already 4/10 of a second, that gap. That Bursting Sport car is incredibly quick. Scotland just needs to pick the correct opportunity in order to make that pass, and no doubt that will happen. But De Silva is putting up a very, very good defence.
He is. So in towards the second chicane. Nick De Silva still leads the race, ahead of Damien Scrovron. 5 seconds further back, Philip Trace is just in front of Christopher Kierneck, and Saba Kiss is there now as well. So the top 5 still separated by less than 10 seconds as we're approaching the 2/3 mark of this race. It's been a remarkable start to another incredible Virtual Endurance Championship season, the 16th edition of this great championship, and we're seeing a great race to kick it off as well. Raceclutch defending from Burst Esport, and so far successfully, but they must be low on fuel now. The pit stops are upon us, and very soon we'll see them both into pit lane, and we'll see what they decide to do, because Raceclutch may well take tyres. Burst Esport, I suspect, won't.
We're going to have to wait and see. I think as we've got side by side here once again, and now that number 4 car makes that move coming down towards Parabolica. Can De Silva make a response? We've seen how fast that number 4 Burst Esport car is over the past few laps, but I just don't think that number 1 car has enough in it. Going to go around the outside if De Silva wants to take that place back. Perhaps going to try the up and under with the cutback coming into chicane. They really can't do that, so no doubt we see the number 4 car run away for a few laps until, as you said, this next pit stop when that number 1 car might put on some new tyres.
Needed a better exit than that out of turn 2, really, didn't it, Silva? But traction has not been Race Clutch's strongest point so far this race. For whatever reason, I don't know if they're just chewing through their rear tyres quite quickly or what's going on, but they're not getting the exit and the purchase that they quite need. Top 5 battles still happening in LMP2. Arm Cyber trying to hold on from On-Off Racing. It's Nicolas Lemoine we're following for On-Off Racing at the moment, trying to get past Valerio Ferraris, who's been at the wheel of the Arm Cyber car for quite some time now. Lemoine in the slipstream looking for his way through in towards turn 1. They'll hope that they don't catch the BMW BS competition too quickly, but they might well get there before turn 1. Lemoine on the inside, is he going to take both of them maybe? Are they going to both brake late and get into the BMW? Not quite, it's going to get very close. Ferraris holding the inside through turn 2. Lemoine not quite with the exit he needs, and Arm Cyber will hang on to their top 5 for at least one more corner.
So as you say, having a look going around the outside of curve of this BMW at Curva Grande. Now Lemoine will have a second go coming into this second chicane, or will just stay at the wheel tracks for now. Perhaps the next opportunity is going to come up into the Ascaria chicane on the back part of the circuit. Lemoine accelerating out the first Les Moa, I say that, caught behind that GT car. Where the both of them, the Arm Cyber and the On-Off car, thought there might have been an opportunity there for Lemoine to make that move into the top 5, but not able to this time round, and now just a little bit too far back for a move up into Ascaris, who's probably going to be the first chicane again.
Might have to be for Lemoine. Still undergoing pit stops here in LMP2, by the way. Thought Scuderia Ferrari had already done theirs actually, but they haven't. Team Iris haven't either, I don't think. But Gold Racing Esport have, and so have Hyperion Esports, who will now go up to second. Gold Racing Esport now third. Scuderia Ferrari back outside the podium places for now, and they might drop behind this battle as well, unless Dennis Jordan gets going quickly. Let's see if he does. I don't think he'll get out quick. Oh no, he will, just about in time to hold on to 4th place. So Arm Cyber will continue to try and hang on for 5th. As there in the background, the needracing.com van wall makes its way out of pit lane as well. Pit stops everywhere now in the field. In all 3 categories, in fact, there's a steady stream of them on the way in. We're still over 2 hours 20 remaining in this race. A long way to go, but remaining as close as ever. We're nearly 4 hours into this one, and it's still anyone's guess as to who can win this one. I mean, we've got 2 4-hour races over the course of this season. If they're like this, then we're going to have some very close finishes.
Indeed. And they're both at high-speed tracks as well, 24-hour races.
Yes.
And Le Mans. So, yes, it's going to be very, very fun.
We do indeed have 2 24-hour races for the first time in 8 years, in 8 seasons in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Next time out, of course, we're at Road Atlanta for 1,000 miles, by the way. Coming up after that will be the 4 hours of Bahrain, 6 hours of Spa, and then to start off 2024, we're straight in at the deep end with 24 hours of Daytona, which was originally the circuit we were meant to do the second 24-hour race at in Season 8, but that got changed for Spa. So hopefully this season we'll have a 24-hour race at Daytona, but it's going to be a very, very long season ahead for everyone as Nicolas Lemoine makes his way down the inside. Oh no!
Oh, there's
towards the
contact.
final corner.
Yeah.
Well, that was always going to happen. He was on a very narrow, tight line there. Got straight into the side of the Arm Cyber car of Valerio Ferraris alongside him, and Nicolas Lemoine goes around.
Goes around. That was always going to happen, especially at Parabolica. You could just tell.
Well, Nicolas Lemoine drops back from a potential 5th to hopefully holding on to 6th, but that's not even set in stone at this point. Further up the order, by the way, Christopher Koenig is under pressure again from... Oh, well, that's why, because he's in the pit lane.
Well, no longer under pressure, yep.
No. So Philip Drace will try and overtake him now as a result, but as you can see, there's a long way until that will happen. Drace is, of course, not changing or didn't change tyres in the previous stop, and so will probably go out quite a long way ahead of Kiernek, who is expected to change tyres at this next stop.
The battle here for the fourth position in the GT3 class. Having a look at the moment at Thomas Arons in that 93 Scuderia Leone car, trying to chase down Adam Taylor in that 96 1AQ car, less than a second separating the two of them as they're coming up towards the second chicane now.
Yeah, great to see Adam Taylor back on the Virtual Endurance Championship grid. It's been 6 seasons since he last took a title in this series, let's not forget, after winning, was it 3 championships in a row, or was it, three titles in a row. He won GT AM in season 8, then 2 LMP1 titles, 2 seasons running as Team Virus began to dominate a little bit towards the end of the LMP1 era. They certainly won the last 2 titles with Adam Taylor and Nicky Jakovic. Taylor back again, I believe, for the first time since that season 10 championship for him, but back in the GT3, he's back to where he started, and he was in a Porsche, by the way, in season 8 as well, so it's all come full circle for him in the Virtual Endurance Championship, although it's a GT3 on this occasion, and he's currently running 4th for WADACO, a team that don't often run GTs in the VEC either.
Yeah, this is true. They're normally in the top class, or at least in prototype, to say rather. But they're in the GT3 class as well this season. As accelerating out Parabolica is Arons in this Scuderia Leone car, letting all of the other traffic stream by. But yes, 9/10 of a second at the moment. But these 2 cars appear to be fairly even as it stands.
And the traffic is not helping them either. It's not helping Thomas Arons. It's certainly not helping him. He's got a couple of LMP2s just stopping him on the way in towards the first chicane. And that is a problem when you're in a GT3, isn't it, really, when you've got prototypes in front of you, because your mechanical grip in a GT is actually better than those in the prototypes, and through those slower speed corners, which there are a few of here at Monza, you can be quicker. And unfortunately, just nowhere to go with it, really, Thomas Arons. Can't really catch up when there's cars in front of him like that.
Yeah, that's because, well, the prototypes that this stream past them were the battle for 10th position still between Pallison, Suto and Ramada. Pallison is ahead of this train now, though. Suto now in the middle and Ramada still at the back. But yes, it's still this 3-car prototype train for what is now 10th position in class.
And into the pit lane for the overall leader as well. Nick De Silva makes his way in. Burst Sport have already been in, and they've come out behind Simfreem somehow. So I think they've both made tyre changes, although maybe not, because they're both in front of leadracing.com right now. So clearly they haven't changed all 4, I wouldn't imagine. But Simfreem are ahead of Burst Sport, and that's a bit of a surprise. Where a race truck's going to be in relation to these two is the next question, because all of a sudden, Scrovron's got more overtaking to do after the overtake that he just had to make on Nick De Silva.
Well, let's see if Scrovron can keep up.
Oh, no!
That's a giant accident ahead.
Oh my goodness, the Team Irish car, I think it's the leader in LMP2. It's not indeed, it's one of the other LMP2s that's got off the road. It's a huge crash in towards the final corners.
Is it the 48 car, Slavinik?
Let's try and find out, is it Slavinik? Possibly. No rear wing. You're absolutely correct. It's the other Team Irish car that comes in, and on the way in as well. Oh, that's very close. I think it's Go Team Racing, isn't it?
Yeah,
yes.
That looks like it. Yeah.
Huge accident on the back straight. It involved one of the GTEs as well. Will get away without a code 80 because it was so close to the pit lane that Slovenak has been able to just creep into pit lane anyway. But what a big accident that was, and it's the first incident of that kind we've really seen all day.
But as you said, there was another GT car there involved. Can't actually see which one it was. Well, no, it was actually 3 cars. There was a third prototype. I think that might have actually been the 202 Sim Racing for Holland.
Oh!
YouTube stream as well. Sorry.
No, it was the 75, was it? From one of the Porsches. That Caspian Motorsport, I think, who were involved actually in that one. Semir Selic. Was it? No, that looks a bit different, doesn't it? So it wasn't him. someone else it would have been. But anyway, it was one of the GT3s. What happened was, I think, the Team Iris car just tried to slide out from slide out in front of one of the GT3s. And, so this is the onboard we want. So they try and slit the gap here, and there's just not quite the space. They get clipped and spun around in a big way, and Slovenak loses his rear wing. I think that was just a pure misjudgment of the gap there from Slovenak, who thought he had room to go outside of one and inside of the other, but he really didn't.
Yeah, and it was actually the number 7 hypercar involved in that accident as well.
Oh, no, he clips the Porsche. Excuse me. So he doesn't get clipped by the McLaren, but clips the Porsche, does he? On the front left, just gets unsettled, gets straight into the side of the number 7 Go Team Racing van wall, and then unfortunately collects the Porsche as well. That's such a shame, but unfortunately it's a misjudgment from Slovenak now, I think. Well,
I think there was a little bit of contact there, as you said, between the GT and that Team Iris LMP2 car, but as you also said, managed to get away from the code 80 there, because it was essentially at the end of the circuit. But yes, a couple of rolls there for the Team Iris car. Still very miraculous that it can still drive.
It was Deuce's Motorsport Club in the Porsche who got involved, by the way. Either the 73 or the 71. I think it was the 73 that got involved. Brody Munning confirming that, because he is on that team, and seemed pretty deflated about it as well, as you would be, I suppose. It was no fault of their own, really, wasn't it? The Porsche was just running its line, and staying to the very left, trying to stay out of the way, and they still got clipped, unfortunately.
As we're on board here with Damien Scotland, up into third now. Of course, we missed what's happened over the past couple of minutes for obvious reasons, but Damien Scotland in that number 4 car up into third, just 9/10 of a second off of second.
And this will become the battle for the lead. Go Team Racing are saving quite a lot of fuel here, and it's making me wonder where they're going to be at the end of this race with a shorter final stop, but they're not going to cut out a stop entirely, I don't think, with still a quarter of an hour to go until the hour mark, where they would need to get to if they want to cut out a stop. They've got a long way to go until there, but they are in the lead, and you just don't know how short their final stop's going to be. This one should be the fight for the lead, though, and I'm somewhat surprised that Sim Freem are now involved there, as there is the Deuce's Porsche on pit lane, unfortunately getting repairs and dropping down the order as a result of an incident that wasn't their fault.
Indeed, that is the case. Scotland a second back. We've seen this car be incredibly fast over the past hour or so. Can this number 4 car continue its pace? There's essentially that advantage from the tyres. We'll just need a few more laps, 15 minutes or so to find out if that has happened, as we have a battle for second position in the LMP2 class. Jacob Reed, the 26 car, trying to chase down that number 44.
And he's right there, looking for a way through. They're about 18 seconds in front of Scuderia Ferrari right now. It's the first driver change, by the way, for Gold Racing Esports, I think, with Jacob Reed now at the wheel. He's looking for his way through into second. Hyperion Esports currently hold that place, but they've got a big gap up to Team Iris. Maybe that will be their bigger concern, really. Do they work together here, arguably, just a little bit to try and catch the leader to ensure he doesn't go too far up the road, because if that does happen, then neither of them are going to win. But if they work together, then they both have a chance.
Yeah, working together though, that isn't something that really happens. Especially between teams as opposed to an intra-team, which, you know, they would be more likely to help each other. But between teams, that is slightly more questionable. Jacob Reed in that Gold Racing Esports car again. Another good showing from a new team here.
It is. We've seen quite a lot of that so far today. New teams on the grid and showing themselves well. And a big improvement from Team Iris as well. I think it's fair to say they were 7th in the standings last season, although they were the second best of those who started the season in Division 2 and worked their way up to Division 1 by the end. They were on the podium at Le Mans, and that was their only podium of the season, so I guess that marked an improvement from them right at the very end. but now they're in contention for a race win, and I don't believe they have ever won in the Virtual Endurance Championship before, certainly not in Division 1, I wouldn't have thought. So this could be a big day for Team Iris. They're just over 20 seconds in front, and they hold that lead quite considerably at the moment. Who's that? I think that's Valley Esports who are having some problems there.
That is a very, very slow prototype car.
Is it Valet Corsa? I think it might be. Joseph Frederick Suto. It is, with suspension damage. He'll get into the pit lane. But, well, how on earth did that happen? I wonder. Didn't see a yellow flag actually on that lap, so I really don't know where that happened.
Not that I can recall, no, perhaps I was busy looking at timing. But yes, Joseph Frederick Suto, of course, Suto was in that wonderful three-way battle that we've been scanning over the past hour or so in the LMP2 class, but coming into the pits with that suspension damage, that's going to be a long stop for them. Still here, looking at Jacob Reed in this gold racing esports car, half a second back, coming down towards the second chicane, and that gap closes up visually because it's the same time, but obviously if you're going slower, that gap lessens in terms of distance. Round the first, Les more accelerating hard, round the second, which is slightly tighter than the first, trying not to use too much of that curb for accelerating out towards Variante Ascari, down the hill and then up again into the braking zone, because this is kind of uphill. It actually shortens the braking zone because of physics and gravity coming to the right, the left to right, and the left accelerating hard out towards Parabolica underneath yet another pedestrian bridge, and getting closer and closer to that rear wing coming down towards Parabolica.
Yeah, so into the final corner for Jacob Reed, looking for this way through. It's a better line at the Parabolica as well. It's a better run, and he will have a big slipstream as well. This should be second place for Gold Racing Esports, who have led quite a considerable amount of this race, of course. Hyperion Esports certainly have not, but they're both having fantastic debuts in the 16th season of the VEC. Down the inside now for Jacob Reed. He should have the place. He tries to shut the door, but couldn't quite do it though. He realised that the car was still alongside him. Patrick Sokowski still had his nose alongside. Reed couldn't shut the door there, but he did get the better exit off of turn 2, and he is now through. He'll be looking on the defensive again in towards the second chicane, and he does now confirm himself in second place by staying in front. So Reed is through, and in the end that pass wasn't too much trouble for him at all.
Indeed, a fantastic move there, coming through the first part of this circuit. And Gold Racing Esports car appears to have the pace advantage of the Hyperion car as it stands. There is a battle for 7th position in the GT3s. I think this is 7th position. At least is Camel Noe in this number 77 car, trying to hold off the Mercedes behind.
Yes, it is further back in GT3. So no battles for leads in classes anymore, and few for podiums as well. But Unster United having to defend a little bit here from one of the Mercedes. Karen Lowy just in front here, and will hold on the way in towards the second chicane. Will he? Yes. Just ahead in the braking zone there of Miguel Cardoso, I think it is, in the car behind him. Is it? No, it's Andrei Gandosi, sorry, from the number 69 team. That's Tomeli ERT, one of the Mercedes. But that little bit of LMP2 traffic has just split apart this battle ever so slightly, because the LMP2 wedged itself in that gap, and now they're nowhere near each other all over again. Cameron Nau has gained a bit of time as a result of that, and he'll be able to breathe a sigh of relief, at least for the next lap or two.
Of course, Understeer United, a team after my own heart, because I always love Understeer in my cars.
Yes, same.
Yes.
Rather than oversteer, anyway.
Oh, of course. Yeah, Understeer is far better than oversteer if you want a predictable car. And consistency, which of course is pretty important here in endurance racing.
Yeah, unfortunately these guys are skilled enough to be able to deal with not chronic understeer and also be quick and sort of control the car at the same time, but I'm not, so I would need understeer as well. to be honest. It's pretty important. They're still running 7th. I mean, it's another team that is, I guess, new on the VEC grid, but as I said earlier about some other teams, there are some familiar names like Camille Nahu in this car as well. So I think he drove for Blackhawk Racing last season, didn't he? So
yeah, that's just familiar.
So there's a number of new teams, but similar drivers really this season in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Even if the teams aren't all the same, of course. I mean, a lot of the teams are similar, especially at the top end of the top class and all of their classes, in fact. But there are some mostly familiar drivers in some different teams than maybe usual.
Yep, different teams from usual, but still, you've got the best part of 20 GT3 cars and 20 LMP2 cars. You're bound to get different teams towards the head of the field each time, especially in this GT3 class, for example, because every mark will have its own advantages and disadvantages.
We're just getting word through, by the way, from Undersea United that team is basically the Sifat Performance team from last season, which started the season in Division 2, ended up in Division 1 by the end. But that's basically who they are. So yeah, Camille helping them out today because apparently other drivers are unavailable for them. So he's jumping in there and helping them out a little bit and doing very well as well in 7th place at the moment in the GT3 category, chased down by one of the Mercedes. But that battle will just peter out for now. For the lead overall, still fairly close. Christopher Kienak there you can see is 2.5 seconds ahead of Demian Skrovron, who has a 3-wide moment to contend with on the way towards turn 1. And that very tight line makes it through, although he's made it awkward for everybody there and towards the first chicane.
Making it awkward. What I love to do sometimes as well on commentary, but no, it's doing it on the racetrack can have some other very interesting consequences. Skrovron, though, I'm just wondering if that extra speed from those tyres have a little bit of a bump there from the 77 car looked like to me, didn't it?
There was, and it's another example of that phenomenon we've been speaking about, of GT3s being faster than the Van Wals at certain parts of the corner. That's exactly what was happening there on the brakes, on the turn in there. The GT3 had more grip and more stability, and it just seemed that it is a new car, still the Van Wal to RF2, and it does seem that these teams are still trying to quite get used to it. I mean, Simic was in that chat earlier on, one of the Burst Esport drivers we'll be seeing a little bit later on in the season, no doubt. He was saying, how on earth do you get this car to stop bouncing around and stop being so stiff? Because it is a fairly stiffly sprung car, and I'd imagine these teams haven't quite worked this out fully just yet, given that we're at the start of a new season.
No, well, still take a little bit of time for all these teams to fully understand what is happening in terms of the physics of these cars, how the suspension works, how the various tyres work, how the various aero configurations work, so on and so forth. But no doubt within a couple of races, all these teams will start to perfect. But having a look here at Scotland, 2.1 seconds, perhaps still a little bit of chase action in this number 4 car.
There is still speed here. I mean, not quite as much speed as the race clutch car of Tom Lartilo has at the moment. He is back in again after starting the race, and Silva then drove for a couple of stints. Now Lartilo may well be in to the end, actually, but he's closing in. He's just under half a minute back from Simfree, but he still has a good half an hour to close in further, and maybe there'll be a battle very similar to the one that we saw with Burst in race clutch earlier on. Maybe we'll see roles reverse slightly, where race clutch are on the newer tyres with the speed and they're trying to get through on Burst Esport. But the tension between those teams now is going to be fairly high, and there's going to be a fairly big battle between them if indeed they do get close. Once again, as I said earlier, we're still absolutely no idea who's going to end up winning this race. It's still so close.
It, as you say very rightly, it is still so close between all of them. We still do not know what is going to happen towards the end of this race. Well, we've got a couple of hours to find out what's going to happen at the end of the race, don't we? But Scotland 1.2 seconds in. I'm just wondering if that number 4 car is pretty unbeatable as it stands, unless they get into a little bit of trouble.
It's well, it seems like that right now, but then the tables turn with every stint, and you just don't know where this race is going to go next.
So there goes Scotland through the right and the left, certainly not traction issues that. As you said earlier, we've seen with Nick De Silva, for example, 1.2 seconds the gap to that first place, which you can just see in the distance, and you can just see here in the foreground, turning left.
Oh dear, yeah, Scotland going to be really held up here. Going to get caught up with the Viola car. Who had a bit of damage, of course, early on. They've recovered again. They're back out there. But Scotland will continue to lose time in that little exchange there. Giuseppe Saracino is not too far behind the on-off racing car of Nicolas Lemoine now. This is a battle in LMP2 developing now for 6th place. Lemoine, of course, recovering from that spin at Parabolica that he had not so long ago. And it seems that he's still going backwards because Visceral Esports are now on their case.
Going backwards just a touch, 1 second the gap there, up towards 6th position for Saracino, coming through Curva Grande, and there you can just see this bluish, I'm seeing this one's turquoise, salmon. LMP2 up ahead, that on-off car coming through the left and the right of the second chicane, and then up towards the 2 Lesbos a second. You can just about get a little bit of shooting that distance.
Maybe the faintest bit, but it wants to be a lot closer than that in the coming laps as we now approach the 4-hour mark in this race. Still 2 hours remaining of the 6 hours of Monza, the opening round of the Virtual Endurance Championship season for season 16. A 9-race championship with 24 hours to look forward to over the course of the season. 2 hours remaining at Monza then, and Giuseppe Saracino has closed in quite considerably through Ascari there. He's right on the case of the driver in front of him. On the way in towards the Parabolica, he'll look to make the move very soon. He'll be on the inside of one of the BMWs, but it's going to mean that a poor run onto the home straight. He's going to have to wait at least another lap, I would imagine, unless he's coming into the pit lane, which he is.
Yep.
So he's going to spoil that for us slightly. Nicolas Lemoine will have no pressure on him now.
How do you consider spoiling that for us?
Well, yeah, I mean, he probably was going to run out of fuel, so we can't really be too mad at him. But with 2 hours to go, you'd suspect that's 40 minutes on the 3 stints remaining here. And that fits quite nicely for an LMP2.
It does fit very nicely for an LMP2, almost perfectly, as that clock has now ticked down, and the hours now begin with a 1. Yes,
we're getting closer to the finale of this race. Still 1.2 seconds in the battle for the lead. Christopher Kiernan still ahead of Burst Esports' Demian Skrovron, and the gap to NeveRacing.com just under 10 seconds. Race Clutch now close to within under 25 from these leaders, and further back from that, Martin Mergley for Winchip Racing is not far away either. It's still so close, it could go anyway. I would still say that the top 5 will have a chance of winning this one.
Yep, I completely agree. There is pretty much everyone who's still within 30 seconds or so, maybe even 45 seconds or so of the leader of the respective classes, still has a chance of winning this race. The 17 car, as you're having a look, Christopher Kiernan currently in the lead, but 1.1 seconds back to that number 4 car. The Skrovron still has that pace.
He does. Carried over from last season, of course, where he was strong, and he's developing into a better driver with every season as well. He's still a fairly young driver on the books of Burst Esport, is Demian Skrovron. Only really started to race with them a lot during last year, during 2021. And he's really starting to develop and get stronger and stronger as they go along as well. He's still in in the car right now. Just under a second is the gap. Christopher Koenig has been closed in on 6/10 now. Is the gap between 1 and 2. Down on the brakes they'll go. Koenig will put another car between himself and Skrovron though. The pole tries to make sure that doesn't happen, but it's inevitable. And once again, Simfree will hold on to the lead. They'll get help, assistance from the traffic.
Yeah, some assistance there needed for Koenig in order to keep that gap, but 0.6 of a second now, it appears it's almost inevitable. Well, I would say it's almost inevitable. You never know what's going to happen in endurance racing. But here we go to the left and the right of chicane number 2, and it is 0.6 of a second back to that number 4 car. And I think Koenig must be getting a little bit afraid, seeing that Skrovron get bigger and bigger in that rearview mirror with every lap that passes.
He is. And that will be a worry to the Simfree team, you would imagine. Still 20 seconds back to race cuts as well, of course. Into Ascari they go. Koenig still out front. And I wonder whether there's going to be a drive change or soon, because Koenig has been at the wheel for quite some time now for Simfree. Of course, a team that's been so successful over recent seasons. Koenig didn't start this race, but he has been at the wheel for a while now. Luca Vunch is the only driver that we've not seen today. Patrick Schindler has been in earlier on today for Simfree Esports. Of course, such a successful team in the world of the Virtual Endurance Championship. They were going for 3 in a row last season. They're going to become the first team to, or since Deuces Motorsport Club anyway, to win titles in 3 different categories, but they weren't quite able to do it. At the end of the season, they were second by just 25 points. They'll be looking to avenge that defeat by race cuts, but it looks like it's going to be a very competitive season with TheRacing.com now joining the fray up front, and also Burst Esport back to their best as well. And of course, I know they're not had a particularly good day today, but reigning LMP2 champions Go Team Racing will be looking to get in amongst it as well in the championship.
Yes, lots of good fights to be looking forward to the remainder of this race, and no doubt throughout the entire season as well. Accelerating hard here out of the second Lesmo, then down and up through this dip underneath the pedestrian bridge, and this GT car using as much of the slipstream as possible of the car ahead. They're going through Ascari now. Oh, a little bit of oversteer actually there on the direction change, it looked like.
It certainly felt like that from the onboard. Got a very reflective bonnet here, haven't we? Reflecting all of the sunlight back up into the air. Quite a lot of chrome liveries actually this season. I think the Gold Racing Esport LMP2 is fairly chrome as well, which is a little bit odd to look at sometimes, but anyway, I don't mind it. It's hopefully going to serve them well over the course of the season. They make their way down the home straight now. The leaders in GT3, or some of them anyway. I think this is the fight for 4th place maybe on the screens at the moment. The 66 BMW. Well, no, I think it's lied to me, because they're a long way further back than that, a couple of laps down at the moment. But anyway, it's battles for 14th. That's why not 4th for Visceral Esports. There they are. But yes, the battle for the lead is getting a lot closer in the overall standings. Koenig still in front of Skrovron, but Skrovron's just not getting anywhere, and they're not too far away from the pit stops now either. So I wonder whether Skrovron's going to be desperate to get through, or whether he's going to wait.
They're so close now, these 2 cars, aren't they? Koenig in that number 2 car.
Yeah, Simfree still in front, and got a yellow flag in sector 3.
Indeed.
So, well, I don't know who that was for, because it's disappeared fairly quickly, but we've seen a thankfully clean race for a lot of this one so far. I know some people are going to disagree with me with that, because if fuel car's been into an issue, then I guess you wouldn't agree. But for the most part, we've seen everybody get through the opening moments of this one, and I still think we've got all 49 involved here in the fight, which is absolutely fantastic for everyone to see. But further up front, Burst Esports getting very close to the lead. They don't go through on this occasion, but they're certainly threatening now.
Threatening is the correct term. Having we still look at this battle for 13th in the GT class, Alice Plava, who were we're used to seeing a lot further up these standings.
We are a little bit for Visceral. We're of course part of the LMP2 standings last season, but did have a couple of GTEs as well in lower categories. They did start in Division 1, but actually ended up in Division 2 in the end, or at least one of theirs didn't, and then they had another that started and finished in Division 2 in the GTE, so they're moving up to Division 1. Now they've got a car in 2 categories. The 73 Juicers Motorsport Club car, I think, is trying to get through on them here, and this is a bit of a voyage of recovery, if you like, for Juicers. They were champions last season, but it's not been a good opening race for them this season.
It's not gone well for them this season. Well, so far, we say so far, 1 race in. You've got to remember, we still, of course, have 8 more races after this. And here we go. This is the battle for the lead. Skovron right there behind that number 2 car.
Here we go. In the slipstream, is there going to be a move on the way in towards turn 1? As Simframe have held on to this lead for quite some time, but is that rain coming to an end? Not this time. Skovron breaks early and he waits once again.
Yeah, waits once more. We have seen how much pace this number 4 car has, but as you said, waiting for one more time through the Curva Grande. This long right-hander, and yeah, a little bit too far back for coming into the second chicane. I think a lot shorter braking zone here when compared to the first, and indeed not making a move this time round. Now coming through the 2 Lesmos, and really the next step, opportunity might be the Parabolica. Of course, we saw this number 4 car take the lead over from number 1 coming into Parabolica about 45 minutes ago.
We did. We've seen plenty of changes for the lead so far in this race, and we could be on the cusp of another one here. Up in towards Ascari, Skovron has to take a bit of a tighter line as a result of the traffic, and will just once again frustratingly be pushed back. I think Kiernick is doing a good job here of holding on to the lead. He's sort of holding Skovron at arm's length and making sure that he can't threaten really at all. But now, in towards the Parabolica, there may well be another chance in towards turn 1. We've said that many times before, but he is closer this time than he has been many times before.
Here we go, coming up towards turn number 1 yet again. Going to have to go around the outside of the number 2 into the chicane. It's going to be the last of the late breakers. They're both pretty much side by side, coming into the right-hander, then coming to the left. Number 4 car has the advantage to get the throttle on a little bit early, and there might be a little bit of contact there on exit.
There was a bit more as well.
For Holland in number 2.
It is the Sim Racing for Holland car getting involved and backs out of it immediately after getting into a bit of contact there. Now Kiernick will look to respond in towards the second chicane. It's not going to happen into the De La Roggia this time. So Burst Esports take the lead of the 6 hours of Monza. Damien Skovron finally has made his move. It took a very long time, but it has been executed finally. Kiernick's not going to let him go easily, but you'd imagine Skovron now will be able to just push home this advantage and maybe bring this to the next pit stop phase.
Yeah, we've seen how fast that number 4 car is. Here we go at a replay. This is Pablo Allen in the virtual drivers by TX3. Getting a little bit too much oversteer. And that's a tire gone. That's likely race over.
Well, virtual drivers by TX3 have not had a good race, unfortunately. Not in LMP2. They're in 6th in Hypercar, which is a decent run for them so far, but unfortunately that may be the end of their day in LMP2. Let's see, are they looking to come back again? They're currently 9 laps down on their class leader. I wonder whether they're going to be out of this one at this stage. It is indeed a DNF, so first DNF of the season. I know we had the Seawolf Hypercar hoping to start this race, but ended up DNSing. That's the first DNF after more than 4 hours. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, very, very impressive. He's apparently there for Ivanov. I imagine that would be for track limits.
Speeding. He's just come out the pit lane now, I think.
Speeding, okay.
So it's as you said earlier on, it's a fairly difficult pit lane to do because obviously, as you said earlier, you're in the middle of a straight. But even so, I mean, at this level, surely you've got to be slowing down enough for the speed limit and abiding by that, because it's something you can practice. It's not a surprise at Monza. Everybody knows this circuit well. It's not an unusual. There's not an unusual chicane on the way in like there is at some circuits. You know, it's a silly mistake to make, really.
Yes, it kind of is, especially at this level, because these are some of the best drivers in the world, and some drivers, I should say, in the world. And yes, Ivanov will probably come in next time by. I would say serve that penalty immediately and just get it out of the way. At least that's what I would do if I were them. Having a look in the having a look in the battles, we've got this almost three-way battle in the LMP2 class. What was going to be 5th, 6th and 7th, Andrea Martino, Tobias Blumschein and Charlie Rigo. You've got about 4 seconds covering the three cars, though.
We have, as we start the penultimate stops now in the Van Wall category, the hypercar category. I shouldn't call it the Van Wall category, hypercar category. Simframe are the first to blink, and they're going to be in a little bit of trouble for fuel. I hope that they're going to be able to make it on one more stop, but it's going to be 2 full stints from here, pretty much, if they want to do 6 stops throughout the day. I think that's a noticeable difference in the hypercar era so far that we've seen. It is the longer fuel stints, especially in real life. I mean, they've been touching on an hour at some circuits, have the hypercars, and that's a notable difference to even the LMP1 days, where they used to go 50 minutes. Certainly the DPI days, where they were going 45, maybe less, over the course of a stint. These hypercars can go probably the longest on fuel we've seen from a prototype for quite some time.
Indeed, as you said, it's always it's a little not disconcerting, that's probably not the right word. We're usually seeing like 40, 45 minutes from these top class prototypes. To be able to go pretty much 55 is bringing just a new dimension to the strategy for these teams. We've got something else to learn with these new cars. Yeah,
we've got a couple of cars out here. So Andrea Martino and Yumi Nisela are both out. Martino is part of the Arms Cyber team, and it's James Zuber who's out, actually, not Nisela. They've changed driver, of course, but both of them DNF from the race. Now, are there any more around, or are they the only... Yeah, they are. So it's not a mass disconnection, which I did fear for a moment, but the two of them are both disconnected at the same time. Zuber and Martino are not from the same country, which sometimes happens when everybody from one country just detonates. That's not happened, but we have seen a couple of key DNFs there in the top 10s of 2 of our categories.
This is true, and kind of surprising. It happened to 2 cars that have been pretty much up there the entire time. But yes, Tobias Blumschein came into the pits. I think he came back out 26 seconds back to 4th position now. So they're just going to have to wait, as you said earlier, for this pit stop phase to perhaps get some of that time back. But yes, seeing 2 cars that have been pretty strong throughout the entire race, DNF almost simultaneously, it's always a little bit jarring. But as you said, this maybe disconnections, but that means they can get back into the race, but they're going to lose a couple of laps in doing that.
Well, let's see. I think it was a disconnection for them actually, but there could have been a crash which saw them both lose wheels, as we saw with Virtual Drivers by TX3. They were out of the race as a result of that, but we'll find out whether Martino and Zuber make their way back out of the pit lane again and re-emerge. Tom Lartado is still gaining time for Race Clutch here. I reckon he might have made his final tyre change of the day. He'll certainly be going to the end in this car, I would imagine, for Race Clutch, and I wonder whether the reigning champions can kick off their title defence with a race victory in the first ever hypercar Van Wall Virtual Endurance Championship race. Down in towards the second chicane goes Lotto, now just under 3 seconds behind from needracing.com, who are currently ahead of him.
This is a quick yellow there in sector 3. We've lost. It was just a quick one, though. It doesn't look like. Well, it's the yellow back up again. So I'm wondering what's happening there in the last sector. I think this is from just at the exit of the Sky chicane, isn't it? Back onto the start-finish line.
Yeah, maybe even just before, actually. I think the whole of chicane is included, maybe. We're about to go through it now with Lartolo, and clearly the obstruction, whatever it is, has gone. Andrea Martino confirming to us that it was a connection loss for him, so he drops out, and hopefully they can get back out there again for Arm Cyber, but the damage is done really as far as their race is concerned. They were on the fringes of the top 5, they were comfortably in the top 10, and it's not worked out for them at all. They're way back now, and they're going to struggle to get back to the top 10.
Yeah, they're really going to need a lot of help and a lot of incidents from other cars. It's probably not going to happen.
We wouldn't imagine so. Tom Lartolo closes on needracing.com then with 100 minutes to go, just about. We've got Race Clutch versus needracing.com for second place. Then 9 seconds up to Burst Esport, and Simframe to slot in here somewhere as well, but where they're going to be, it remains a mystery for now. In towards Lesmo 1, there will be a problem for Philip Drace, who's in that second place car. He'll get stuck behind the LMP2, maybe the GT3 as well, and now they're right together.
Yeah, it's really there's nothing you can do really when you get stuck behind slower classes like that. 3 wide almost, coming up towards a scary. But let's go, as you said there, trying to make that move. Drace, as you said, ahead in but 2 tenths of a second. Perhaps later you can get this slipstream coming down into Parabolica.
Oh, he'll look to the outside. It's the red and black of Race Clutch we're looking for here on the outside, as opposed to the red and a little bit of black from needracing.com. Wow, that's a slide and a save from Drace, and then Lotlo has to do the same. Drace flashes the lights, they both squeeze towards the pit lane. Lotlo defends the inside line. This will become the battle for the lead, and it's high charge now as well, because Drace is not pleased. He flashed the lights again there, and now he pulls to the outside on the way towards the first chicane. He'll try and brake later, he'll have to see off Lotlo. He's going to be pushed out wide, and Race Clutch will be back in the lead again, but Philip Drace is clearly not happy about that.
Yeah, very, very clearly not happy. There was some tough racing there, maybe contact at a couple of points as well. As we've got these constant yellows in sector 2, I'm wondering if there's been an incident somewhere. It looks like, no, that seems to be okay. I'm not exactly sure what those yellows in sector 2 might have been for, but yes, as you said, Drace not happy because maybe there's a little bit of contact there between the Race Clutch and Trace's car.
I think he got squeezed a little bit, did Drace, but I think I think it was just hard racing in the end, really. But there we are. I mean, it doesn't matter too much now. Lotolo is a lot quicker, and he will look to drive away, of course, now. So further back, Roland Zooks is in the Go Team Racing car. Patrick Schindler is back in the Simframe car. There he is. So he's chasing one of the Go Team cars, and I'm wondering where Burst Esport are going to come out in relation to them. That's why I mentioned them. Burst are already moving, though. Demian Skrovron is already back going again, so he's quite comfortably in front of Simframe, and that's, I think, a bit of a bigger gap than it was before those pit stops, I think.
We have to wait for these timings to refresh a little. The gap between, let's look for correct tab. There we go, fantastic, done. Skrovron and that Simframe car, I make that about 10 seconds or so, the gap, actually.
Yes. 7.3 plus 1.6, maybe a little bit less, but yes, it's around there for those two. Scrubron should be able to hold on to that though. The real interest for me is where Raceclutch and eRacing.com are going to be in relation to them, and also. Of course, we've got the Winchick Racing car to figure out, although they are 13 seconds behind the leading two, now maybe slipping out of contention, but still anything can happen over the last 90 minutes.
Yeah, and Monza can be so unpredictable, especially with now, 46 cars on track. There's still a lot of cars out there for there to be incidents with. Scovron, 25 seconds back from the next car up. As you said, this is kind of the quasi lead of the race.
Well, I'll be careful saying that because we don't know quite, but yeah, I'll go along with that for the moment. Simulator for Holland just in front of Burst here, by the way. It's still so busy, isn't it, out there on the circuit? It really is. We've got one confirmed retirement from this race. I think we are going to see a re-emergence, and we have seen a re-emergence already of Arm Cyber and also Satellite Racing. So those two disconnections, I believe, have both seen them back out onto the circuit again. But Virtual Drive by TX3 are indeed retirements confirmed from that race, and now they're slipping through the GT3 order overall, which is somewhat of a bad thing for them. But no points for them today, you wouldn't imagine. But that still leaves 48 of them out there on the circuit, and it really does feel like that.
Yeah, essentially with any given camera shot, you have about 5 cars in it, don't you? It's absolutely incredible how many cars there are still out there in the circuit and how busy the circuit still is. Having a look, it looks like there's a battle there for 5th position in the LMP2 class brewing. This will be Charlie Rigo and Tobias Blumenschein. Charlie Rigo here in that number 30 on-off racing car, and I believe the car directly ahead that Rigo is chasing down.
Let's see. It's the first time we've seen Charlie Rigo today, actually. He's now looking for this top 5, of course, getting quite spaced out in LMP2, actually. Team Irish were leading earlier, but now they're 18 seconds behind Gold Racing Esports. It's all going to come down to that final stop. Where are they going to come out?
Yep.
You bet that it's going to be close after those final stops as well, but difficult to work out from this stage quite who's where.
18 seconds suggests a tyre change perhaps for the Irish car, but not for the Gold car.
Maybe, but what I mean is that have they all made their final tyre changes? Will there be another one for Gold before the end, and they have to come through the field and maybe do an overtake in the final stint? You know, that's the kind of dream, exciting situation we're thinking of, but is that actually reality? I'm not entirely sure. For the most part, it's been either double or triple stints for these LMP2s. It just kind of depends where you are with that at this stage in the race, because everybody's kind of made their bed in terms of strategy. Now they're just seeing it through.
Yeah, really, your strategy is set now. You can't deviate it, especially, as you said, because a lot of these cars only have one stop to go. Perhaps decide to put an extra set of tyres on. 3 wide there directly ahead, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was the race leader going through on the Blumschein was one of them, and a lapped LMP2. Was it the recovering arms car? No, I don't think so. But it was 3 wide through the middle for the Raceclutch entry of Tom Lartulo. Still waiting for a pit stop from them, by the way. And that's an interesting point for Raceclutch. Their final stop in terms of fuel may be a little bit shorter because they are going longer than the likes of Burston, especially Simfree, who have got some very long final stints coming up.
They might have to do some fuel saving, but where can you really fuel save at Monza?
I guess big lifting off on the way into the chicanes, but...
Yeah, lifting off into the braking zones, but that's about it.
Yeah, it's not an easy circuit to do it. Although, to be fair, over the course of the entire race, you could have been doing a lot in traffic, especially.
That's also true, yeah.
We've seen the way that these stack-ups have gone in towards the chicane. Sometimes, you're going really below racing speed, and if you instead of having to brake halfway around the corner and getting surprised by those in front of you, just preempt that a little bit, lift off on the way in, and then you can have a smoother run through and save a bit of fuel that way. But I think it's a bit late for saving loads of fuel. If Simfree need a lap, then they might be able to get it. But if they need something more significant than that, then they've left it too late.
I would agree with your analysis there, Tobias Blumschein. 29 seconds back from the Hyperion car, but that is not Blumschein's main concern. It's Rico behind, but Rico's fallen back slightly, 1.5 seconds, because of all of this traffic.
Yes, and it really is a lot. You see, there's 4 cars between them, despite they're only a second apart. There's 4 cars between them, 1 LMP2, a couple of Van Wals, a McLaren GT3, now a Mercedes as well. This is remarkable.
There's it's about 10 cars in shot there as they're coming down towards Parabolica. Rico's going to perhaps be boxed a little bit behind this Mercedes, but goes up the inside. I don't think there was that much time lost there, but more time lost overall, 2.1 seconds now, that gap for Blumschein. As they're coming across the start-finish line once again, and they're really too far back to gain any slipstream from any car.
Yeah, for once. Nebracing.com into the pit lane, by the way, as there's a big dive down the inside there for someone on Visceral, actually. It's one of the LMP2s a bit further back, but we're on board with Shani Rigo as he tries to chase down the Visceral Esports LMP2 just in front with 90 minutes remaining. Around the Curva Grande, he goes right now, trying to catch up that car for a top 5 position. Down on the brakes in towards the second chicane. He goes now through as well. Not too much over the curves, actually. They don't like it too much, but the prototypes don't like it too much, but you can get away with a little bit more than maybe you would think at Monza. Now through the 2 Lesmos and out onto the next straight towards Ascari now. Rigo not really getting any closer actually here. They seem pretty evenly matched, and the gap is only changing when traffic interferes.
Oh, when traffic interferes, I like I use the term when and not if that time round. As Damien Scoffron, have a look, 3rd and 4th in the hypercars there in the pits, which vaults that number 4 car up into that podium position. Philip Trace and that NeedRace.com car still stationary for what will be its penultimate stop by the looks of that timing column. And then perhaps a final tyre change there. 90 seconds of the gap, and you can see Patrick Schindler in that Symphony Esports car. Once the timing sorts itself out a little bit, we'll see the gap between Scoffron and that car. And it looks like it's about 14 seconds now, maybe even 15.
Christian Mikel is into the car as well for NeedRacing.com. Was a very important part of their run to second in the championship in GTE last season, as he tries to search for his second Virtual Endurance Championship title. He won back in Season 7, which is now 9 years ago. So he'd very much like another one to add to that in the very first hypercar class in the Virtual Endurance Championship. I don't know if we can say that properly, because we did have the McLaren Senna, didn't we? But this is a very different car, the Van Wal, to the McLaren Senna that we had back in Season 12 and the first half of 13 as well. But LeadRacing.com have got a lot of work to do here. Mikel will have the new tyres, of course, to try and close that gap, but it may not be enough. It may still be difficult. I think a top 5 definitely for LeadRacing.com. A podium, I'm not so sure.
That might be just slightly out of the question for now. Having look, what's that gap? About 25 seconds or so up to 3rd position? And you know, some very, very tough teams in order to pass, in order to get up to that 3rd position. So I think podium, you might be right there. You might be out of the question for Chris and Michelle and that NeedRacing.com car.
So Race Clutch still lead. Tom Lancelot goes over for another lap, and his final stop here in terms of field is going to be pretty short compared to the others, or shorter than the others anyway. Simfreams will be the longest, followed by Burst, then the Racing.com's. Race Clutch and Winchik Racing still have yet to make their stops, and so it's going to be shorter stops for the both of them as the sun begins to set a little bit here in Monza. You can see this. It's not going to get dark today, I don't think, but we do have to get into the evening time here in these races. That's very much been the time of yeah, that's very much been the condition we've ended this race under in the last 2 seasons. We've done this one, which of course has been the opening round of the Virtual Endurance Championship for the previous 2 seasons in a row, replacing the traditional Silverstone opener, which we had for a couple of seasons. Then it was Indianapolis before that for a few seasons in a row. and then we were Silverstone back before that, and yeah, it's been it's Silverstone and Indianapolis basically between before the Monza starting to the season that we've had now for 3 seasons in a row. But based on previous history, the next opening to a Virtual Endurance Championship season will not be Monza, because we've never had the same place host 4 in a row, I don't believe.
Well, there's Jimmy Allison getting his pen and paper out.
Yes. We did start season 4 back at this circuit, by the way. It was a very long time ago, but then didn't do it ever again for about 10 years. So there you are, a bit of a statistic for you there. But anyway, Jimmy Allison will look to either prove me wrong by making it 4 in a row next season, or make sure that trend continues. We'll wait and see, of course. But it's a good place to start the season, I think. Obviously, everyone gets very scared about the first chicane of a new season when it's at Monza. But I mean, in terms of the race overall, I mean, it's a good place to start.
Yeah, a nice fast circuit to begin this season with. And here's a battle for 9th position in the LMP2 class. Luigi Rosso in that number 47 car, trying to chase down Victor Ivanov in that Netrix 27 car. 1.5 seconds separate them. You can see that green and black LMP2 in the foreground. I believe that is the green, black and white one, I should say, rather, is who Russo is trying to chase down.
So this is further back in LMP2, of course. Go Team Racing looking to defend their title in LMP2. Gone for 2 hypercars and just 1 LMP2 is what they've decided to go for in terms of a title defence here. And it makes sense for them to move up, I suppose, to hypercars after so much success in LMP2. It was actually a relatively dominant season from them last season. They eventually got their first VEC win back at round 3. They were able to add to it with a second win a few races from the end, but they never finished outside the top 5 over the course of the season, and that gave them a 31-point championship win over Simframe Esports, who were looking for that 3 in a row. And it makes sense for them to move up to the top category and aim for an overall title in the VEC here for season 16.
Indeed, and as you said, not finishing at the top 5, it's going to be very difficult for them to finish in the top 5 today, isn't it? Perhaps too much of an ask there. 1.7 seconds back is Russo, so perhaps the 47 car not quite got the pace over the 27 as it stands. However, the 27 is trying to chase down that number 31 for that final position on that column you can see there on the left.
Yep. Side by side here.
Here we go, yeah.
Here we go, 8th place. Ivanov makes the dive, and it will be 8th place for Victor Ivanov here, just ahead of Pedro Ramada, who previously held that place, although I thought he was going to completely troll him by coming straight into the pit lane. He doesn't. He stays out, but should be able to hold on to that now. Ramada was a bit wide at Parabolica, although there will be a big slipstream here and a long front straight, of course, as well. Will Ramada make a dive? No. Victor Ivanov will hold on to 8th.
Indeed, I think Ramada was just a little bit wide there to give Ivanov a little bit of space up the inside of Parabolica, accelerating out. So I think maybe this 27 cars a little bit of pace over that number 31. 11 seconds up to the next car though for Ivanov. So a little bit of a gap there for the Netrix car to close.
We're getting towards the stage where we could see penultimate stops in LMP2, by the way, with about 1 hour 20 to go. As we see this battle in GT3, the leaders are in the overall lead of this race. The hypercar class sees Race Clutch and Winchik Racing into the pit lane now, with Burst Esports set to take over, you would imagine, unless there is some kind of miracle. It's going to be a big chase in the final hour and 20 here for Race Clutch, who I think will make a tyre change here, and they'll look to chase down Burst Esport towards the end, or they won't take tyres here and it'll be Burst chasing them instead.
It's going to be a fun conclusion to the race, isn't it? It's going to be very, very fun. Having a look at this battle for 7th position, Veninger and Gandosi. We're having a look at Gandosi at the moment in that number 69 car, which this season is ran by Tomelli ERT, and the 77 car is the Understeer United car, which we've talked about a couple of times so far. But this is Tomelli ERT car looking to gain that 7th position. This Mercedes with that incredibly long front end.
Yes, incredibly big front end as well. I suppose it needs to be to fit the big engine in, but anyway, yes, it is a little bit of a bizarre look sometimes. It's good to have it on the grid though. I can't remember the last time we had a Mercedes in the VEC, to be honest, if ever. So it's good to see it here on the grid, and plenty of chances for a new manufacturer to take the GT title in the Virtual Endurance Championship as well. In two of the last 3 seasons, we've seen Ferrari take the title, and they've got another chance to manage that. We've seen BMW take one in the past, Porsche as well. Corvette have had 3 in the last 6 seasons as well. But obviously they won't be getting a title this season with the GT3. So there could be a chance for a new manufacturer to take the top of the standings. And at the moment, Black Hawk Racing are dominating their way through GT3 after the opening stint or two. It was quite close, but ever since they've taken control of this race, and Aston Martin look like they're on their way to an opening day victory, although the gap's only 12 seconds to Thomas Enger Sim Racing. That has come down from the 30 seconds or so it was about 3 hours ago.
3 hours ago was a long time ago though, wasn't it? Yes, indeed. There's that prototype in the background getting a little bit wide out the first Lesmo. But Alexei Kutsak in that Black Hawk car in the lead of the GT3 class, 12 seconds the gap as it stands as the prototype sweeps around the outside. And Kutsak coming up towards Ascari yet again. The 12 seconds is a nice little gap to have, isn't it?
I'd rather it than being 12 seconds behind.
Indeed, this is true.
Yeah. So it still makes you nervous, but you'd rather be ahead than behind. It did come down to 11.5 as we've been talking. But Alexei Kutsak has got a rare bit of free track here on his own. No prototypes immediately behind him, and maybe he can just relax into a bit of a rhythm as a result as well. So Race Clutch have come out in the lead of the race overall. I think that's worth noting after the pit stops have been completed. Was expecting them to fall behind Burst, but that hasn't happened at all. They're 20 seconds out front. You'd imagine they're going to take the tyres to the end. Their final fuel stop's going to be shorter than Burst's. Maybe the reigning champions have played a masterclass, and maybe they're on their way to a race win here.
Oh, again, you really don't know who's going to be ahead until that checkered flag falls. The Race Clutch car, as you said, out there in the lead by 20 seconds. That's a big car in second being the Winchick Racing Team car, who we think are on an alternate strategy. So really coming back to Damien Scotland, still in that number 4 Burst Esports car, 25 seconds the gap. Indeed, the last time Letter U gained 0.8 of a second on Scotland.
Yeah. I think Winchick Racing are on roughly the same strategy as Race Clutch now, actually. The gap remained the same over those pit stops. They pitted on the same lap as well. And they're both being chased now by Burst Esport. It's just a case of, and others, of course. It just depends how much closing Burst and the others can do with 1 hour and 20 still remaining. As I mentioned earlier, the LMP2s now will be on their way to the pits for the penultimate time very soon. The GT3s will be in the pit lane for the final time next, I think. But that's still a long way away because they can't even do 1 hour anymore. The fuel tanks have been slightly shrunk compared to standard, and that's providing a little bit more tactical interest for us over the course of this season, hopefully.
Hopefully, indeed, and might get some interesting strategies, especially when it comes to these 24-hour races, for example, at least the longer races, even next time around at Road Atlanta, and that's going to be very fun, especially coming through the S's, isn't it?
Yep. It's
going to be very fun.
The most technically challenging part of the circuit, you would say, or I would say anyway. But yeah, it's not a circuit with particular technical challenges with a look to the rest of the season, with the likes of Imola Road Atlanta. They're very different circuits to this one, for example. But anyway, 2.5 seconds for Burst Esport now off the back of Winchick Racing. I'm hearing that they do have younger tyres at this stage, and that does make sense. I think the real question is, will Race Clutch or Winchick Racing change tyres at their final stop, or will they brave out the final half an hour on the ones they've already got?
Isn't that the $64,000 question? Indeed, it's going to be very interesting to see, and you can see that gap. We said it was 25 seconds not so long ago, now down to 22 seconds to the leader.
Yes, it's closing all the while. It's going to be another one of those, as I said earlier on, about 2 hours ago with Zach, it's going to be one of those races where you just have to watch until the end, because you've got no idea who's really in the lead until the final pit stops. They all pop out onto the circuit again, and you've just got to kind of deal with where you are and try and move forward from where you are as well. But from a long way out, it's difficult to tell. And even with just over an hour to go, we don't really know where these strategies are actually putting people out. You know, are Burst going to have enough to catch up to the others? Are the others going to change tyres, and are they going to have to come back to Burst? You know, it's going to be a very, very, very interesting one, but an unpredictable one as well.
Oh, it's going to be so fun. 75 minutes to go. Oh, can Scotland close down those 22 seconds? I wonder. Has Race Clutch made their final tyre change as well? I have a feeling they might have at this point.
Something to work out over the course of the remainder here. So 1 hour 15 remaining. No battles up front really, as Go Team Racing, by the way, come into pit lane. So they'll drop from the top 5, and it might well be 6th place for them, although it could also be a battle between themselves and Virtual Drives by TX3 for that 6th place. In LMP2, Gold Racing Esport are still leading the way by 12.5 seconds over Team Iris. Then it's Scuderia Ferrari, who are followed by Hyperion Esports. Now, I think Hyperion are on newer tyres because they're behind once again, but they're closing, and it's only 5 seconds behind now. Nevrex are actually closing on Visceral here. Oh, and it's side by side as well, is it?
Well,
between the two of them? Oh, that's a bit rude.
Well.
Visceral have pushed Netrex quite far out wide there, and they do hold on to 6th.
Yeah, that was not ideal there from for the Netrex car going through the first Lesmo. But yes, going to have to try and regain that time. They didn't really lose any, did they? 0.3 of a second that gap. 0.2 of a second are coming through Ascari, and I have a feeling they might be side by side again, coming down towards the first chicane.
I think that might well happen as well. May even be before. They'll both dispatch of the Satellite Racing McLaren, though, and that will be very useful indeed, because Ivanov will have the chance now to get this run off the final turn and have a go, as you say. And it was a good run as well. It's a better line, a better exit, and surely this time Viktor Ivanov is going to be able to make his way through on Tobias Blumschein, who was stern in his defence on the last lap, but surely he won't be able to do anything here. He tries to get the slipstream with the armed cyber car coming out the pit lane just up in front. They'll break late, 3 wide. It's very late from Shine, in fact, but Viktor Ivanov will hold the inside line off the corner and should get the place, although it's a good defence once again from Blumschein, who's pushed right to the inside. It'll have the shorter run around the Curva Grande. Through will go Simfree. That won't interrupt them too much, but maybe the Mercedes just in front of them will. Here we go in towards the second chicane all over again. They're both going to brake very late. Hopefully they don't get into the cars in front of them, because it's a possibility. Side by side they go.
Oh.
Viktor Ivanov round the outside of the second part, and he makes his way through. A great battle between them, a physical one as well, but Netrex are up into the top 5.
Yeah, Blumschein skipped over that sausage curb on the inside of the chicane. That kind of almost forced that Netrex car of Ivanov into the gravel on the outside, but Ivanov holds onto the position, goes up into the top 5 for now, but this Visceral car is a little bit further back. I'd say maybe about 6 or 7 tenths back. I'm just going to get caught up behind this GT car coming through Ascari, I feel.
And that GT car in the middle of them may well just interrupt that battle now. So Viktor Ivanov's place is now cemented at the front of the top 5 at least. So there he is in front of the others. Team Iris and Gold Racing Esport are both into the pit lane, by the way, as Burst Esport make their way through on Winchick Racing. Oh, it's close.
Oh, contact.
I thought they were straight through. Not quite. Martin Mergley's trying to hold on.
And we're going to see something similar as we just saw with the LMP2s, I feel. Coming around the curve at Grande, this time Scoffron will have the inside line. Scoffron will have the shorter line along this long right-hander. They're going to be side by side. Well, I say that, no, Scoffron makes ahead. I've got those two cars mixed up. It's Scoffron in that number 4 car now has clear air, 20.4 seconds to make up. 72 minutes remaining.
Yes, so through goes Damien Scrovron. He may well be going to the end as well, because Mitty Hoy did roughly the first half of the race. Scrovron going to roughly do the second half as well, although there are 7 stints, so you can never quite accurately change it up between the two of you, or equally do it that way. But anyway, Scrovron gets closed up behind a BMW. And Martin Mergley is going to have a good run off of Ascari here. Will he provide even more problems for Burst Esport on the way into the final corner here? Into the Parabolica. No, not quite. Oh, yes, maybe. He brakes very late. Well,
no, yes.
That's quite a dive. I wasn't expecting that, really. But Martin Mergley has gone for it again. And Damien Scrovron's overtake here is going to take a bit longer than maybe he anticipated.
Well, this time Scrovron's going to have to go around the outside of that first chicane. Oh, more contact coming up towards the braking zone. Just light contact between the two of them, though. Braking hard. Scrovron going around the outside, but this becomes the inside for the second part. Oh, and more contact there. I have a feeling Scrovron just almost turned across the front of Mergley in that Vinchik car, and they're essentially bumper drafting through the Curva Grande.
Oh, here we go again. Outside line for Martin Mergley. On the way in towards the Della Roggia. Scrovron squeezes him this time. And he squeezes him off entirely.
And more contact.
Well, Martin Mergley goes off across the corner. He'll take the place as a result as well, and he'll give it back. But to be honest, I don't think he was given any space there at all.
Yeah, I have a feeling I agree with you. There might not have been enough space there given for Mergley. Might get a replay of that one, but
this isn't Destruction Derby, guys. Can we ease off hypercars, please?
That's Jimmy Allison, race director, telling people that this is not Destruction Derby, which was a very fun PS1 game.
Yeah, well, okay, yeah, I wasn't. I didn't have a PS1. I'll put it that way.
No,
anyway,
yes.
I mean, yeah, it's for me, Scrovron at fault in that particular instance, whichever one of those is more accurate to the sentence I'm trying to form here. He moves up to second place anyway to Scrovron. I have a feeling he might get a penalty for it to serve at the start of the Road Atlanta race, but anyway, that's for him to worry about in a month's time. For now, he's going to push on.
That's future problem.
Exactly, and it might not even be him starting the car, so it might not be his problem at all.
It's true. It might not even be his.
It might not even be future him's problem, but future Michi Hoyer's problem, or someone else on that team. Whether Simincic is going to drive it round 2, I'm not entirely sure. But either way. By the way, if you're wondering where Colin Spork is today for Race Clutch, he's not driving today. Has his focus elsewhere in terms of his driving for the end of 2023 anyway, as we get towards the end of another Formula Sim Racing World Championship season, which he's in contention for, of course, with a few rounds to go, in fact more than a few, but he will be focusing there mostly, and then Virtual Endurance Championship season a little bit later on, but he'll be a useful asset to have for Race Clutch later on. For now though, Tom Lawson and Nick De Silva have been doing just fine for the reigning champions, and they lead by just over 20 seconds with just over an hour to go.
68 minutes to go here, and this race car, letter U, appears to be equalising almost the pace with the burst car. 20 seconds that gap, and that gap's not coming down quick enough, I feel, for that number 4 car.
I don't think so, but still a long way to go, and anything can happen. So let's see. Gap at the front of LMP2, by the way, is a lot closer than before. Dennis Jordan's now only 2.5 seconds in front of Hyperion Esports, who are ahead of Team Iris, who are also ahead of Gold Racing Esport. Now, I'm not sure whether we're waiting for a stop from Ferrari or Hyperion here, but Dennis Jordan certainly is being caught, and it wouldn't be the first time a Dennis Jordan-driven car has done something unusual on strategy to try and win a race, I should say.
Yes, Dennis Jordan accelerating across the start-finish line. And yes, here we go, braking hard into the first chicane. It's BMW ahead. It was a little bit too far ahead to actually cause any problems to this Ferrari sports car, isn't it?
So, so Hyperion esports do come in, and Ferrari will surely do the same as well. Their final fuel stops may be shorter than Team Iris and Gold Racing Esport, but they do still have to come in, and Ferrari will do as well. So Team Iris will be in the lead of this race. I can only assume that Martin Hemmingsen has not taken tyres during that previous stop, and he's looking to go to the end on these, whereas Gold Racing Esport have, and they're looking to close down on them. Last lap for Hemmingsen was 37.9, and for who's at the wheel now for Gold Racing Esport? Is it Darius Andre who's at the wheel? Oh, he's gone off track, so or a cut track, so it doesn't count, so we can't tell. But just over 20 seconds is the gap. We're just over an hour to go. It could be a nail-biting finish in LMP2 as well, considering these two will stop for fuel on the same lap towards the end, I think.
Sorry, just got me there while I was getting some water. So a third of a second a minute, roughly. So that translates into what, half a second a lap?
Well, my maths is not good enough to do that. I think so. Yeah, I think so. I think that's about right. And when you put it in that context, to be fair, it does feel like that's quite a lot of closing to be done here. Half a second a lap's fairly significant, but with a little bit of luck in traffic, you never know.
Half a second a lap might be quite a big ask, but here we go. Martin Hemmingsen we're having a look at. Second position in the LMP2's 27 seconds back. We'll need a little bit, we'll need to be even faster, I should say, rather, in order to close down those 27 seconds.
So the gap's so big that you won't even be able to see it in the background here. You won't be able to see the Gold Racing Esport car in the background there. Gap not really coming down for the overall lead either. It's only just dipped under 20 seconds. The gap certainly is coming down in GT3 though, isn't it? Alexei Kutsak is being caught by Mikhail Sedlacek now.
Yeah, 7.2 seconds. Kutsak's gap is now, it's what, 12 seconds when we talked about this last time? I think it was about 12 seconds.
Yeah, it was, but I don't remember the last time we talked about it. I think it was half an hour ago, maybe. So
that might have been, who knows?
It's yeah, who knows? We've been talking for a while, as people at home have probably noticed. Still in the lead then, Black Hawk Racing. Thomas Imborg coming in with an interesting YouTube message. It will be an interesting end, I think, giving absolutely nothing away for Gold Racing Esport. But then again, why would he? Just sitting back and watching on. I guess there is a point where, you know, these LMP2 teams, especially in the top four, won't be giving anything away, but also a point of actually maybe they actually don't know where they're going to finish at the end here. It could come down to a battle that they don't know which way that battle will go.
When it comes down to something, for example, race clutch and burst, that might be very interesting coming towards the end of the race as well, because as you said, you might actually come through with, what, 10 minutes to go, but you just never know what's going to happen in that final battle.
Yes, it could go either way. So I think we're going to get a very similar race to what we did 2 seasons ago. We spoke about it earlier. A last lap change in GTE. Maybe it's not going to be quite that dramatic, but all 3 classes were had gaps under 10 seconds on the way out of the pit stops for the final time. It was just over 6 seconds at the line for LMP2, 2.2 seconds in DPI, the top class at the time. That's been replaced by Hypercar for this season, of course, in the VEC. And GT3, or GTE was settled on the last lap, as I said, now replaced by GT3 here for this season. Are we going to replicate that? Are we going to go even better? Well, who knows? Darius Andre still closing on Martin Hemmingsen here, and I believe there's a couple of team changes here. Darius Andre on board with Gold Racing Esport now after being at Visceral Esports for quite some time, and Martin Hemmingson has been a driver for multiple teams actually, but now at Team Iris as one of the McLarens recovers from an incident at Lesmo 1.
Yeah, it looks probably, as you just said, recovering, probably just getting a little bit backwards in the gravel there. There's Andre in this gold car, 19 seconds now. So that gap, I feel, is also coming down towards the Iris car, isn't it? I'm feeling that's also coming down.
Yes, it is. It was 20, now 18.7. So it's very much running to the half a second lap schedule that you were predicting, and maybe even ahead of schedule, actually, for Gold Racing Esports.
Yeah. Very, very interesting what's going to happen towards the end of this race. The Gold Racing Esports car goes up the inside of a GT3 car before coming across the start-finish line. Yet again, 18 seconds. The gap to that Team Iris car in second, and a few more important for that LMP2 championship.
So not many pit stops happening out there, so I want to give you a bit of a run through of the order as things stand with 1 hour to go in the 6 hours of Monza here this evening, the opening round of the Virtual Endurance Championship for Season 16. It's Race Club 2 leading the way from Burst Esport, Winchick Racing still in third but being closed on by Simfreem and Nebracing.com, who round out the top 5. Then it's the first of the Go Team Racing cars in 6th, and a Virtual Drivers by TX3. Another lap back to the number 7 Go Team Racing car, and another few back, or another one back after that to Sim Racing for Holland, who round out the 9 hypercar teams that started the race. Seawolf Net Race attempted to start but were not able to, unfortunately, start this opening round of the season. In LMP2, we're still waiting for a stop from Scuderia Ferrari Esports, but they are leading the way ahead of Team Iris, who are being caught by Gold Racing Esports. Hyperion Esports are 4th head of Visceral, then it's On-Off Racing who are in 6th head of Netrex and Ramada Motorsport to round out the top 8. That's Pedro Ramada, who's currently at the wheel there. By the way, Go Team Racing in their title defence are currently in 9th position, just ahead of Netrex, the other Netrex GP car, which rounds out the top 10. Then finally, it's GT3 and Alexei Kutsak, who's currently leading for Blackhawk. The Thomas Anger Sim Racing.
Oh, look at all those cars.
Yeah, there's cars everywhere. And he was free wide there as we cut to him. Thomas Anger Sim Racing are trying to close on him there, and you'll be able to get a view of Michal Selicek just in the background. There he is in the Ferrari. Monaco's Alan Taylor is in 3rd, head of Scuderia Leon in 4th. Arnold's Competition are in 5th place, just ahead of the 77 car of Understeer United. Following on from that, it's the Tomeli ERT Mercedes, and then Caspian Motorsport. Diogo Silva for Visceral Esports is next. And then we've got the 72 car of RKT Competition in 9th, followed by Pauli Ahonen for Satellite Racing, who are recovering from incidents and a disconnection, rounding out the top 10. So that's the top 10 in the 3 categories. Still, though, we're not sure as to who's going to win in any of them, really. It's still very unpredictable as we enter the final hour of this race.
Indeed, the hour part of the timer has disappeared. It's now only minutes. But Alexei Kutsak, that gap is still coming down, isn't it? No doubt Kutsak will be looking in the corner of the screen and seeing that differential decreasing and decreasing.
Coming down all the while. But when is this final stop going to be made? I think the window for GT3s is actually going to be fairly narrow because of the way that the fuel tank is a little bit smaller this season than it is in a regular GT3 car. It's opened up the strategy options. If we had a code 80 during this race, it really would have blown it wide open, but that's not going to happen, really. Well, it's not going to blow the strategy open. It doesn't mean there won't be a code 80, but we haven't had one so far this season. Still just over 6 seconds between 1 and 2 in GT3, but a way to go until the pit stops, and Blackhawk Racing could be on their way to a win here this season. They weren't able to get one during last season. They were second at the 5th round of the championship, but that's as close as they got. They're still 100 some time away from the top step of the podium. Maybe today will be their day as their search goes on for their first ever Virtual Endurance Championship title.
Long way to go until the title. You don't really have one hand in it until you're about 6 hours from the end of Le Mans. So, yes, Alexei Kutsak, we're still having a look at 6.2 seconds. That gap appears to have stabilized a little bit. Another gap that appears to have stabilized a little bit is that gap for the overall lead of the race between Race Clutch and Burst. 18.7 seconds, and it's kind of stayed there for about 5 or 10 minutes.
It has. Now, Tom Lartalou still leading, and he's stemming the tide here quite well. Now, if we were in the Race Clutch strategy box, if you like, at this stage in the race, or if I was anyway, I would be telling Lartalou not to change tyres here, because in all honesty, Burst Esport are probably not going to. If they did change tyres, they would lose the place and have to do an overtake in the final stint. And these old tyres for Lartalou are still looking pretty good.
I'd say so. Still putting in good lap times indeed, if I find the correct tab again. Here we go. I'm looking for this one. Last time round was what, a 34.7, I think, for Lechailleux. And that's about comparable with everyone else. A 34.5 for Skovron, 34.4 for Mergely in third, 34.0 for Schindler in fourth in that number 2 car, and a 34.1 for the number 19 Reach Racing car, Christian Michel. Yeah, I'd say those tyres are still holding up well.
Do you really want to risk the potential peril of having an overtake to make in the final stint of the race? I think Lartalou would get there, and maybe you'd put money on him getting through there, but do you really want the inaccuracies, the oddities of a battle to throw into the mix in the final half hour? If you can avoid it, I would suggest doing it. If you can win this one without having to make another overtake today, Tom Lartalou, and it would be ideal for Race Clutch, but still a long way to go until then. Still 55 minutes remaining, and of course, not a single car in the field can pit and make it to the end from here, which is a bizarre thing, even for the GT3s.
Which is very interesting, because normally with the GT cars we see an hour, historically we've seen an hour, but of course some changes with these new cars, as we've been saying throughout the entire race, new GT3 cars, and of course because Monza is such flat-out circuit, that fuel's not going to last as long.
Lauren Kiersmakers has come into the YouTube chat to say the pit crew has noted my suggestion. I suggest you don't, but and also don't blame me if it goes wrong. But anyway.
Nope, they will.
He's maybe chuckle anyway. We'll see what they do. I'm sure they're pretty decided on what they were going to do anyway at this stage. But very much looking forward to seeing who changes tyres at the end here, if anybody. I mean, it wouldn't really make much sense for anybody to change tyres inside the top 5, in my opinion, because the final stint is not going to be a full stint. It's going to be somewhere between half an hour and 50 minutes. And if you change tyres, you're not really getting the full benefit of them. You know, I know there's 7 stints in this race, and that means you do get an odd one stint somewhere. But yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't change tyres if I was any of the drivers in the hypercar category at the moment, because it's you're not really getting the full benefit from a tyre change, really.
A quick yellow there in the final sector. I'm wondering who that might have been for. I can't see anyone low in that final sector at the moment, so maybe just a quick spin for someone through Ascari. Yes, Lechailleux, look at that, 17.8 seconds. Having a look at the last time round, I actually don't think Scotland's came across the start-finish line yet, so we can't exactly say what the last lap time was. Indeed, Scotland is just coming out of Parabolica. I know, just coming through the first chicane. The live time was a little bit slow, so last time round, Scotland gained 9/10 of a second in Lechailleux.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be a fun. It's going to be a fun end to this race, isn't it?
It is. Very much looking forward to this. Still extending the gap back to third is Scrovron, by the way, and on that lap, Martin Mergley was caught. He did a 34.9 on that last lap, which was a second slower than Patrick Schindler in fourth, and 8 slower than Christian Mikel in fifth. So, Winchik Racing, I think, are going to struggle to to hold on to that podium. Now, that graphic suggested that Merkley was 2 tenths slower than Squadron on that lap, which, that would stand up actually. I don't think Merkley had come across the line when you said that actually, and so the lap times were a bit skewed. But he did still lose time, and I think that point still stands really, doesn't it? Merkley's losing time here to Squadron, and it's not too much of a surprise.
7 seconds gap between Merkley and Squadron. They appear to be actually keeping up pace with the Winchit car for now, doesn't it? It was about 15 minutes ago or so, I think, the overtake happened between Squadron and Merkley, but that gap's kind of almost stabilised at 7 seconds or so, because when that overtake happened, and I should say also, the gap between Race Clutch and Winchit is also stabilised, because when that overtake happened, it was about 22-24 seconds between the race leader and Squadron at that point, and that gap's still about 25 seconds now. So really, I think this Winchit car is keeping up pace with the leader, which is also very good through over 5 hours racing.
It is. Arda Erkan is closing quite considerably on the first of the Go Team racing cars, currently being driven by Remy Delorme right now. That's the number 17. He's caught in a woeful bit of traffic here, is Erkan actually, but he is closing quite considerably. Last lap gained 2 seconds on Delorme for 6th place. Oh, and he squeezes through 3 wide. How many times have we seen that so far today? He did need to, arguably, because there goes the dark blue of Delorme through shot. Here's the GT3 leader just in front of Erkan actually, but he's closing in, and there could be a change for 6th place here. I think there's a tyre difference here as well, with Go Team Racing jumping in front of Virtual Drivers by TX3, having not changed tyres last time, but Erkan now on the newer tyres is closing in quite quickly.
3.3 seconds the gap, but as you said, that gap closing. Arda Erkan accelerating out of the Parabola and across the start-finish line. I got to see again what the lap times last time round actually were for these two. Delorme in that number 17 car at 36.1. Actually for Erkan it's 36.9, so Erkan lost a little bit of time that time round.
He certainly did. That probably due to the traffic that we just saw out of the 2 Lesmos. As into the pit lane comes Simframe already. Patrick Schindler's into the pit lane, and this is going to be a long final stint. We presumed it would be for Schindler. So
I was going to say that. That seems almost a little bit too long, maybe.
I'm wondering that actually. They came in with an hour. Well, I think they can do about 55 minutes, these cars, actually. I think that they last came in on an hour on an hour and 45 to go. And so with 50 minutes to go, I think they'll be fine, but they have pushed it right to the limit.
Yeah, they might want to do a couple of some fuel saving at the same time, just to make sure. Because of course it's not when the a bit of a swirling one from the GT car there in the background. Because of course it's not when the clock hits 0. You've got to wait for the leader to actually complete that final lap as well. So you've got to always have a little bit of tank left in the tank, I should say, rather, just in case the leader finishes at the wrong time for you.
Absolutely, yeah. The way I always work it out in these kind of races is, imagine the leader crosses the line with 1 second to go, and imagine you're just in front of the leader, which suggests you've got to cross the line with about 5 seconds to go. So add 2 more laps to the race time, which around here would be what, 3 minutes 20, something around there, 3 minutes 10. So imagine this race is 6 hours 3 minutes and 10, because then you can't underfuel. Obviously that's the standard in which I race that. It suggests that safety for that kind of thing is a lot more important than speed, because it is at this level. They might risk it, and they might try and run out of fuel, at the end of the last lap, on the cool down lap, just to, shorten that final stop as much as possible. But just for a bit of safety, put an extra couple of laps in there, and I think you'll be absolutely fine. Whether they've done that or not remains to be seen, of course. They're a minute behind NeebRacing.com now. You wouldn't imagine there was a tyre change there. Now we're just waiting on the other stops, the first of which should come from Burst Esport, who are in second at the moment.
16 seconds. That gap certainly is coming down, isn't it? Question is it coming down fast enough for that number 4 car? Oh, it's going to be yet another exciting climax to the race here at Monza.
Yeah, we are having it confirmed by people that they will make it. We did suspect so, but it's relatively close.
They're making their final stops as
Three.
well.
Yes, they're in the window now. Wanako and Adam Taylor makes his way in. I think Kutzak's still out there in the Blackhawk car, and he is indeed. And maybe that will help them in their fight against Thomas Enger Sim Racing, because their final fuel stop may be a little bit shorter than the rest, although it should be tyres for everyone in GT3.
So Kutzak, as you said, should be tyres, hopefully, because that's you say that Monza doesn't really wear the tyres too much, I don't think, because it's mainly straight line braking, isn't it? There's not really that many high speed corners. Well, there's not many corners full stop.
Yeah.
But
yes, only 11.
Not much high speed.
Only 11 round here. I think this is the least amount of corners of any track on this calendar this season. I'm not counting. How do I explain this? The Road Atlanta corner name suggests that there's 10A and 10B at the end. I'm not having that. I'm having 10 and 11, and then 12 and 13 afterwards. So I'm going to go with this as the least amount of corners.
They told them, Mike, depending on how you count them.
Yeah, but I'm not going to listen to the way. Oh, yeah, that's a good point actually. Maybe. I think it might be 11 as well. Anyway, it's there's not many is the point, and tyre wear shouldn't be too bad around here. Alexei Kutzak is getting overtaken by some of these GT3s now, who are newer tyres likely, but he will continue on, and the more he can continue on, the shorter his stop will be compared to Thomas Enger Sim Racing, which is exactly what he wants in that battle for the lead in GT3.
So the question is, where is that Blackhawk car going to shake out once it stops that? Just have a quick look there, as you see on the table on the left. That gap for the overall leads came down a lot as well.
It has a little
Under
bit.
15 now.
Yep, last lap was 9 tenths quicker from Damien Skrovron. Yellow flag just in front of Sector 2 here. We'll see whether Lartalou has anything to avoid. Nope, not really.
It's gone now, yeah.
Gap for third in LMP2 also reducing, but the LMP2s are still too far away to make their final pit stops. Gap for the lead there also 10 seconds. That could be a real nail biter to the end as well.
Oh, it's going to be so fun, like we have said so many times. There's that battle for 5th position actually in the hypercar class. Lauren, that number 17 car, and that Symphony number 2, half a second separating the two of them.
Yeah, oh, and there's the Virtual Drivers by TX3 car there as well. There's cars everywhere in this little
There's
gaggle.
cars everywhere, yeah.
Through Ascari. Still got 48 running, by the way. The issues earlier on were not enough to put those disconnections earlier on. I should be more specific. Were not enough to put those teams off completely going home. They're still here, and we're going to get a lot of cars to the flag here of the 6 hours of Monza. Hopefully, under Erkan, they're getting very close to some of them, but no contact on the straight. Now we'll have the chance towards turn 1. This is a legitimate battle for 6th place, by the way, between Go Team Racing and Virtual Drivers by TX3. They both still have one stop remaining, and Oda Erkan makes his way through. Quite late on the brakes, but he needed to be, and he's into 6th place.
And that gap for Erkan is actually not that much, 1.8 seconds to the next car, so certainly doable.
Yep, Burst Esport into the pit lane.
It is the Symphony car, I should say that. Yes, there you go.
Yeah, but Burst Esport into the pit lane, so Schindler will look to get close to them this time, but will they be able to? You wouldn't imagine there'll be tyre changes here for Burst Esport. They'll still have to chase Race Clutch, but they need to be careful about running out of time here. Only just over 40 minutes remaining. They weren't making huge inroads into Tom Lartalou. I know that the gap was coming down with a little bit more force towards the end of that stint there, and maybe Lartalou's tyres are going away, but that gap was fairly significant even at the end of that stint.
So is that number? Yeah, the number 4 car has him out of the pit, so it's just fuel for them. There's Jordan. Of course, the Scooter Ferrari Esports car we were talking about earlier was in the lead of the LMP2 class. Of course, pit stops have happened since then, but very, very close to getting that final podium position over the Hyperion car.
They are. I'm going to presume there's new tyres here, or certainly a difference here, because there's Jordan's flying all of a sudden, and his last stop's going to be shorter than the one for Hyperion Esports as well. So I think it's going to be third place for Scuderia Ferrari Esports, given the fact there's half a minute on either side of this battle. These two could well finish it in third and fourth almost no matter what happens. It just depends on which order. And right now, Jordan looks a little bit stronger, quite a lot stronger, in fact.
Of course, Dennis Jordan is a very, very experienced driver here in the VEC, and very, very experienced with the prototypes as well. So no doubt Jordan will get as much as possible. Let's just have a look at the timing column. The TX3 cars got past the Symphony car for that top 5 position in the hypercars, where we've been watching this battle. A second back is Dennis Jordan in that number 39. It's a Ferrari between Jordan and that final podium position. Here's Erkan, the TX3 car. You can see that number 2 car just behind.
Well, that's bizarre. Patrick Schindler doesn't seem to have the pace at all here at the moment. He's half a minute back from Burst Eastport and not going well for him at all right now. Well, that is slightly bizarre. Honours competition into the pit lane, by the way, and I think there's been a change for second in LMP, in GT3. Nico Barkley is ahead of the Thomas Enger sim racing car, currently being driven by Adam Perlo in that third place now. There he is in the gold and black. Wasn't expecting to see that, but the Porsche has had a shorter final stop clearly, and now Nico Barkley is going to look to defend from the Ferrari for that podium place, maybe even for a win if they can both jump Kutsak.
But Kutsak will have that shorter stop, and also maybe a lighter car as well. So if they do jump, so it's going to be a very fun ending once again. In the GT3s as well, Pilo goes left and right through chicane number 2, then coming out towards the Lesmo, so close to that car in front.
Yes, we ride on board with the Ferrari, get a view as to just how difficult these GT3s are to drive. People think they're easy because it's ABS and traction control helping you along, but nothing like it. It is still difficult. Adam Parlow, though, clearly has better tyre condition at this stage. Nico Barkley was struggling there through the 2 Lesmos, and Thomas Enger Sim Racing Ferrari is going to look to make its move at the Ascari chicane. There'll be a move, though, from the Valle Corsa LMP2, though, and so the move for Adam Parlow will have to be postponed for now.
It's postponed for now, but it looks like it's not going to be postponed for long at all. Moving essentially directly in the wheel tracks of the car ahead. But again, Pilo's probably just saving up for a run into turn 1.
He probably is. Out of the corner they go then. Very close behind. Through goes the Go Team Racing car, by the way, or one of them, as they really close on Simframe. So there's 2 battles in one. Adam Perlo down the inside of Nico Barkley in the background, and in just at the bottom of your screen, the Simframe car holding on for 6th place as well. Adam Perlo makes his way through, though, for Thomas Enger Sim Racing. That was fairly easy in the end. I think Barkley is looking to hang on to a podium here, really, rather than 2nd place with that stop he's just made there. He's really struggling on the tyres. He's got more than half a minute back to 3rd place, though, and maybe he will be able to hang on for a podium.
That podium is going to be a very good way to begin the season, as the car in 4th position in the GT3s has come into the pits as well. So it looks like it's going to be these top 3 for the win in the GT3 class. But the question is, when is that Blackhawk going to make their final stop? Patrick Schindler, number 2 car, has fallen behind the number 17 as well in the hypercars.
Yeah, they have. So clearly Simframe are really struggling here. I think that the fact they've not changed tyres but they've fully fueled up means that they're very heavy and on older tyres compared to Virtual Drivers by TX3 and Go Team Racing as well. It's seen them slip to 7th. Maybe Winchick Racing are going to be able to hold on to a top 4, maybe a podium. Let's see. They've still got 11, nearly 12 seconds over needracing.com. I think that will be the fight for 3rd place, and then it will be Race Clutch versus Burst for the win. But Tom Larsalou still out there in the lead, and might be able to go for another 10 minutes out in the front just yet. Still waiting for those final stops from the front 3.
just waiting there, waiting for that final stop, as you said, as the Visceral car comes in the LMP2 for its final stop of the race as well. 38 minutes to go here at Monza. When are those, as you said, those top three going to come in is the main question now when it comes towards the hypercar class. He's got a battle here for, I believe, this 8th position in the LMP2s. It is indeed the Sean Clark racing car, trying to chase down Luigi Rosso in that number 47 Pro Team. I think the number 47 is, isn't it?
Yes, it is. The defending champions from the LMP2 category. It's a big move of defence on the way in towards the Ascari chicane. John Clark Racing in 9th at the moment, as there have been a lot so far today. They've been in the lower part of the top 10 throughout almost all of today. We are at the point as well in this race where the LMP2s can make their final stop and make it to the end as well. So that will be interesting to note, especially between 1 and 2. Team Iris are continuing to be caught by Gold Racing Esport. 7.4 seconds between them. With 37 minutes to go, that's going to be a nail-biter as well. We're still not sure in any of these categories.
So Naira here, 4/10 of a second off that final left position on the left-hand column there to get up into that top 8. And that Sean Clark Racing car, the debut for that team here in Division 1 as well. I'm not exactly sure, I didn't see anything.
Maybe it was just me then. I could have sworn I saw a car stop there on the inside at the first chicane there, but I was probably just seeing things in that case. Battle for the top 5 is back on again as Schindler's getting rid of some of this fuel. He's starting to even out with the Go Team Racing car, which is not quite as quick as him. Virtual Drivers by TX3 are in, and so are NeedRacing.com, and we'll see where that battle for third place will lie. Will Simframe be anywhere near a podium here? I fear not, because they're only halfway around the lap, whereas NeedRacing.com are already getting service in the pit lane.
So up into 6th position does the Simframe car, because it's the TX3 car coming in. And too much traffic almost, isn't it?
Yeah, far too much in some places, but it's enthralling to watch. Down the inside goes the Go Team Racing car, and the battle will get split apart. Patrick Schindler will have to come back through again, although he gets a pretty nice run through the Ascari chicane. You don't get caught up too much behind one of the LMP2s really in the van wall. And so now he's clear. Now he's got clear sights of the driver in front, but it may not matter too much because with 35 minutes to go, Go Team Racing still have a stop to make.
But of course, that final stop's going to be a lot shorter, isn't it? Someone else peeled into the pits there. I think that was the Go Team car. Indeed, it was from 5th position in the hypercar class, and that'll be their final stop of the afternoon. As Schindler gets promoted up into 5th, but it's a big gap now, isn't it? 73 seconds. I think this might be as far as the Simframe car can go this afternoon.
Could well be. Well, it's not going to be 73 seconds when it normalises. Let's see what it is over the sector. 23 seconds.
This is true.
It's still too big to cross though at this stage in the race. That's too big of a gap to cross now. Damian Scrovron is still 4th then. He's ahead by 13 seconds of NeedRacing.com. And we're really waiting for these final stops now from Race Clutch and Winchick Racing. I think Burst Esport are going to be second on the other side of these stops, but how close they're going to be to the lead is the million-dollar question. On the last lap, Tom Larton, who did a 1:34.1. What about Damian Scrovron as he goes over the line right now? My timing screen is yet to update and tell me quite what lap time he's done on this particular lap, so we'll never know. He loses 0.4 of a second to Scrovron, so clearly the gap is, or the pace is pretty similar, but Race Clutch will have a lot less fuel on board than Burst will.
It's also true that final stop, as we keep on saying, is going to be a lot shorter as well. As this Race Clutch car is where it must be coming around towards the start-finish line, actually. Maybe even past it. It's past it again. So another lap out for that Race Clutch car. As you said, defending champions running that number 1 as well. And it would be a fantastic start to their defence if they could begin it with a win.
It really would. Making use of the number 1 car, of course, which is not always the case. But it doesn't always bring them tremendous amounts of luck either. Team Varus are the last team to win with the number 1. That was back at season 10 as they were defending their season 9 title. They also took the final LMP1 season as well. Just over half an hour to go in the opening round of a new season in the Virtual Endurance Championship. It's season 16 and it's the business end of the day. In LMP2, Darius Andre has made his final stop for Gold Racing Esport. There he is. Team Iris are currently into the pit lane. That's the big battle for the race lead. And the race win, of course. Who's going to come out in front? What's the battle going to be like? I think it's going to have to be Team Iris ahead of Gold Racing Esports and having to fend them off. But Darius Andre might well make the pass over the pit stop phase and he might well cruise to victory. Let's see which of them comes out first here in a moment.
Oh, well, we still have no idea. There is still no clear winner, or a clear front runner, I should say, rather, from any of the classes, even as we head towards 30 minutes to go here at Monza. Accelerating out of the Parabolica is the Gold Racing Esports cars. Martin Hemmingson's just came out of the pits. And is that the Ferrari cars just jumped Hemmingson?
Yeah, they still have stop to make though. Hyperion Esports and Scuderia Ferrari Esports still have a stop to make. So ignore them for the moment. It's in terms of the leading battle anyway. They're fighting between themselves for third and the podium, and I'm sure we'll focus on that a little bit later. But for now, it's about the race win. Martin Hemmingson is going to be against Darius Andre for the final half an hour here. Team Iris ahead for the moment, but what's the gap? It's surely going to be shorter than the 20 seconds it was at the start of the last stint. It's 9.7. Basically, Gold Racing Esport halved it during that first stint, and they're going to have to do that all over again to get close for the end of this race.
Oh, that's going to be a big ask as well, with half an hour to go. Again, this is just half a second a lap.
It is. It sounds like a lot when you put it like that, but realistically, it is possible for Gold Racing Esport to close in here, and it could well be a grandstand finish in LMP2. We've still got pit stops to make in the overall hypercar class, of course. Tom Lartino is still going around. Still, what is that? A minute and 10, a little bit more ahead of Burst Esport at the moment. Maybe Race Clutch are going to come out ahead of the others. They're going to get a bit of a slipstream from the NeebRacing.com fan wall as well. They'll dive down the inside. Oh, that's going to lose Lartino quite a lot of time. That was close.
Yeah, I think the rear brakes locked up there. You saw the rear end becoming a bit loose there in the final braking zone.
They probably had everything locked up at a point to try and get that stopped in time to avoid everyone. They have already had contact earlier on, let's not forget. And there goes NeebRacing.com, blue flag showing. And so they do get out of the way of the race leader. We now have 3 cars on the lead lap here in this race, by the way. With NeebRacing.com having just been eliminated from that. Last season we had 5 finish on the lead lap, so it was a bit closer overall. And we have 5 finishing on the lead lap on the season 40 as well. And I think we are going to get that again here this season, because don't forget, the top 2 still have to come in with half an hour to go.
A 71 blue flag, move over.
As the 71 is getting blue flag notifications from race director Jimmy Alsons. That's a DNF from 5th position, the GTs.
Oh, that's Arnage Competition who have DNF'd, unfortunately. By the way, Pim van Ark has been the one ordered to get out the way there of somebody. I think it's the Caspian car. He's been ordered to get out the way of. But yes, it's Arnage Competition who have gone off and back to the garage. It's Adam Pinchas who was at the wheel at the time. And unfortunately, a pretty good day for Arnage Competition in the Virtual Endurance Championship. A potential top 5 has turned into a DNF and maybe a DNF entirely at the end of this one. We'll wait and see as the leader overall comes into the pit lane.
There we go, the race clutch is in the pits, making the final stop, and I have a feeling they're going to come out ahead of Scott Run.
Looks like it.
And there we go, 2nd place comes in as well.
We've got, connection issues, I'm afraid, for Adam Pinchas. So that is the reason for Arnage Competition losing contention, DNFing. He's disconnected from the TeamSpeak, so we're going to presume that he has from the server as well. Race Clutch and Winchick Racing both into the pit lane then, as we expected, with half an hour to go. Deuces Motorsport Club sliding. Pim Van Ark right in front of Demi and Scrovron. There goes Tom Lartelo. He's a long way in front of Burst Esport.
Yeah, that is an incredible gap, isn't it? Got to wait for these times to normalise. As you said, this Merkley is going to come out in front as well.
Going to be quite close with Scrovron here. On board we go, and yes, so Winchick Racing have not only got the chance to hold on for a podium, but maybe a second place with that short final stop. Demi and Scrovron, or that longer final stop. Demi and Scrovron's got work to do with the shorter final stops. Race Clutch and Winchick Racing may have gotten themselves 1 and 2 in this race at the 6 hours of Monza. Is it the dream possible defence for Race Clutch as they embark on a new season in the Virtual Endurance Championship, having won Season 15? Season 16 is getting off to a pretty good start so far.
Indeed, just got to wait for this timing column to know. There we go, 4 seconds the gap that Winchick car has over Burst Esports. And it's an
Not
extra
much.
24 seconds to that Race Clutch.
Well, surely the battle for the win overall is over here, but the battle for second place is only just beginning. Speaking of which, Martin Hemmingson's trying to get through on Dennis Jordan here, and he has managed it on the front straight. It's just under 8 seconds to Gold Racing Esport. The pressure's still very much on in LMP2.
7 seconds the gap Hemmingson has to make up with 26 minutes to go. But Hemmingson also needs to, well, of course, you said, sorry, the Ferrari car still needs to make a stop, doesn't it? You said.
Yes, it does, and so does the, so does the Hyperion Esports car. That's one of the LMP2s off the road. I didn't see which one because it was a flash across the camera. But off at the second chicane, thankfully none of the leaders, I don't think, caught up in that.
No, I think that's generally okay for the main protagonists in each class. And speaking of main protagonists, I think the GT3 leaders still need to make one stop, don't they?
Well, I thought so, but they're just not pitting. So I think Blackhawk...
They're refusing to pit.
I think Blackhawk maybe have made their final stop, and somehow they've gone from a 10-second gap, less than, to a minute. I'm not entirely sure.
Tyres? No, it wouldn't explain tyres, would it?
Not really.
That Blackhawk car must have one more stop.
Well, I don't see how they could have managed to go this far, really, with the fuel they've got currently. Hyperion Esports coming from the lead in LMP2, by the way, leaving Martin Hemmingson now to lead the race. But is Dennis Jordan going to hassle him now? No. So Ferrari and Team Iris have fallen into a bit of an agreement here not to really battle with one another, and that's probably a good thing for both of them, really. Dennis Jordan in sights and hopes of a podium. Team Iris, of course, in hopes of a race win.
Hoping for a race win. We've got to see if that happens. The Hyperion car comes into the pits, as you have mentioned. And yes, 3 tenths of a second. But as you were saying, still think that Ferrari car has a stop to make. And therefore, Team Iris will have, what, 6.2 seconds or so? I think that gap will be.
Roughly. But it's probably going to be lower by the time they pit anyway. They came in with roughly 40 minutes to go, maybe a little bit less. We're about halfway through that now, and the gap has almost been halved. So I think if this gap does close enough for a battle, then it's going to be right at the very end.
It's going to be less than 10 minutes to go, most likely, isn't it?
Yep. Maybe even less than 5. Not many chances to go through for Gold Racing Esport. That's the bottom line here, as Dennis Jordan closes in again. But we're presuming he's just going to sit back here and watch as Martin Hemmingson leads the race, or officially lead at the end of this one for Team Iris. Slides a bit wide there, though, at the Parabolica. Still maintains decent speed, as he can do with the tarmac on the outside there. So he's gone all right. Dennis Jordan will close in all over again, and surely won't decide to go for a move. He's smart enough to stay back, and indeed the Sim Racing for Holland Van Wall getting through there anyway is just going to disrupt them a little bit further. Don't forget, Dennis Jordan's a 2-time Virtual Endurance Championship champion. He was an LMP2 champion back with Monaco in Season 10. He's running GTE as well for Red Bull Racing Esports. That was alongside Alex Siebel, of course, along with Yuri Kasdorp as well. who they were both, well, Jordan and Siebel are both here this season, alongside Timothée Andonovski, who started the race for them.
Yes.
Oh, that's the Go Team racing car, I think,
Ooh,
off the road.
That's looking very interesting in the background, wasn't it? Maybe the other one.
Yes, there we go.
Yeah, there we
Zooks.
go. You had a 50-50 chance. It's fine.
I got it wrong. But wouldn't be the first time. They're already a lap down on the car in front, and they're a long way in front of Bert Knops as well for 8th. So not much to race for them. Just get to the end and take 8th place for them.
Is 8th place, a lap, I should say, rather, to the sister car. 8th place is going to be the maximum for them today. But 3rd position in LP2s is closing down on 1st position. If you have a look at that timing column on the left, Thomas Bach and the number 44 Hyperion is actually closing down that number 37 Team Iris car.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a full-on hope with 20 minutes to go at over half a minute, but he is closing. Stavros Mercedes got a penalty on the last lap, by the way. Not sure what for, because he's still out there. It might have even been for penalties, actually, for cut tracks. Not sure, but he'll have to serve that in the final portion of this one. For the Valla Corsica, unfortunately, not a great day for them. They were, of course, a DPI team last season, finished 5th in the standings eventually. They really did compete for the win in the opening round of the season with Racecut for much of the day, but can't quite repeat that in LMP2 here this season. And they're outside of the top 10 right now, but Dennis Jordan is looking to make his way through here on Martin Hemmington, and right now it's not quite happening for him. Not really because he can't, but because he doesn't really want to. And there's no need to either. It'll be interesting to see how long his final pit stop is, though, whether he'll come out in front of Hyperion Esports or not, because I reckon he will for that 3rd place.
Oh, well, that's going to be very interesting to find out as well. What would that be, 36 seconds? Is that enough time to come through and have a stop of fuel for 20 minutes of the race? But wait and see.
Well, yeah, now you say
36.
that, I'm doubting myself.
Is 36 seconds enough?
Yeah, I'm starting to doubt myself now that you've said that, because that's not a big amount of time, actually. Based on where they were running previously, though, I would have said that, yeah, but yeah, that gap's not very big. And to be fair, the gap to Visual was larger than it was before, so it suggests Hyperion Esports had done something in that final stop. But anyway, Gold Racing Esports are having a lot of traffic to deal with here in towards Turn 1. They will get them both in towards Turn 1. Good driving from Darius Andre there, who closes the gap to 3.7 up to Ferrari, so it's about 4.2 to the lead. 20 minutes to go. It's continuing to come down, and it looks like we may get our fight for the win at the end.
3.8 seconds. The next car for Gold Racing Esports, 4.2 to the lead. There is going to be a battle here, isn't there? Yes, there is. It's going to be very, very fun when it happens. There might be a battle for 2nd position in the hypercar, but to be honest, Scuffer hasn't actually managed to make that much of an indent into the Wincheck car.
No, not really. And Martin Mergley is closing in more to Race Clutch than really Burst are, so it looks like the podium positions may well be settled. The class we were hyping up the most may well produce the least at the end of this race. It's produced a lot of entertainment so far, but maybe not in the final hour. That was a dive from Darius Andre. A dive that surely could have only been made in the final hour. He flashed his lights almost as an apology. I don't think he was annoyed at the BMW. It's almost a backwards apology there to the car that he just dived, saying, well, I've got a race for the win on here. I'm sorry to have to do this, but I am going to do it. Well, he does need to, because time is of the essence. 19 minutes remaining. The gap still hovering around 4 seconds between those two cars. The Scuderia Ferrari car beginning to slip away slightly, but on that lap, Darius Andre didn't really gain very much at all.
Last lap. Look at that, 0.2 of a second. Not much time gained at all. 18 minutes to go, which for these LMP2s is going to be maybe 11 laps.
By the way, that's Andrea Gondosi, who he just overtook there. and I thought he was in a fight with that Aston Martin just over in front. Turns out he's just trying to put a lap on the car in front of him there. So Darius Andre still continuing to try and close down that gap in front, and it extended again. That bit of traffic in towards the first chicane has set him back even further, and so time is really running out for him now. By the way, the gap for the overall lead is still closing. Last lap, it was 2 tenths slower from Martin Mergley as per my timing screen there. That can't be true. Let's have a look again. Well, we'll never find out because Martin Mergley cut the track somewhere around, so we won't find out. But the gap down to 20 seconds.
Sadly, we'll find out, guys. But 20 seconds, as you said. That's too far, though, isn't it? 17 minutes to go. 20 seconds is a bit too much. I'm just wondering, for this battle for the lead of the LMP2s, whether, because that Ferrari esports car is right there, essentially stuck to the rear wing of the Iris car, whether that's almost psyching out Hemmingson a little bit, and as a result, causing him to drive maybe just a little bit slower.
Maybe. Now we look back from Martin Hemmingson. There is the Scuderia Ferrari car still yet to come in. Dennis Jordan's done a great job on fuel here. He hasn't saved a pit stop, but worth bearing in mind that Ferrari is a little bit stronger on fuel than the others. It could even come into effect at Road Atlanta, because if we give these drivers, another 2 hours, maybe another bit of race, then maybe they can cut it. Or if we give Ferrari another couple of hours of race, then maybe they could have cut out a pit stop, because they're only 15 minutes away from doing it in this race in only 6 hours. Maybe they'd be able to do it in 8. They'd certainly be able to do it over 24, maybe twice.
Yeah, that is a good point, actually. Yeah, there's 3.7 seconds now. This gap. Oh, good racing team car got caught up there behind the GT on the exit of Lesmo 2, didn't it? You saw the brake lights come on.
Yep, just had to readjust on the way out, and that will lose it a bit of time on the way towards Ascari, I think. Oh no, still 3.5 seconds. Everybody brating themselves in the YouTube chat here. It's a high-stakes situation for those down on the pit wall at the moment. The drivers are often the most comfortable people in this situation. Sitting on and watching on as a teammate or a team member is pretty torturous at this stage.
And Hemmingson, there we go, 250, 260 kilometers an hour. As there we go, there's the Ferrari car coming to the pits. You can see it's 3.5 seconds the gap for the leads there.
Yep.
3.5 seconds, and there's now no Ferrari car for A, Andre to navigate, and B, for Hemmingson to be distracted by. And you can just see the purple LMP2 car there in the foreground.
Will have been slowed up slightly by those others in the first chicane. Obviously a big game from Darius Andre on the last lap there. Hemmingson was 3.5 seconds still over Andre. In towards the second chicane they go. It's another bit of closing. 3 seconds now the gap as Martin Hemmingson has to navigate another BMW, but the same will have to be done from Andre here in towards Lesmo 1. He will have to get down the inside, and he doesn't manage it on the Scuderia Leone Ferrari. Still running 4th, by the way, that car. He'll squeeze as much as possible. He'll finally get through into Lesmo 2, but he won't get the gains that he wants to on this lap as a result of that.
2.9 seconds, that gap coming down. Still, that Gold Racing Esports car, I should say rather, does have the pace. Is there enough time? Less than 50 minutes. 3 seconds, the gap accelerating out. Well, that car in front is accelerating out even more, maybe because it's a hypercar. As coming down towards Parabolica. I'm just wondering exactly where in the circuit this Gold Racing Esports car might be stronger, or whether it's just kind of a general thing at this moment in time.
I think it's a general thing, really. I have a feeling they're on slightly newer tyres. Nobody's on new tyres at this stage, but
yeah,
I think they are slightly newer.
As that battle for the final podium position in LP2 is also holding up a bit.
It is. Dennis Jordan is homing in on the Hyperion Esports car, so we'll check in with them a little bit over the course of the remainder of this one as well. But for now, Martin Hemmingson holds 3 seconds over Darius Andre. We saw the closest winning margin in LMP2 around here at Monza, in a race at Monza, was 6.3 seconds or so back in season 14 between Racing Team and Go Team Racing, who were still yet to pick up a win at that time. Now they're the reigning champions, but they're not involved in this. Team Iris are, and that's a bit of a surprise at the start of the day. Gold Racing Esport as well. In fact, none of the championship contenders from last season are really involved in the LMP2 lead at the moment.
Yeah, this is entirely true. So Iris versus Gold, 2.8 seconds. The gap now 13 minutes to go. That gap's came down about 0.3 of a second from 1 lap ago. But 0.3 of a second might just not be enough.
2.6. Nothing between them at the moment, although 2 cars separate them, and a lapped LMP2 as well, which could play into the hands of Martin Hemmingson, as he's already navigated it on these most recent laps. Tom Lawton, who's losing a lot of time right now, by the way, 16.6 with 12.5 minutes to go. I think he's still got enough to win this, but he is losing quite a lot of time to Martin Mergeli.
Yeah, this is true, but they can afford it. Race Clutch can afford it because they have 16 seconds. They don't need to drive at 100%. Unlike Mergeli, probably does in order to keep that number 4
Darius Andre! Across the corner! He brakes too late at turn 1 and cuts across the corner entirely. He might have even gained from that, and now he'll flash the lights at the LMP2 in front. I don't think he can blame that as a distraction, but he just wanted it out the way before it becomes one. Now in towards the second chicane. He's going to be slowed up, is Darius Andre by the car in front, but he's gained half a second, or 0.3 of a second, I should say, as a result of jumping across that chicane. Well, that is a bit unfair, really. If you're on Team Irish, you'll be complaining about that.
So here we go, coming, and again, the blue flags will be out for this LMP2 car ahead. The Gold Racing esports car needs to make a move, and that, in fact, Andre needs to make sure, with the amount of light flashing there, Andre needs to make sure that they don't breach the rule on that.
Yeah, there is a rule on light flashing.
I can't remember exactly what it is. It might just be excessive, or it might actually be a number of times in a certain time period. I can't quite remember. But 2.5 seconds the gap now.
Certainly used to be a certain number. When I first read the rules, which was obviously a long time ago, when I first was watching the VC, it didn't specify a length of time that these could be used, but it said a maximum of 4 light flashes, which is not very many, and certainly less than what Andre did there.
Yeah, I was going to say that was definitely 4.
Yeah,
right.
And maybe that's not even really a rule anymore, so specifically. But I'm never going to find it right now. I will in a couple of moments. But yes, 4 used to be the limit as far as I remember, but you might be right. It may just be down to excessive now. Yes. Okay, drivers are allowed to use their headlights, or flash their headlights, but it must be appropriate and shouldn't be overused. A sequence of flashes must last no longer than 2 seconds and can't include more than 4 flashes. So
I have a feeling that might not have been complied with.
Yes, so I'm quite impressed with my own memory there. That was all right. It did take me quite a while to get there, to be fair, so I won't take too much credit. But yes, 4 flashes is the limit, and that may have been outside the rules for Darius Andre. However, it doesn't really matter. We're less than 2 seconds between the top 2 now. 9.5 minutes remain, and unsure as to how many laps that will be. If this was a race between the 2 of them, and LMP2 were the only class on the grid, it would probably be about 6 or 7 to go at this stage, but it depends where the overall leader is.
Yeah, where is actually that number 1 car? Who knows? So we're looking at this battle though.
Tom Lawton makes his way over the line there with 9 minutes remaining, and with so it will be 6 laps to go. But will they be overtaken again in LMP2? Probably not. So I think these 2 have got 6 laps to go as well. Not that it really matters. The 9 minutes is the important part for Darius Andre as he makes another dive down the inside of one of the BMWs. Now he makes his way through into that second position. Well, he's still second, but he's 2 seconds away. And there at the bottom of his screen, Dennis Jordan tries to catch the 3rd place Hyperion Esports car, and he can't quite do it for the moment. He's still over a second back.
Here we go, having a look at this gold racing esports car there up on the top. Well, the gap between the second and first in LMP2 and that Ferrari esports car, the third and fourth, is actually the same, 1.7 seconds for both of them. But here comes Andre out of Lesmo, 8 minutes to go, 1.7 seconds. Andre is just hoping to find an extra tenth of a second wherever they can.
Oh, he's going to get caught
and they're
here,
not
though.
finding it here.
It's a satellite McLaren in the way. Well, not in the way, driving its race, but in the way as far as Darius Andre is concerned. He belts it over the curbs. He very nearly loses it. He gets away with it all, and it was down to a second and a half briefly. I'd imagine that gap will be back out to 2 now.
Let's have a look when the times update, accelerating out of Parabolica. But you saw the Gold Racing Esports car actually had to pass 2 GTs. I'm wondering if the Iris was caught behind the front GT of the 2 of them. I know you're right, 2.4 seconds.
Yeah, it's extended out that little bit further. By the way, this is a bit of a throwback, but I've just had a look at the results from, as we go a little bit deep on the brakes there.
Turn 1.
That was deep on the brakes for the for Darius Andre. I was looking at closest LMP2 finishes around here at Monza. We've had 3 races at Monza previously, going back all the way to season 4 and 8 hours of Monza. We had a very close finish in LMP2 that came down to just 1.3 seconds at the end of the race. Obviously, we weren't using the Orica back then; didn't exist. But because it was 12 years ago, it's 2011. But it was 1.3 seconds. We're going to have to do well to get a closer finish than that here in this particular race. Even though we are set for a very close finish, it may not even be a record here. This is we've had some remarkable Monza races in LMP2 in the past.
So here we go, coming out towards Ascari, 6.5 minutes to go, 2.2 seconds the gap between the 2 of them. So Gold Racing Esports does have the pace. They might run out of time though.
Well, they may well do. Down the back straight towards the Parabolica again, 2.1 seconds at the gap. Martin Hemmingson makes his way around the Parabolica behind one of the GT3s though, and he will lose a bit of time as a result of that, although Andre may well do the same towards the first chicane, and a big gaggle of traffic just goes over the line as well, just in front of Martin Hemmingson. There's 3 GT3s to deal with, probably all on this lap.
Oh, it's good. It's really coming down to a crunch time here in the LMP2 class. Coming through Curva Grande again, it's Hemmingson. Will clear the first GT fine. Will maybe be caught behind the second GT in the braking zone for the chicane, perhaps.
He's going to look to the inside, but he knows he's too far back and he will be caught behind. But the same will go for Darius Andre, who's also caught behind one of the Van Walls and another of the GT3s. There they go just through. Oh, and Andre's going to get really caught here behind 2 cars in front. It's Martin Mergley who's directly in front of him in the Van Wall, and he will get the BMW into Lesmo 2 as well. So Darius Andre doesn't really gain very much at all, but he will get a bit of a slipstream on this straight from those around him. They go past the one of the Juice's Porsches, that is. But Andre has not been helped at all by the traffic, and he'll once again be behind him towards Ascari. He'll make the move round the outside. This is bravery now. This is only a move that you can make in the final 5 minutes. Darius Andre gets the lights flashed at him, but he doesn't care. He's going for a race win. It's 3.2 seconds now.
Yeah, it was very, very brave. That's exactly what, as you said, if you only make in the final few minutes of a race, try and gain every single tenth of a second possible. But I have a feeling just because of the way traffic fell, it might be slipping out of the hands of Gold Racing Esports.
Hemmingson tries to defend from Martin Mergley here. He doesn't want to be overtaken. And there's a big slide from Mergley
There's
in
contact.
front of Hemmingson, who has to go across the chicane to avoid. Now he's got the course once. Darius Andre, no doubt, had to negotiate Martin Mergley there as well. And Burst Esport are going to get up to second place because Mergley's only getting going now.
Yeah, 3.8 seconds, I think, is the gap perhaps between Burst Esports and Vinchik. Now Vinchik's throwing away that second position they could have had in their debut race here in Division 1. They'll be, it's 7.3 seconds. See my worst. That is it for the Vincic Racing team. They will finish in third. Having a look though, this battle for the lead in the LMP2 classes. There was a penalty just popped up there in the corner. Who was that for?
Stavros Mercedes had a penalty there. That's another one for Valle Corsa.
There we go.
Yeah, so further back, Darius Andre has been overtaken by the burst car. They're very similar on the way towards Ascari, of course, but they will get a bit of a slipstream on the next straight. 3 seconds, the gap is basically restored, but what are the stewards going to say about Hemmingson? They're cutting across the chicane to sort of alleviate that car going off in front of it.
Well, that's something that they will only decide and will be after this race. Come across that finish line, we will get an update of what the gap is. And Darius Andre is at 2.8 seconds. I'm feeling it might be, 2.8 seconds, that gap. So that move by the Vincic car, by Margolin, might have cost Gold Racing Esports the final shot at the win of the race in LMP2.
Yes, so 2 laps to go for these guys in LMP2. 2.8 seconds. Darius Andre looks too far away to do anything right now. He's going to have to get past this Aston Martin on the way in towards the second chicane. But look at the traffic Martin Hemmingson's going to have to deal with. Andre gets through, but Hemmingson's had a decent run through the second chicane. But is he going to get lucky again here with the traffic? I think he may well just about survive in towards Ascari. He could be stopped a little bit into Lesmo 2, in fact. He is going to be stopped, although Darius Andre has traffic to negotiate as well.
Oh, so much traffic to negotiate for everyone coming across through the dips, I should say, rather, coming up towards Ascari again when the gold car comes across the sector line. 2.3 seconds. Yeah.
So Andre does get a good run through there. He's very close to them, but he absolutely has to be. Now Hemmingson is through. He'll probably have a little bit more traffic, but not a lot throughout the remainder of this race. There's the gap on your screen. Martin Hemmingson still leads the way as we are, I believe, onto the final lap with Tom Lartalou. He's a bit late into turn 1, but he is on the last lap.
Yeah, I think this is the final lap of the race here at Monza, letting you that number 1 car is going to go for the perfect start for defending their championship.
There's Martin Hemmingson, 2.3 seconds. Time now running out for Gold Racing Esport. What a surprise that is. Tom Lartalou makes his way into the second chicane. He's still got 3/4 of a minute remaining. By the way, Alexei Kutsak is also onto his final lap, just behind those LMP2 leaders. They just lapped him again back there in the last lap. Martin Hemmingson needs to get past this Porsche, and he's pretty much got it in towards the second chicane. He's not going to be slowed up once again. It's going to be too little too late for Gold Racing Esport by the looks of it.
I believe it will be, and there you go, you can see the chrome gold behind, and that's too far back, especially as this is the last lap.
Wow, what a close finish in LMP2. It's not going to be quite so close in Hypercar. Race Clutch are getting off to the perfect defence of their title. Season 15 champions in the DPI. It's a new car. The Van Wall Hypercar is on the scene of the Virtual Endurance Championship, but Race Clutch have tackled it with just as much talent as before. Tom Lartalou and Race Clutch win the opening round of the Virtual Endurance Championship for Season 16. The 6 hours of Monza goes to them. They'll finish ahead of Burst Esport and Vincic Racing, who will join them on the podium. In LMP2, it was a very, very close one, but Team Iris are just about going to do it in the second closest Monza finish we've seen in the LMP2 category. Team Iris are winners in the Virtual Endurance Championship LMP2 category, with Martin Hemmingson beating Darius Andre to the line by mere seconds at the end. And in the final corner right now, we are Blackhawk Racing from Aston Martin. A dominant display from them, leading from a very long way out to win by more than 3/4 of a minute.
An incredible final stint there from the Blackhawk car, because somehow they brought out that gap from none, and that gap for the LMP2 win was so close. And there you go, you can see the final standings. Race Clutch beginning their championship defending season with a win. Burst Esports in second, and Vincic could have had that second, but dropped down into third in the closing minutes of the race. NeedRacing.com, Simford Esports, Virtual Drivers by DX3 and the 2 Go Team cars, and then rounding out the hypercar field is Sim Racing for Holland.
Team Iris won in LMP2 there. Martin Hemmington just making it in front of Darius Andre of Gold Racing Esports. Hyperion Esports held off Scuderia Ferrari Esports for the podium, with Visceral Esports joining them in the top 5, On-off Racing, Netrex GP, Sean Clark Racing, Go Team Racing and Netrex GP round up the top 10, with Ramada Motorsport just missing out. In 12th place in LMP2, it was Undercover Racing, followed by Geeks Energy Sim Racing, Seawolf Net Race with a quiet day, finishing down in 14th, then Arm Cyber 15th. Well, of course, Team RTR, the other Team Irish car, and Arm Cyber round out the LMP2s, as Alexei Kutsak wins in GT3. In fact, Black Hawk Racing ended up a lap ahead of Thomas Enger Sim Racing, who ended up in second, due to the way that the lapping worked, really, more than anything else. In third position, it was Wanako, I think, holding on to that top 3 in GT3. Yes, it was. Nico Barkley ahead of Arjun Veltins for Scuderia Leon. Understeer United joined them inside the top 5, with Tamelia ERT 6th. Caspian Motorsport and Visceral Esports were 7th and 8th, followed by RKT Competition and Satellite Racing inside the top 10. Arno's Competition dropped out of that top 10 with their late disconnection. Juicy's Motorsport Club's defence of their GTE title has not gotten off to a great start outside the top 10. Another couple of satellite racing cars at 13th, 14th, then another Juicy's Motorsport Club car and another Visceral. Schubert Motorsport finished 45th overall at a PS Plus Zoom competition, who were taken out early on. Black Hawk Racing's other car finishing way down, along with the other Simframe. A few of those having big names, but having issues today. And only one DNF, Virtual Driver by TX3 LMP2, finishing a DNF at the end of that race. Well, Vidir, it was a great race. We thoroughly enjoyed that. Only a couple of seconds in it in LMP2 in the end, and what an enjoyable start to the season.
It's been an absolutely incredible beginning to the season. I'm sure you can agree with me here, Ewan. Can only hope the remaining 8 races are that incredible. But yes, Race Clutch beginning their race, their championship defending season with the win, which is absolutely perfect, and some incredible racing in LMP2. It's so close, as you said, one of the closest finishes we've had here in the VEC to finish with the LMP2 class, and I can only hope we see that again in 4 weeks' time.
Absolutely. Make sure you join us on the first Saturday of October for the 1,000 miles at Road Atlanta, the second round of the Virtual Endurance Championship for Season 16. A big thank you to everyone who's been tuned in here this afternoon. It's been a pleasure to have you along with me. Big thank you to Zach Sweeney and Lorenzo Bonda for opening the show. Big thank you to Vidir Heatley for being alongside me, Ewan O'Leary, for the course of this race. Until we see you across the pond at Road Atlanta, it's goodbye for now.